Today's broadcast is also brought to you by Speedland, the best trail shoes ever created. This is the brand new commission, the GS PDX, the 6th model in Speedland's short but illustrious history. You'll notice it's a throwback to the initial colorway of the first model, the SL PDX, though this is built on the GS platform. Plenty of cushioning to take you as long as you want to go on the trails. There's people going to be racing in it this weekend in both the 50K and 28K, but also people wearing it at Cocodona here in just a couple months' time. Everything you've come to expect, the double BOA fit system, the HTPU midsole, the drop-in P-backs, secondary midsole, also removable carbon plate. Nothing better than the Speedland. Go pick up a pair of the GS PDX. You'll find a link and a discount code here in the description on YouTube.
Soda! Oh, the energy of soda.
All right, everybody, we have returned. We changed streams, so we're good. We're good with YouTube for another 8 hours, and so we're going to spend the first 7 of those talking to our special guest, Harry Sabertis. Harry, how are you?
Good.
Harry just walked in. He's going to be spending a little time volunteering over at the Schnebly Hill aid station, but he decided to come in and chat with us first. Hot off this incredible race here at the Cocodona 250, feeling good. And any major surprises out there for you?
Well, that I won. That's the big one.
I feel like I wasn't surprised. I knew you were coming in hot.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting to win, but it was amazing.
And not only that, like you just mentioned, you had time to come in here and talk with us now, and then you're going to go out and volunteer because you heard that they need more volunteers. This is amazing.
Well, that's the part of trail running community. We give it back, so everybody needs people to run these races. I think I made it as a habit since I did the Tahoe 200. So that's kind of my tradition. If I finish and they're still running the race, I'll volunteer. I have all this vacation time, so why not, just spend with other folks.
All right, well, a couple key questions. The first 37 miles are notoriously hard. This year we were blessed with a little bit more milder temperatures during that first section into Crown King. Did that go as well as you thought it would? Better, worse, about the same?
I think better.
Yeah.
The weather was perfect. Yeah, I was talking with Joe when we were running together, and I'm like, it seems like we acclimated to heat really well, and the heat didn't bother us. Yeah, and I like climbs. That's kind of my thing.
You're a climber?
Yeah.
And so then, fast forwarding a little bit, I'm always curious because it's still, in my opinion, one of the big mysteries of the 200-mile distance. What was your sleeping strategy? What did you end up doing for sleep? And how did those match up or not over the course of your race?
So I go with the flow. I don't have strategy. I don't have plans because I come from mountaineering background, and any plan you have, it will go wrong. So I just go in and just whatever happens. I normally try not to sleep for the first 24 hours.
Okay.
This changed.
During this race, you did sleep?
Yeah. First night I slept twice.
Really?
2 15-minute naps. Yeah. I'm blanking on the station names now.
I'll just run through.
That's
But
okay.
the first two...
as early as Whiskey Row?
No. It was during the night.
Mingus Mountain Camp when you got... Or no, that was the next day.
Yeah, there was a cow pasture kind of...
Must have been Iron King or Fane Ranch where the couches were?
Yes.
Okay.
Before Fane Ranch.
Okay.
We ended up finding like really nice bridge, and it was really quiet, so we just slept for 15 minutes there with my pacer, and then I think the one right after Fane Ranch, we slept another 15-minute nap.
So that were relatively close together.
Yeah, they were a couple hours apart. Yeah.
Okay.
And then the third nap that I took was... Oh, my brain doesn't work.
It's understandable.
Okay.
I think past the Mingus. Whenever I heard my crew said, Joe, Arlen, and Versteeg are sleeping at the aid station, and I was at the next one afterwards, and I looked at them, I'm like, I'm gonna take a 20 minutes then. So I got to sleep in a truck, which was really nice, and that was a game changer. One interesting thing that I did was I chugged a cup of coffee before going into bed, and then I woke up fully rejuvenated. So apparently,
got it. So you're tired enough to fall asleep, but you chug the coffee, and by the time it kicks in, you wake up.
Yeah, and
Such a
then
good strategy.
That is a really good strategy.
It was so cool, and I was just up and ready to go afterwards. Like I was doozy. Like those 20 minutes, I was out. I thought I slept for a second, but I was 20 minutes.
Yeah.
But that was the last time I slept afterwards. Yeah.
So really last sleep was Mingus Mountain?
I think so.
Yeah.
About halfway point.
Yeah. No, last 109 miles. Look at that. So that's
Is it
math.
Mingus? Can I?
or you didn't sleep at Jerome, I would imagine.
No, it was Mons Park. Sorry. No.
Oh, okay. A little further.
It was further down. Yeah. It was because everybody I think slept at Schnably, and I was in Mons Park by then, I believe. I don't remember everything that well.
That's okay. That's okay. I feel like if you block a little out, like it's completely understandable.
Yeah.
So you crushed the course record by 10 hours. Was that any part of your plan? Or
That
did
was
you
my
just
goal.
Go? 10
So,
hours.
What the biggest motivation was 60 hours.
Was it?
So yeah, I didn't care to win or anything. I just wanted to beat that 60 hours. That was the goal. And
you
luckily I did it. Yeah.
Well, this is ultra running, and there's a lot of geeks, especially the geeks that are here in the chat. A couple of questions on the geeky side. First of all, what shoes did you wear?
Salomon Pulsars for the first half, and then I changed into the Salomon Ultra Glides.
Salomon Pulsar, Salomon Ultra Glides, and that's it. One shoe change.
Yeah. Normally I just go with the same shoe on 200, but just because the feet got wet from the first river crossing, I just changed into Ultra Glides, it was nice because they have better toe protection. I kicked a lot of rocks.
You kicked a lot of rocks
on the second
second half.
On the second half, yeah.
How did it feel 238 miles doing that climb up Eldon?
The slowest I've ever climbed a mountain.
Everyone was
Really?
glued to the tracker watching you because you and Jeff were just so close. Like you would kind of catch him a little. Like
I had no clue.
you were making great time.
You had no clue?
I had no clue. I knew that Arlen was coming in hot, and I'm like, I just want to keep the second place. I didn't thought I can catch Jeff. He was 3 miles away from me, so I think it's not enough time in 20 miles to catch up. But apparently it was.
Yeah. How about your pack? What pack did you wear?
Solomon, I don't remember what kind, but there's a 10 liter.
The one with the
pack.
big pockets and...
Yeah, it was new. I only bought it like a month ago, so I'm still
Okay, still figuring it out.
Yeah, I was gonna run with the 5 liter, but then with the required 4 liters, I needed a little bit more space, so 10 liters ended up making it do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Were there any sections where it was... I don't think there were any sections where it was hotter than you thought, but were there some points where it was pretty cold? Or did it seem kind of perfect conditions most of the days?
Waking up after Munns Park, like every time I woke up, like my heat regulation was off the chart. Like I felt freezing cold during the nights. So I normally start off with the puffy, and then once I start moving, I was better. But yeah, I've never experienced that because 40 degrees is not that cold.
Right.
But it felt really cold.
It felt
when
really
you're
cold.
exhausted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone questions about your watch.
Yes.
What do you keep in time with?
I have Coros. Yeah,
the
Apex 2.
The Apex 2?
2 Pro, yeah.
Tons of battery life, no problem with that.
Still have 9%.
Still have 9% after the 60-hour.
Yeah. My crew was really good. So almost every other station, they just plug in for like a couple minutes that I'm there. And so it kept running because I know it's a 60-hour lifespan on it. And it made it.
Kind of close. Is
Yeah.
that why you had a 60-hour goal? Was
No.
the life you watched?
No.
I want to get this on Strava.
I'm not even on Strava. But
Oh no.
Oh goodness, you're not? We're gonna have to change that.
Yeah.
Let's hear it in the chat. Should Harry get on Strava?
I think I have an account, but I just never used it. Yeah.
This dramatic moment, there were a lot of us in here. We, like many, thought this is after the Eldon. You guys are on your way down. We're looking at the clock. It's like it's gonna be close. Jeff's a notorious good, strong closer. You're a strong runner. You were running strong from the get-go. When he comes into sight, and then you're sort of like, oh, this is gonna happen. When you got up to him, any words exchanged? Yeah. Tell us a little bit about that.
So we saw there's a meadow. You come down the hill right before Buffalo Park, and there's a meadow, and we see 2 figures just in white crossing, and that meadow or just a washout spot. And I looked at my pacer, and we just both like, oh, that's Jeff. And we just ran towards him, and then he started climbing towards Buffalo Park halfway up the hill, and then he turned back, looked at me, and then sat down on a rock.
Oh my gosh.
And then he just yells out, "Harry, you did it," which was kind of bittersweet moment because he knew he was struggling. He was pushing so hard. And yeah, I gave him a hug. Or like we just hugged, and I'm like, I'm sorry, it has, I am sorry that it happened that way rather than both of us sprinting towards finish line.
We'd like you to stay for just a moment, for just a few minutes longer, but we're going to go back on and watch along with us, Harry. This is
Fourth place
female.
Awesome.
Bringing it in for 19th overall.
So again, just incredible. Kylie Druggan epic. So we're going to have 4 women in the top 19. Kylie, judging by where she is, it's going to be a touch over 80 hours. But man, 4 women under, let's call it under 80-30. She's going to be under 80-30. What an incredible day.
Can you imagine what's going through Kylie's head hearing a woman in front of you who was leading the race for so long dropped, but then hearing she just got 3rd place?
Yeah.
She came back. What a crazy race for women.
It's kind of cool, Harry, too, right? You get it. You've been out in the woods so long. Obviously, a couple of towns here and there, but here you are. You're running through town. You're having to go through intersections.
Oh, it's incredible. Everybody's beeping at you. You know, people are so excited to see runners. I've never experienced anything like that.
It's cool.
Yeah, like, people in Flagstaff are incredible. Everybody was cheering us on.
Yeah, we've been talking. I talked a little bit yesterday in the broadcast about the town. You know, one of Jamil's real powerful visions about this race, in addition to showcasing, you know, his beloved state of Arizona, is to have the course touch into these sort of communities that are either historically important to the state or practically important to the state. And the finish in Flagstaff is obviously iconic, but the small little ghost town almost of Crown King, the wonderful quirky towns of Prescott and Clarkdale and Cottonwood and certainly Jerome, and then Sedona, which has a little bit more of a sort of a bougie feel to it.
And beauty.
Oh,
you know,
you experience a whole lot, in your case in 60 hours, and in Kylie's case in a little over 80 hours, and in a vast majority of the folks who are out there and are going to be out there over 100 hours. Keep in mind, this is our 19th finisher. We had 250 starters here this year, so long way to go.
Yeah. These lights feel forever.
You probably didn't get to catch the footage of Michael Versteeg finishing, but he got green lights. He was running down the middle of the road at night, just green light, green light. I don't know what he did. He has some secret.
I didn't even wait it. People just stopped. I've like kind of just kept going. I'm like, I didn't know like how much more to go. So I just kept going because I wanted to hit that 60 hour. I didn't know that it was that close to the finish line. I thought it was much further. But yeah, those lights are just can feel forever.
Yeah, and the section to which you refer to, you know, Buffalo Park is such a beloved park here in Flagstaff. I mean, anytime you go out for a run in Buffalo Park, you're likely to run into an Olympian or a former Olympian or a Division I NAU track star or something. But that portion that you talked about, where you know you're going down, you sort of enter the park proper, but you still have that one more little grindy uphill, which is obviously where you encountered Jeff, and then finally you crest that little one, and it's like
And how incredible! Like I crest over, and first person I see is Jim Walmsley.
Oh no way!
Yeah,
you must have thought you were hallucinating.
I thought so. Yeah, he had this massive cowbell, and he's like, "Good job, Harry." I'm like, "Oh, I didn't even know you know my name." How awesome is that? You know? Yeah. He gave me a fist bump, yeah, and then just.
Well, I think not a lot of people know this about Jim, but Jim is an incredible fan of the sport, fan of the history of the sport. He keeps track of what everybody's doing. He loves coming out to races and cheering and volunteering, especially here in his hometown of Flagstaff. Mm-hmm. So I'm not at all surprised that you ran across him out there in Buffalo Park. And how cool
yeah.
moment of.
It was so amazing.
That's cool.
Yeah.
So Tony Hill is out here again. We just saw Tony practically get dropped by Mika Hughes about a half an hour ago on the right in the black. Been taking care of producing incredible content all week so far that we're calling the Cocodona Chronicles. The first several episodes are up and ready for viewing on the Aravaipa website and Mountain Outpost. Vivian Kania, I hear you on the coverage of the 125. I suspect you are eager to find out about, I know there's a gentleman in the field with that same last name, Dave Kania. Last we saw, he was about 6 or 7 miles out from the finish. We do have 3 finishers of the 125, Michael Greer, Eddie Healy, and Philip Sebastiani. Awaiting the arrival of Josh Henry, Josh Henry is in the 250 and he's back at mile 127. So I think he's a DNF, but Catherine Edwards is about a mile out from the finish, and then Jim Strayhorn. And after Jim is Dave Kania. So time permitting, as we are watching our 4th place woman finish, we will have coverage as we can to the finish. Your very handsome husband. Thank you, Vivian. I appreciate it. We'll try and get some camera time so we can fact check that for us. See what I did there?
Harry, I'm curious.
Yeah.
I feel like you outran them. You ran too fast to have them, but did you have any sorry, can't talk anymore. They're going to mute my mic. Hallucinations. There we go.
No, not this race.
Nothing. You're too fast for them.
Yeah, no, the sleep went really well. I think I had plenty of sleep, even though it sounds short, but it was pretty good.
Yeah, and nutrition. Was it all stuff you carried? Did you eat off the aid stations? A mixture of both?
Lots of eggs and cheese.
Lots of eggs and cheese.
Yeah.
No milk?
No.
We saw a lot of
I'm
people
lactose
drinking
intolerant.
milk out
I can't
there.
do milk.
You're lactose intolerant.
Yeah, I can't do milk.
Probably for the best.
I can't be like Mike.
Yeah. We're watching Kylie come on into the finish here. 19th place overall through the streets of Flagstaff.
Just over 80 hours in. 80 hours of running.
Yep. Poof.
I can't even imagine running for that long.
It sounds like we
Hats
need to
off
find
for them,
another
for
race for
sure.
you.
Yeah. That's incredible. 3 nights of running.
And we have people who are going to be out there for 5.
Mm-hmm.
I know.
With those Saturday morning finishes.
Oh my goodness. Can you imagine your poor crew?
So Harry, do you have something else on your calendar?
I have 3 more.
Oh, you have
The
3 more.
Triple Crown.
So you're doing Tahoe and Bigfoot and Moab.
Yes.
All right.
The big summer this year.
So what does your recovery now look like? Because it's about 5 weeks until Tahoe, maybe a little bit less.
Yeah. I
Do
don't know.
you take a chill for 3-4 days and then get back at it, or longer than that? Do you kind of like with the race? Do you go with the flow?
I'm probably just gonna go with the flow, but just probably hiking rather than running now.
Yeah. Do you go back up? Do you go back home to Alaska, or do you stay down in the lower 48?
So I moved to Reno.
Oh, you moved to Reno. You're from Alaska, but
That's
you
a
now
hot
live
take.
in Reno.
Everyone thought
Okay.
you were from Alaska still.
I lived in Alaska for the past 7 years, and then I met my partner last year, and I just settled in Reno with her.
Okay.
So I've been in Reno since last year.
Perfect for
now.
Tahoe training.
Yeah.
Perfect for Tahoe training.
Yeah, so I've been training in Reno whole summer or whole winter. long.
Nice.
So you mentioned you're taking vacation from work. What do you do for work? And why are you not a sponsored ultra runner yet?
No, right now I'm normally a seasonal worker, but for the first time I actually have, I feel like, proper job with insurance and everything.
Those are overrated.
I want to say like I work as a truck driver, but not really. I'm just driving cabinets to the bay and back, basically. So yeah, spend some time in the truck and packaging and stuff. So just work.
Right on.
Yeah.
Right on.
I feel like that might be a new, I don't know. We have another runner who's a UPS
Yeah,
truck
we've
driver.
got Jake Jackson as a UPS driver.
Okay.
Union.
That's more exciting, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, like whenever I have to drive, I just sit for 12 hours in the truck, so that's rough.
Yeah.
Because
maybe you can take some breaks and do some new trails. Hopefully.
that would be awesome. But
you got to be hoping every so often you get a big old snow dump on Donner Pass and you're just stuck on the east side and you don't have to drive over to the Bay Area.
You just have to put chains and keep going.
You have to keep going.
Yeah.
Let's just see here. Here's Kylie's finish, making that final turn up the alleyway. And
here she comes.
4th place.
Looking so strong.
And yeah, just a small sliver over 80 hours. 80 hours and 5 minutes for Kylie Drugan. Epic. 4th place woman, 19th overall, Cocodona 250 2024. Well, I don't know if you're recovering, Harry, if you're recovering from Tahoe and you want a little fun weekend, just drive an hour over to Olympic Valley in Auburn on the last weekend in July. There's a little race there that'll be fun for you to check out.
I'm volunteering.
Oh, you are? Very good.
Yeah.
Where are you going to be? Where are you going to be?
Gate.
Green Gate.
I did it last year. It was so much fun.
Awesome.
Yeah, so
awesome.
I'm volunteering at Green Gate.
Excellent.
Yeah,
Excellent.
I am so excited.
Glad you're doing that.
Yeah.
Glad you're doing it. There's a lot of action at Green Gate.
Yes.
For those of you who don't know, mile 80, people have made the 2-mile climb up from the river, and you get all kinds of shapes and sizes there.
Yeah, and you get to see entire night there,
Yeah.
you know.
Oh, yeah.
So that's the exciting part.
Yeah.
Yeah. The people
You get
in the
people, you
misery.
get the front runners, then you get people who are paying attention to that silver buckle, and then of course you get those golden hour folks that you got to shove out of there right before the cutoff.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you'll be out there volunteering. Any chance you'd hop in if someone needs a pacer?
I tried last year. I asked 4 people. They all refused.
I bet they won't now.
Do you know who I am?
I am nothing special.
Is this the real reason you're coming back this year to volunteer? You want to pace?
No, volunteer. I think it's more fun volunteer.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just so incredible to just help out people to achieve their goals.
Well, Harry, I know you want to get up to Schnebly. I'm so glad you swung by the studio to chat with us. It'll be fun to see how the rest of your summer plays out. I look forward to seeing you up at Western States. And this is awesome. Congratulations on a great run here at Cocodona.
So good. We're so happy we got to talk to you. Maybe you'll rub off a little bit.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
All right. Harry Saberta's coming by the studio.
Look at you go.
Congratulations.
Oh, it's so good.
She says she's dreamt getting to run these beautiful trails in Arizona, especially after seeing all the amazing photos and videos that Aravipa broadcasts each year here at the Cocodona 250.
Is on the way in the car.
So hopefully we see her make that final turn here pretty soon. Go. Everyone wear green. And anyone else who wants.
Let's get you. We're gonna go this way. Okay, can we do your pass up?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to. I thought you guys were doing higher. But just no, so that we both get our stuff. If you're further ahead, yeah, so that's give you a shot. Yeah, so I'm glad. I was thinking they're more medium in height, right? So we use your height, and it just sort of like shooting that. I can Photoshop. I can Photoshop. Oh, I'll just do Let's do square. You sure? Yeah, that's not a problem. I can work. Don't worry about it. No. Where is I got one that Howie more, and like I think you and Howie both stay pretty tight, and so I know about what training you guys are doing. So if I knew you were going for full wide, I would watch that. That's why yeah.
All right, everybody. We just wanted to say goodbye to Harry there. This is AJW and Mercedes. We're back again and here just in time to see the first place finisher in the Sedona Canyons 125 on the women's side. Thank you for bearing with us as we do it. At this point, we have three runners in on the men's side: Michael Greer, Eddie Healy, and Philip Sebastiani. And this, we are awaiting the arrival of Catherine Edwards. First place woman in the race. Here she is.
She's moving well.
Yep. Look at her. And there's a turn. Got it turned on just in time. Catherine Edwards.
Finisher.
Steve's getting the banner set up real quick.
Sedona Canyons 125. For Catherine Edwards.
And she's through. Catherine Edwards. I'm just going to do some quick math.
2 years
24 plus 6, 30 hours and 21 minutes. 30 hours and 21 minutes for 125 miles. And she looks happy. So Mercedes, the reason I wanted to pause on the old break a tape question is back in 2005, you were probably in pre-K. A friend of mine, Garrett Grobbins, who was a regular writer in Trail Runner magazine, did a story on me, and he titled it "The Bridesmaid."
Oh no.
Yeah, he titled it "The Bridesmaid."
Cute.
At the time, I had finished second place in 700-mile races.
Oh no.
Seven.
Oh no.
700-mile races. And he published the article, and it was almost enough to like make me feel like I'm, doomed to forever finishing second and never get to break that tape. But it turned out to be something that sort of broke the jinx. And the reason he did it that year is it was a couple of months after I finished second place at my favorite race, Western States, which was the closest I ever got to winning that one. But fortunately, for a couple of years after that, I was able to break a couple of tapes at Vermont 100 and Rocky Raccoon and Havalina and the now defunct Grand Teton 100-miler. So I was able to break the bridesmaid jinx, but it took a long time.
Oh gosh. Sorry if I hit a sore spot there.
Yeah. That's why I wanted to pause and wait until
so good.
Catherine got it done. But there's no real feeling like it. How about you? You've broken some tapes before.
No.
No.
Not a tape. Someone just give me a tape to break.
Come on, someone bring a tape in. Bring a tape into the studio. Maybe if we can get Rachel in here sometime to chat with us, we can ask her to bring along her tape.
Perfect.
All right, everybody. Thank you for your patience. We were enjoying chatting with Harry, but we also wanted to make sure we got our women's winner of the 125. Please know that, and she's there in the screen in the lower left-hand corner. Please know that we are endeavoring to do our best coverage of every finisher. We're not likely to get every single finisher just by virtue of the density of the field in which folks are coming through, but we're going to do our best. And we were able to have a great chat with Harry and then see Catherine finish. Mercedes, what a cool dude.
He's so cool. He's so humble and so sweet.
Yes,
Oh, my
a
goodness.
nice, friendly, happy guy. We broke some news that he's moved to Reno.
Ooh. Watch out for those Strava crowns.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, he's not on Strava. You can keep your crowns.
He's not on Strava. Hey, one of those.
Oh my goodness. How perfect though, training for Tahoe 200, just living right over the pass.
David Kania, his wife was on a little bit earlier asking if we were covering the race, and claimed that it was her handsome husband, David Kania. Someone else in the chat has confirmed, Betsy Crutchfield has confirmed that David Kania is handsome. So everybody, if you're hanging around Flagstaff, you want to see a handsome guy finish the 125. Apparently David Kania is the guy to see.
I might have been talking with his pacer at the finish line, if his pacer's name is Philip.
If his pacer's name is Philip, if someone can confirm. We're waiting for David Handsome Guy Kania to come on into the finish. According to the tracker, the next guy in would be Jim Strayhorn in the 125. Jim's a guy we know from some of the fixed time races in Arizona, most notably the Desert Solstice. And then David Kania would be next. The handsome David Kania. Back down at Fort Tuthill.
How much sleep do you think these volunteers are getting out there?
Oh man, it can't be much.
Oh my goodness. Fort Tuthill. So the cutoff for this aid station is tomorrow at 3:30 p.m. So they have another 25 hours left of working.
Okay.
Looks like our next finisher for the 250, his tracker has not updated for almost an hour. That's Brian Pape. Is that orange shorts guy?
Yeah. That is orange hat.
2 minutes ago, he's 3 miles out.
Okay.
Sweet. Looks like he'd be wrapping up that top 20.
That's right. Orange hat guy coming in the top 20.
A fan favorite. Who would have thought wearing orange shorts would make you a fan favorite? I have some orange shorts. Maybe I should wear them more.
Oh, I love my orange shorts. I've got a love my orange shorts. I've got a pair from Promised Land 50K back in 2013.
Nice. You know, I think I might have ran my first ultra around 2013.
Did you really? All right. Do you remember what it was?
Well, it was a trail marathon and I got lost, so it turned into a 50K. So, you know, I was up in Wisconsin. Good spot. Those aid station volunteers have smiles on their faces. Mm-hmm. I feel like it's so rewarding. It's so fun to go out there, mix it up. I know my mom isn't a runner, but she absolutely loves coming out to these. Just the atmosphere, like you can't beat it. Just people pushing boundaries, trying new things, new distances, just having a great day. Or even when people aren't having a great day, it's just so fun to be around. The atmosphere is just
I've said,
amazing.
I've said, and other people have said for years that the going to an aid station in the later part of an ultra or a finish line, if you've lost it, it renews your faith in sort of the human spirit and goodness and people helping each other out and so forth. It's just there's something about it. It's worth doing if you haven't had a chance to do it. We try to bring it to you, of course, in the live stream, but there's nothing like being there in person.
I overheard you talking yesterday about how your mom just didn't get it until you had her come out and watch one.
I did. She was very much, like a lot of moms that are now in their early 80s. You know, she grew up in an era where, you know, women didn't do sports that much, or if they did, they were seen as odd or strange. And so athletics was never really something that was part of her life. And while she sort of put up with my brother and I doing like all the things that young boys do, like Little League baseball and basketball and rec sports, you know, I think she assumed once I became an adult that would be something I wouldn't do. And of course, once I became an adult, my athletic pursuits became more, and she just didn't get it. And I think found it even a little bit intimidating. And she would talk to my wife, Shelly, a lot about it. Like, what is it? Don't you worry, he's going to die and all this stuff. Yes. And I think she wanted Shelly. Oh, she's like, oh yeah, I definitely think he's going to die. Oh, and instead Shelly would be like, no, of course not, Joan, don't be stupid. He's not going to die. He'll stop before he dies. And so I finally, after several years of going back east for Christmas vacation and summer vacation every year and talking about it, I said, Mom, just come to one. Just come. I'll buy your plane ticket. Just come and see it. And once you see it, I think you'll get it. And that's what happened. She came to Western States one year. She saw what it was all about. She hung out at the aid stations. And ever since she's been like, okay, now I understand. Now she's like, so you're going to stay up all night for a whole week and announce these things?
Are you sure that's
I was like, well, at least I'm not going to die doing that, Mom.
That's so good. Yeah, I'm going to have to drag my dad out. Same thing. He just didn't want any updates when I did Leadville 100. He literally thought I might die. Like there was a good risk. Which,
oh, really?
I don't know. Maybe there was, but I'll have to drag him out to one of these again soon. So just a quick update in the chat. Someone's asking about Mika. She did come back and finish in third. Our first place female, Rachel Entrekin, finished early this morning, followed behind her by Manuela Villaseca in second place, Mika Thews in third. We have Kylie Drugan Epic, who just finished 19th overall, fourth female, and we're now awaiting our 20th overall Orange Shorts guy, Brian Pape, to come in.
Oh yeah, orange hat. Guy. Yeah, sorry.
Hat, shorts. Orange. I saw an orange shirt.
Orange hat guy.
Okay, I've been corrected.
Yeah, and he will be finisher number 20 of the Cocodona 240. Orange hat guy.
And if you missed it, we just had our Cocodona 2024 250 winner, Geraldo Subertas, in the studio. Remember, you can rewind and watch that because he was amazing to talk to, such a good human. Take notes. I definitely have. Yeah,
and he had a wonderful moment of our conversation was him recounting, because folks in the chat were interested in recounting the moment as he first entered Buffalo Park down here in Flagstaff of catching up to and passing Jeff Browning, exchanging a big hug and so forth. But an even more poignant moment was when he's like, you know who the first person I saw when I got here into Flagstaff was? Jim. He gave me a fist pump and he said it, as if he had seen a ghost or something. But Jim Walmsley, of course, has returned here to Flagstaff, which is where he lives. And He was out there evidently with a big old cowbell and cheering the runners on, and that must have been a lot of fun for both Harry and Jim.
And we can confirm it was real. It was not a hallucination.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't have any hallucinations. He ran too fast for those.
That's right. And if you're listening too, we're gonna spend time over these next couple of days bringing in guests from time to time.
It turns out Harry's still in the studio waiting for a ride so that he can go volunteer. So
he just heard all that.
Good thing we're saying good things.
Gosh, can you believe he drives a truck for a living? But no, that was just super fun. And just if you're in the sound of our voice and you know some of the other folks who have been around, I know a couple have said they might swing by. The People's Champion Kevin Goldberg. There's some interest in bringing in Rachel Entrekin, possibly Mika. Maybe Finn Melanson might make an appearance. We would love to get the Chisholm family in here. We'd have to get a few more couches, but it would be fun to get those 4 boys and their mom. So if any of you have contacts for us, just reach out to us via the Aravaipa Instagram DMs or come on by the finish line and let Steve or the staff there know that for example, the Chisholms, and you have a contact for them, and we'd love to have them up here to chat with us. We still have, 20 plus 25, 45 more hours of coverage, and we're going wall to wall. No nighttime breaks. 47 more hours.
Runner math.
No, I'm sorry. 47.
40 runner 47. 47, however many hours. Oh, we've got to get an Arlen interview. Good point.
Arlen, come on in the
Good
studio.
point. We want to see if that tan is real.
Let's see who's got a better
and
tan.
ask him if those teeth are real. This is bib number 47. I'm gonna.
Are we to that point where we're wondering if the teeth are real now?
No, of course not. They've got to be real. Wes Rittner, a very experienced 200-mile runner, is in the final aid station at Eldon, taking a pause, chatting.
Bye, Harry.
See you, Harry.
So good
All right.
talking to you.
See you later, buddy. Wes Rittner. Again, he's about 8 miles from the finish when he's up here. 8, 9. And a big downhill to look forward to, mostly on road. And another runner coming in. Chad Lassiter, probably. Yes, Chad Lassiter. I met and chatted with Chad for a while when I was out in Texas at the Rocky Raccoon 100. So yeah, he and we've probably just missed Jose Sosa as well, or Jose Sosa, because those guys were super close together. So Brian Pape is through and on his way down. We know that orange hat guy, who will be the next finisher unless these guys reel him in, and they don't look to be in any hurry. Bib 19 is Chad Lassiter. Jose Sosa we're expecting soon, and then probably within half an hour, 40 minutes, Cody McKesson.
I mean, at this point in the race, I feel like I would just be up there enjoying the smoked meats of Pete, taking my time, enjoying the views, the sunshine. Like, what's the hurry? You've made it 240 miles. Got a runner sneaking by.
Three runners in the aid station doesn't happen very much at the last aid station of a 250.
He's making moves. I take back what I said. He still means business.
Jose Sosa. It's like, I got momentum. No reason to stop. Wes Rittner, Chad Lassiter are in here. Unless Chad has made a quick exit, but Jose Sosa has made a quick exit. Yep, Travis Longcar still up there. Cocodona 250 brought to you by Mountain Outposts. This is AJW and Mercedes. We've gotten to the 80.5-hour mark of the race. The next cutoff is not until 9:30 p.m. at Schnebley Hill.
One of our sponsors is Catula. Some nice banners up at the Mount Eldon aid station by Catula.
Travis, correct. That's what we're calling the Larissa cam in the aid station. Travis is running runners in and out. Thank you, Larissa. Wonder if there's any audio up there. Mercedes gonna check. See if I can get mine.
I'm not hearing anything.
Okay. And here's Wes Rittner, experienced 200 miler.
Moving on out.
Chad Lassiter.
Another runner with the running pack waist belt combo.
Yes, Jose Sosa is one of the four timers, right, Chris? Chris Leaf. Jose Sosa is one of the four timers.
Look who just walked in the door. You know, I also see some Fireball at this aid station in the
my
background.
Goodness. Could they be the same person? Yes, we're getting confirmation. Jose Sosa's fourth year, so he's run every one.
Just a fun reminder that you could run this race on your own because registration is open for 2025 Cocodona 250. Now's your chance. Sign up yourself, some friends, because you can do that. You just need an email. For all yous listening,
I got it.
Feel free to subscribe to Mountain Outpost, give us some likes, show the love so that we can keep coming back and getting this great live stream to you for more races in the future.
Yeah, thanks for all the donations. Let's see. So it's Trail Gangstaz is going to help us out here. Jose Sosa, West Plate, Jeff Garmeyer, Brian Janzing. Okay. Andrew Glaze. Has he done all four? Got a little audio coming. Oh, okay. So we are awaiting the arrival of our 20th finisher, Brian Pape, aka Orange Hat Guy.
Oh, we have some fun stats from Aid Station Fireball back in the house. It looks like our first male, Harry Soraldis, finished a split from Eldon to the finish in 1:24, but our women's third place finisher, Mika Thews, did it in 1:21. She was crushing that downhill. She wanted to finish.
Wow. 1 hour and 21 minutes. A 3 minutes faster for Mika. And then Harry. Goodness me. Well, you could tell. I mean, and our poor follow cams were paying the price. She was moving through the streets.
She dropped several cameramen.
She really did.
That's the reason we need camera women.
I think so. Well, I think you're going to sign up next year.
Maybe. I'll chase some people with cameras if I don't have to run the whole 250.
Indeed. Well, this is Andy and Mercedes here in the studio in Flagstaff. We are broadcasting live for the Cocodona 250, awaiting the arrival of our 20th place finisher, Brian Pape, a.k.a. Orange Hat Guy. We've got a good shot here of the aid station at the top. Is that Bryce hanging out? I think it is. Black shorts. And Corinne. So 2 members of our team are already up there, probably trying to angle for some food. Because certainly it's better than the offerings we have here in the house. I just take a look at here at the Airbnb, and we've got Honey Nut Cheerios, Reese's pretzels. There are some apples. I think Corinne or Mercedes probably brought those. There's some coffee. There's some peanut butter.
Yeah, but there's coffee not yet made.
Yeah, there might still be some mead.
Oh, there's some mead left.
Might still be some mead. And there's some milk and some Flota.
Never enough milk.
Yeah. So this explains why Bryce and Corinne have made their way up to Pete's Meats, and I'm going to head up there when I get off my shift in 1 hour and 15 minutes. But who's counting?
Who is counting?
Who's counting? The couple of our staff have been out and about running, as we do here when we have a little bit of free time, and have commented that it is quite smoky in the area. As we've mentioned several times during the broadcast, there is a prescribed burn nearby, nowhere near the course, but nearby, and the wind direction is such that it's hitting sections of the course, in particular the area of Munns Park, Kelly Canyon, and Fort Tuthill, as well as down here by the finish line. Munns Park. Oh, this is great. We've got a on the ground camera at Munns. We've had a still cam here all night, but here's an on the ground camera at Munns Park.
Some nice blue skies.
Comparatively, this is
Oof. Less blue skies.
Yeah. That's Tuthill. Yeah. That's where I first heard some rumblings about the smoke as George Plomarity, Jeff Browning's crew was commenting on it. Here's a runner coming into Tuthill. We haven't been at this aid station for a while. We've seen indoors here, but they make by these cones, they come on in, and that sort of former barracks area right there to the right is the aid station.
Got a thumbs up from a happy runner or pacer. Yeah, might want to wait on that run. Air quality. Hopefully the wind shifts and blows that smoke another direction.
Yeah, or maybe just do a nice hike up the mountain.
Yeah, that's a good excuse.
Yeah, it's going to make it an easy day.
Runners are coming in.
Yeah, at Fort Tuthill is mile 210. This is probably still the front, let's call it the front third of the pack, or certainly the front 50%. The cutoff here for comparison is at 3:30 in the afternoon on Friday. 3:30 in the afternoon on Friday. The runners only face 5 more cutoffs, which includes the finish line cutoff at 10 a.m. on Saturday. And as I've mentioned a couple of times, once they've cleared Sedona, which everybody has, the cutoffs get a little bit more generous. In general, an average of 30-minute miles, with the exception of the section between Walnut Canyon and Mount Eldon, which is almost 40-minute mile average required.
It looks like our 5th place female summited Eldon and should be on her way down. Stephanie Rosebaugh.
Stephanie Rosebaugh. You know, that's actually impressive because she was the 10th place woman at Sedona.
Wow.
She was the 10th place woman at Sedona. It looks like that means she has passed Eliza Lapier.
And Carrie Henderson.
If anybody in the chat has some intel, about Rosebaugh, please let us know. Put it on in there. Yeah, that's a big jump. Question about Orange Hat Guy. We expect him to come into range.
He's about 2 miles out, maybe a little less by now.
Yep, I think due to the runners coming in with a little bit more frequency at this point, our runner cams are not quite going out as far as they did for the early runners. They're still going out.
Hopefully they're getting some nutrition in because they've definitely been getting a workout in.
They've been moving. They've been moving. Thank you, Mary Christian, for the shout out to Jen, the aid station captain at Sedona. She is awesome. I've volunteered with Jen several times at Aravaipa races. Professional, funny, outgoing. Runner safety is a huge concern of hers. Just wonderful. There's some Stephanie Rosebaugh information. Prescott. So she ran through her hometown back on around mile 70. But her furthest run so far was the Black Canyon 100 way back in February. Mike Santos is in the frame right there at Fort Tuthill. He's one of the main ops guys for Aravaipa. If you volunteer with Aravaipa and you have to set up a tent or load a truck or put things in and out of the warehouse, Mike Santos is quite likely the guy running the show there. He does pretty much everything on the kind of ops side for Aravaipa. Totally behind the scenes. He'd probably be very upset to know that I'm outing him right now because he'd prefer to stay anonymous, but great guy. And a huge part of how this company is so successful. Yep, Jason, we are awaiting live video of Orange Hat Guy Brian Pape. We've got folks on the ground. And yep, Stephen Crawford is going to head out there. It would be funny if actually it wouldn't be funny because everybody in the chat would get all over it. But the back channel conversations we have between the camera folks, the race operations, the folks here in the studio, the runner cams, the drone pilots are hilarious. And one was just now, as you were coming on the screen and as you were coming into the chat and asking about Orange Hat Guy, our runner cam guys communicated with each other, and Steve asked Shad if he was going out, and Shad said, I'm in the middle of eating a sandwich, and off Steven went. So we'll get that soon. Lots of good love too for Mike Santos in the chat. Someone get him a Monster Energy drink. No doubt Mike has been awake for a long time. They've got well, it's not just pasta,
so
meatballs,
happy.
Parmesan cheese. I mean, it's
Oh my goodness.
Surprised someone hasn't pulled out a nice light Chianti and put their feet up.
If that doesn't make you want to sign up for next year's race, I don't know what does.
Really, for sure. For sure. Yeah. Pack's got to come off for this meal.
These guys look like they're out there solo. No crew around. Having a good time though.
OHG chant is swelling up again in the chat. That can only mean one thing.
He must be close. These guys just having a nice little late lunch. There's our finish line cam. Brian Pape 485.5 updated 2 minutes ago. He's about 1.5 miles out.
All right, I suspect Steven will catch him in the next few minutes. Another runner coming into Eldon. So we can get a bib number.
Oh, that is not a bib. Close to the bib.
Speedland shorts are one of our title sponsors here at Cocodona 250. Speedland 162. Thank you very much.
Adam Williams.
Adam Williams.
Out from Pullman, Washington.
We would expect Stephanie Rosebaugh anytime now, based on her position in the tracker.
We have racer Adam Williams on the camera. It looks like he calls himself the RYT 200 Yogi. He is a Speedland team athlete. That explains the Speedland
All
outfit.
Right. It does. It's a cool hat too.
He is doing the 200 Triple Crown. And Havalina. Throw that in on there. Oh. He follows me on Instagram. Should I follow him back?
Good shot into the aid station tent at the Mount Eldon by Catula aid station. That's a quick aid station stop for Adam.
Moving out.
And who do we have here?
It's the OG.
It's the OHG.
OHG.
Who was getting all kinds of love earlier in the live stream. This is Brian Pape. I think we're saying that right. Brian Pape, P-A-P-A-Y. Looks like someone in a truck's coming to say hi to him.
And there he goes.
Careful crossing the street. Brian Pape got his nickname very early in the race, Orange Hat Guy. He may not know it, which makes it even better, of course. He is from Ohio and going to be coming in under 81 hours. We're at 80.50 right now. And the 20th finisher, 16th male into Heritage Square. His companion is making sure he does not go awry in these last few strides. And this is the parking garage and the little turn into the finish. And here you go, everybody. Orange Hat Guy. Let's hear it for Orange Hat Guy. Let's get the OHG chant one more time in the chat. We didn't know it when the race started, but indeed, he is the hero we all needed. From Ohio, Orange Hat Guy, Brian Pape, is now a Cocodona 250 finisher in 80 hours, 51 minutes, and 20th place overall.
Woo, wrapping up the top 20 strong.
For sure. Steve going over to get his buckle.
That's a lot of love for OHG. I'm really impressed. Does everyone love
Look at
OHG?
that. Everybody loves OHG.
Do we all know his real name?
Brian Pape.
We should have a few more runners coming in soon. They're all just going to start trickling in.
Yeah, we've definitely had some traffic up here where we are. This was
There he
other
is.
orange shorts guy.
My bad. Orange
This was
shorts
orange shorts,
guy.
orange long shorts guy. I think we
Is
called
there
him.
orange shorts guy?
No, there's no orange shorts guy.
Okay.
But these are long shorts.
They are long shorts.
There doesn't have to be a shorts guy in order for there to be a long shorts guy. I
mean, it could be. I feel like they would be an instant fan favorite if they had short shorts.
It could be orange Gatorade bucket too. See, that's already started. OLSG. You guys are awesome. Ask and ye shall receive. OLSG. Orange long shorts guy.
Oh, the acronyms. I can't keep up. It's like runner
Mercedes
math.
is overwhelmed.
It's because they ran out of Flota.
She remembers the days of the 1-inch split shorts. Longs for those again.
You don't see a lot of those.
The thing about the OLSGs, plenty of room for your trash. Look at that. The dude just took out about 18 Spring Energy wrappers. It's probably a good thing since they don't have very many calories in them.
Oh, too soon.
Yes. All right. So yeah, we do practically have a traffic jam coming down the Eldon Road now. Oh, a finisher. That's bucket hat guy or wide brim hat guy.
Or short.
Strayhorn. Okay, Strayhorn in the 125. Joe Strayhorn. It's not our fault. His tracker was busted.
It's never our fault.
But Jim Strayhorn, a veteran of a lot of the fixed distance races down in Arizona, got the finish. We would expect second place female, if she hasn't finished already, Josette Casey. That's a good view of orange long shorts guy.
This is what his face looks like.
Yeah, now you know what he has: a tailwind hat on, headphones.
The shorts have a face.
Sunglasses, some large bottles.
Mustache.
Yep.
Typical ultra running requirements.
Well done, OLSG. Yep, burnt orange hat guy. Got in. Joe Strayhorn, he snuck in. Nick, I agree with you on the New Balance 1-inch Anton shorts. They go great with a 1 water bottle, 1 gel, 6-hour run.
295.
On
long shorts.
Okay.
Cody McKesson.
There we go. We're putting a name on him. Oh,
Cody McKesson.
as he's sprinting
Wow.
out.
Wow. He
Those
did
shorts
that for
give
the
you
cameras.
wings. He's on his way down the Eldon Road.
He's going for Mika's record on that.
Indeed. He's got to do a 1 hour and 21 minutes and drop a couple cameramen along the way.
If he keeps that up.
Joisette. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Thank you, Marcus. The second place woman who overtook Olga King a little while ago, Joisette Casey. If I'm not pronouncing that right, I'm sorry, but she should be finishing any minute in the 125. Some interest in a orange hat guy interview here in the studio.
Let's bring him in.
Let's bring him in. If anybody has contact information for orange hat guy, send it along to Chris Warden. He's the scheduler here in the studio. And we'll try and figure out a way to...
What if we had orange hat guy and orange shorts guy in at the same time?
Ooh.
But what if
Orange-
they show up without anything orange?
Well, that we'd have to require that. But yeah, just let Chris Warden know Orange Hat Guy's contact information. If we could get Orange Hat Guy and Orange Long Shorts Guy in at the same time.
Orange shorts guy is Cody McKesson. Is Orange hat guy at the finish? Yeah.
Sure is.
Do we know anybody down there that can give them our address? Send Mercedes in there real quick. Yeah, hold on.
I know it's smoky out there.
I don't know how to contact Arlen. Do you HAW?
No.
You've interviewed him before.
What if we could bring in Arlen and his darlings?
Oh, Arlen and the Darlings all together?
How do we make that happen?
What if we brought Arlen and the Darlings and
Oh,
the Chisholms?
I'm gonna hit up Annie.
A big group
Hughes.
interview.
Annie.
Orange hat guy with a that it turns out the orange hat is a hookah hat. Yeah. We knew it was orange.
What happens when you actually have games?
So Brian, orange hat guy, is our 20th finisher. Brian Pape from Ohio. We've had 16 men and 4 women into the finish line. We're at just about the 81-hour mark. We also have a handful of finishers in the 125, including the Sedona Canyons 125. We have Michael Greer, who finished first, Eddie Healy, Philip Sebastiani. That's your top 3. Catherine Edwards, first place woman. Fourth place just came in, Jim Strayhorn. and we're awaiting the arrival of Joisette Casey and David Cania, who is evidently quite handsome, according to his wife and a third party.
Oof.
No, it's true. She vouched for it.
So did the third party.
She said, I can confirm that he's handsome. So we're working on an interview list. We've got Arlen and the Darlins on the list. We've got the Chisholms on the list. We've got Orange Hat Guy on the list. We know Kevin Goldberg will be in at some point. We're hoping to get Jeff Browning. Would love to get Mika, Rachel, Manu, and her crew, if possible. It's an art and a science, and usually Chris Warden spends a fair bit of time and energy when he's off the air, trying to track down folks who might be able to come on. Sometimes individually, sometimes in groups. Some of our most fun interviews are when we get a couple different people.
And for those of you just tuning in, you can rewind this to get our interview that we had with race leader, winner, course record holder by 10 hours, Heroldis.
Yeah, that was a fun interview.
Supertis.
Yeah, rewind it and check it out. Yeah, Nick, he did make it into the studio. You'd probably have to scan it back in this stream, maybe.
It was right at the beginning of this.
Right. Okay. Oh, that's right. So it's the beginning. It's the beginning of the day 4 stream 2, which we're on right now. Day 4 stream 2, titled Flagstaff First Woman, and you can see it. It was a whole lot of fun. The aid station, Pipro, real quick. That is the Fort Tuthill aid station, mile 210.6. I would say we're not even at mid-pack range yet. This aid station, just so everybody knows, stays open until 3:30 in the afternoon on Friday. 3:30 in the afternoon tomorrow.
Harry S. just became one of my favorite humans, I think, by the way.
Oh, man. He's right up there with me, too. That was great. We learned he's recently moved to Reno. We learned that his welcoming committee into Flagstaff was none other than Jim Walmsley. We learned about the good-natured exchange that he had with Jeff as he made the pass into the race lead just a few miles from the finish. We learned about his sleep strategy. He actually slept twice during the first night, which flies somewhat in the face of the go as long as you can before you have to sleep strategy.
And his plan was not to sleep the first 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's something to note as well. He just knows that nothing is going to go as planned and just take it as it comes.
And he talked about himself as he just likes to go with the flow, and seems like go with the flow worked for him.
It sure did.
Yeah.
And he was so humble and so amazed. Like, he did not expect to win overall, and he certainly did that.
And he gave us a little insight into the rest of his summer, where he's doing 3 more 200-mile races, volunteering at Green Gate at Western States, and in between that, doing laps back and forth in a truck with furniture between his home in Reno and San Francisco. Yeah, Christy, just go back to the beginning of this stream. Our producer assures us it's right there. Just if you scroll back to the beginning of day 4, stream 2, you will find that interview with Harry. It was so cool. And you can, if you go to my Instagram, you can see a picture of Mercedes and I with a group hug with Harry.
What's your Instagram?
Oh, I'm not telling.
I couldn't find you. The HAW that comes up is a comedy.
It's A. Jones Wilkins, so it's It's at A Jones Wilkins,
The
all one word.
mystery.
And it's a classic old guy Instagram.
Nice.
It just has links to every time I do a podcast episode and pictures of my kids and occasional blurry selfies from my runs. Nancy Hovanes, thank you very much for that donation. If you're so inclined, just tap the $sign in the lower right just next to the chat box and contribute to the kitty here at Mountain Outpost. These things don't come cheap. We do a fair bit of equipment upgrading almost constantly. Cameras, computers, sound equipment, transportation, other gear, mead, milk.
Snacks of all varieties.
Mm-hmm. We'll try and get a tally on the donations, C Brown ATC, but we'll have to have somebody do that who's gotten more sleep than me. I'm not sure if someone has an answer for the Mika's sponsorship. I know she had a John G top on, though.
She is a John G
There
athlete,
you go.
as is Jeff Garmeyer.
Thank you,
And
Mercedes.
Callie Vinson. Something with John G.
John G.
Running those 250s.
I've got a sweet pair of John G shorts.
Oh, I
They're
love
pretty cool.
John G.
Yeah.
Definitely
They were
a favorite.
part of the little goodie bag for our Run Rabbit Run coverage back in
Nice.
September.
Yeah, their athletes were wearing those sun hoodies, which I think come in pretty clutch for this.
Yeah. I've seen a lot of the sun hoodies. But we have 20 finishers in the house for the 250. We have 5 finishers in the house, including first place woman Catherine Edwards for the 125. 38 milers go off tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock in the morning, which was when the 125 started yesterday. It's Thursday of Cocodona week. We stay on the air for about another 43 hours-ish. We'll go until the...
And tomorrow we have the 38-mile race starting.
We'll have the start of the 38. We'll have more footage of finishers. Jan Rice is now following me on Instagram. Sweet. Now that's 6 followers. My family has 5 people in it. What can I say? Ray Clark, I am reminding myself. I just got a text from my wife that says she's home. I was like, wait, I thought you were getting home on Thursday. And needless to say, I got the, the face palm emoji in reply. Favorite emojis in the chat, folks. Let's hear them. Favorite emojis that you send to somebody when they do something really dumb.
Careful what you ask for.
It's a good time for some emoji action in the chat. We'll interrupt if we have to. If either Joisette Casey, who we're thinking will be our next 125 finisher, or any of those folks that are coming screaming down the hill after getting some food up at the top. We've got en route Jose Sosa, who will be finishing this race for the 4th time. Chad Lassiter, Wes Rittner, Adam Williams, all on their way down. We're awaiting the arrival of 5th place woman Stephanie Rosebaugh. Cody McKesson is on his way down. Long orange short. I'm getting orange long shorts guy, OLSG. We're also awaiting Brian Janazek, up there at Pete's Meats, and Carrie Henderson. Okay, we got a lot of steak emojis. We got some milk emojis. We got the clown emojis.
What is that? I've never seen that little melty face.
Yep, little melty face. We got the poop emoji. Everybody loves those. The milk emoji. You gotta put that into your library, Mercedes. We got
it's there. It's already there.
Slim Sadies is what Aid Station Fireball's calling you.
Oh,
Look up, Slim Shady.
busted.
This is when I rap. I did that the other night, by the way.
You can do it again.
All right, we've got, and I'm sure Chris will be putting this up, but we are the guest list for this evening's After Dark. Mercedes, let me give you the honor.
Oh, I'm so excited. So after dark hours, we're going to have fan favorite Kevin Goldberg, #BGE in the studio. And then after that, we're going to have Coach Lisa Pisani with the Running University. And then our next guest, do you want to say it? I should let you say it.
The Tiger King himself,
He
Jeff
will be
Garmeyer.
here.
Jeff Garmeyer. So Chris Warden, who does an incredible job in the Cocodona After Dark, lining up guests, figuring out ways to fill your live stream with fun stuff when the drones have gone to bed. Has a great lineup for tonight, and you don't want to miss it. Chris, who was up all night last night, then had a full day of work, is coming on. Usually comes on around 8 or 9 o'clock. So that's a great list, Chris. Thank you for sharing that with us.
So good. I'll be tuning in
Indeed.
from the living room.
Yeah, I think I'll jump in halfway through that. If Jeff comes last, I think I'd like to probably jump in for that one. I think my shift starts at 10 tonight, which, given my current level of fitness, will just allow me to get up Eldon and back down.
That's a solid level. That's not easy.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to drive to the trailhead that's like a mile and a half below it. I mean, come on.
You didn't have to tell anyone that part.
Couple more emojis. Of course, the face palm that we just talked about. Some sort of one with painted nails and something or other. Noah, I know you've asked me a couple times about the Western States course description from 2013. I have conversed with my editors at iRunFar, and we are going to do that. And I'll be releasing it during the month leading into Western States. So be patient. It'll be there. And you can slip your donations to iRunFar into the kitty when that happens. The 2 wine glasses and a bee and a honey pot from drinking Horn Meadery.
Oh, I get it.
I get it.
Clever.
The tiger. Go get those meats, AJW. I am certainly going to do that. If I ever get relieved here. I'm kidding. I'm going to get relieved.
Who's coming next?
Oh, it's going to be all women for a little while.
Will I be alone?
No, we're not.
You won't leave me alone
We know
again?
better than to leave you alone. I mean, I think they made a movie about that. No, we're not going to leave you alone. But the team coming on after to give you a little update on that. Mercedes, I promise I'll stay here until relief comes.
Pinky promise.
But pinky promise. But since now we've concluded it is Thursday, Shelby Farrell is going to come in at 3 o'clock, so a little bit more than half an hour, and then Eric Senseman is going to be in here for a little while. The newly retired Eric Senseman will transition with you. You're gonna get off duty at 6.
Doesn't he know how retirement works?
Yeah. Right. And then Shelby hands it over to Chris at 8 for those guests that we talked about. I will fill in for Senseman starting at 9, and then Chris and I will take it through the night. That's our lineup. This is, as we've seen a couple of times now, the Walnut Canyon aid station, last crew access aid station of both races, mile 227 for the 125. mercifully, we're getting a signal from our producer that it's time for an ad break. This is a good time for one as it's a little bit quiet coming down through the streets of Flagstaff, and Mercedes and I will be back.
Soda! All the energy of soda. Not the fizz.
Awesome. Getting warm, but I was expecting hotter, of course.
I was hoping those guys in front of us are going really too fast. Yeah, you shouldn't be racing yet. Cool, dude. Like, I thought it would be a lot hotter.
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, we were just talking about his splits, him and Verstein's splits from last year. Like now we're ahead of those. No racing on the first day. We're just cruising. That's perfect. It's a little easier than on the training day. Yeah, only 2:17 to go, so it's been lovely. Couldn't ask for more.
How's this year compared to previous?
It's much better for me. I haven't had a good year out here yet. So compared to year one and then last year, it's feeling much better. Fingers crossed for this year. But yeah, it has not been too hot, which is nice. Seems cooler than last year. I don't know if that's accurate, but it feels that way.
Good job for racing. Enjoy the ride.
Survived the heat. Stomach's held up. Feel really strong. Felt like I took it super conservative on that section, and I still am ahead of even optimistic splits. So really set up for a good, back half of the race. The back half being 220 miles. That section's brutal, and it's killed me the 2 other years that I've done that section. So best time so far. Now we're back in the pine trees, just like my home in Montana. This is easy now. Like Mingus, what is that? Hop, skip, and a jump, no big deal. Eldon, could hit the top of the baseball, no big deal. That's the hardest part by far, and it's over.
Oh, that was the good part. It's the down part. Trying to save the quads, I'm excited about this race. Just trying to prevent myself from going too fast. Last year, got dehydrated. This section almost quit. Laid in the car for 6 hours. Started up again, so feeling good this time.
Feeling real good. And staying on top of electrolytes and water, calories, and the cooler temperatures certainly help. Yeah.
Best day of my life. I'm alive and enjoying this epic adventure. Yeah, I'm a teacher in Sedona.
Anything to say to your students?
Do hard things. Get out of your comfort zone and go out and explore. You're capable of doing so much more than you realize.
Feeling much better now that we're out of that hellhole. I just got a little warm. Long climbs. Feeling much better now.
Running for like 4 days. I guess. Actually not sure I can finish this. Only one way to find out. It's definitely gonna be, I think, pretty hard. That was pretty hard.
Yeah, good climb. Hopefully get a little bit of food and some drinks in, and then keep moving.
It's right there.
All right.
On the screen.
All right. Enjoy. Thanks.
How's this compared to last year?
Oh, it's going by way better. Not perfect, but better. On, nice and cool today. Not hot at all.
So my pacer is going to bring me some True Fruit, which if you haven't had it, it's like yogurt and chocolate covered frozen fruit.
Nice.
It's amazing.
You have a good pacer.
Yes.
A little bit warmer than the East Coast. I'm gonna take it easy. Not as hot as last year, which is good.
That's for real.
Yes!
Right?
Yeah, a little bit up, rolling, and then down. This is what, 4, right? Year 4. Yeah, we've been up here since day 1. We are up at Lane Mountain, mile what, 36 this is, right? 32. We're up at Lane Mountain 8 Station and just helping these runners get to that finish line, man. It's amazing to be out here and support these incredible athletes. So we've got, let's see, we've got the whole crew here. We have, I'm Zoila with Latinos Run Phoenix. We've got Karen. We've got Trish out here. We've got Erica out here. So this is our crew. And we've got some more coming in.
Did you have a good morning?
Yes.
A good climb?
Yeah, so much better than last year.
And then you guys get some Smarties.
Oh my gosh, this isn't how it's supposed to work. We're supposed to give you stuff.
Hold the notes so I can see it.
Good
Thanks for being out here, everybody. Yes! I agree. What do you need?
Quadruple Ironman. That's impressive. Almost all downhill.
That's what I like to hear. Sure, counting will be a party. Any day running is a great day. Amazing race. Beautiful course. Feels good to get here.
Look at the growth of ultra running the past few years. In fact, now they have 200-mile races, 240-mile races, 250-mile races. They're growing exponentially. I've been involved in all of this along the way, and everything has been the same. Athletes, truly inspired by athletes, want to go farther and faster in the mountains. What an incredible journey this has been. The joy that people experience when they're in the mountains. The personal growth that is obtained through going faster and farther in the mountains. The journey that an athlete has to go through, going from the ups and downs and the highs and the lows, and how the products that they carry and the systems that they put in place, the training that they put in place in order to accomplish what 35 years ago I thought was not possible. But now it is possible. And it is possible because all the great innovation that is going on in this world, in all the areas of the industries, and now they are obtaining things that are incredible. With Ultraspire, we are truly inspired by athletes. And as I reflect back on my years, going from there to now, I am so happy to be a part of this journey.
This is your machine. It is strong and fast, tough beyond measure, brave beyond belief. It will take you high in the mountains, deep into the woods, over rivers and deserts, and further within yourself than you have ever dared to go. But it is only as good as the fuel you put into it. Feed it real food. Feed it real power. Feed it spring. Soda! All the energy of soda. Never fizz.
All right, everybody, Mercedes and I are back. How's it going? Mercedes has got another thing of Flota ready to go. What do y'all think of those Flota commercials? They're fantastic. Mercedes, I've just got a few more minutes here. Everybody, you'll be happy to know that after 11 hours here on the microphone, you are going to be relieved of the sound of my voice for at least a couple of hours before we jump into After Dark with Chris Warden. But until I go off, let's start with a little summary. We have 20 runners in, right?
20 runners, yes. They'll be trickling in more real soon here.
Yep, 16 runners, 16 men and 4 women. And one of the most remarkable sort of little stats we've seen just in the last few minutes is the comparison that Aid Station Garbage Can gave us of the rundown Eldon, where Aid Station Fireball. I was confusing my memes there. That was good. I'm thinking of all the other ones: Western States Sweatpants and Blow Up Arch and Jeff Rose Adrenal Gland and. Oh, I'm wandering here. I'm wandering.
Shout
it's time
out
for
to
bed.
Dollar Store Anton.
Dollar Store Anton. Oh, good. We've got some footage so I can stop rambling.
Were you going to give us a fact there, a stat?
I was. It turned out that Mika ran down from this aid station in 1 hour and 21 minutes. And race winner Harry ran down in 1 hour and 24 minutes. So Mika had the fastest split from the top to the bottom by 3 minutes. Just incredible. What was that bib number? Was
Brian Janezik, 145.
Okay, Brian Janezik, 145. Did we miss Stephanie Rosebaugh?
I think we did.
May have missed Stephanie Rosebaugh.
A minute ago, she updated at mile 240.9. Let's see, Mount Eldon is at 240.8. She might have ran through.
No, I'm showing her 3 minutes ago at the climb on Eldon. So I don't think we missed her.
All right.
Should have Dave Kenya here soon.
The suspense. I don't know. It says her tracker updated a minute ago.
All right. We're not totally clear, but we don't think we've seen her through yet. But we do have quite a few runners on the way down the mountain.
I mean, there's a chance she snuck by and skipped Pete's meets.
Eldon's at 242.
Eldon's at 242.
Oh, not according to this
okay.
one.
Our aid station has our list has 240, but I'll take your word for it.
We need a fact checker. A second fact checker.
Yeah.
On the tracker, Eldon is at 242, and I have Stephanie at. Being weird.
That's all right. We'll take your word for it. We're assuming Stephanie's not quite there yet.
We like a little mystery.
Yeah. Looking at the aid station personnel up there, it's I mean, all in puffies and long sleeves and
They have not seen Stephanie yet.
Oh,
Okay,
look how
good. There's-
excited he is about his meets.
yeah. Great stuff. So again, as we were, Brian Pape, Orange Hat guy, is the most recent finisher. En route down the mountain are, for those of you who are looking for friends and loved ones coming on down, Jose Sosa, who's going for his 4th finish, Chad Lassiter, Wes Rittner, Adam Williams, Cody McKesson, and Brian Janezik, who's in the aid station right there with the red pack, are all expected down here in Flagstaff in the next couple of hours. Stephanie Roseball we expect soon, and Carrie Henderson probably on the way as well.
And right on Carrie's tail, it looks like Eliza Lapier.
Yes, Eliza.
Another fan favorite back there, Elsa Jaworski, about mile 234. And then behind her, Ashley Paulson, 227.
There's an Andrew Glaze sighting. I know folks have been interested in how Andrew's doing, or Andy's doing. That is at Fort Tuthill aid station, a mile 210.
Bailey, Addie, Ty, and Wes. I miss you guys so much. We got 38 miles to go.
Maybe.
Hustle back to see you guys.
Awesome. Very cool. Thank you.
Yes, we can. Oh.
This is
Stephen Wrigley. Stephen Wrigley. All right.
Yeah.
Hi,
Yep.
Stephen.
And this is Andy. Say hi. You're actually, they can hear you.
Hi, Andy.
Andy,
This is Andy's 4th
how's your race going?
Cocodona.
Almost 1,000 miles.
He's asking how your race is going.
It's going well. I'm 12 hours ahead of all my previous times.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome.
Sweet. Does he know registration's open for next year?
Oh, they want to know if you know if registration is already open for next year.
I didn't know that, but I bet you I'm already in.
You did it last night while you were hallucinating?
I
Or?
know a guy. I bet you I'm already in.
Fantastic. Can you guys check on that and see if Andy Glaze is already checked in for next year? Steven, do you think you'll be back next year?
Next year, I mean, I'm going to consult with the boss.
Okay, all right.
I've never been gone for my kids this long.
Okay.
So this is hard.
Okay.
They should come.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've gone to Moab 240 with me 2 times. They're amazing. But school week, lots of things going on. So, yeah.
You hardly look like you've ran 210 miles. Like,
a fact.
yeah, you look fantastic. You look pretty good. Like,
I feel good.
You feel good?
I feel good. There's been some hard ones, but I feel good.
Awesome. Very good.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Glaze.
That is Glaze?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
All right. Great to hear from the crew out there at Fort Tuthill. Again, one more person asked about the interview that Mercedes and I did with Harry, our winner, Harry Sabertis. His interview is right at the beginning of this stream. The stream that we're on is the day 4 stream 2. Day 4 stream 2. We change streams about every 8.5 hours, and he came on right at the beginning of this stream. So if you just rewind this stream all the way back to the beginning, you'll see our interview with Mercedes, which was with Mercedes and Harry, which was just a lot of fun. We interviewed Arlen? Nope, not yet.
Fingers crossed.
We are really working hard in scheduling interviews for the next 3 days, though, and we value your suggestions. We've got a calendar for this evening. Kevin Goldberg, Lisa Pizzoni, and Jeff Garmeyer are all coming on, and also Matt Feldick has let us know that Jeff Browning is going to swing by the studio at some point this afternoon. We're not exactly sure when, but when Jeff comes by, we'll sit down and chat with him as well. Here's 424 in the 125 race. So this is David Kania, whose wife was looking for him a little while ago. Here he is.
She said he's very handsome.
Yep.
As did a third party.
Yep. As did the an interested third party. Let's just leave it at that. Garmeyer will be on at around 10 o'clock. We try and do these for about an hour, but Kevin Goldberg at 8, Lisa Pizzoni at 9, Garmeyer at 10 or thereabouts.
Tigers are nocturnal, so
Yep.
you have to wait till 10 p.m. to see him.
Yeah, Mike B being helpful. Scroll back to minus 122.58. Oh, we almost forgot. Yes, OHG and OLSG, the orange hat guy and orange long shorts guy.
You nailed those acronyms.
Yeah, we'll try and see how they roll. And also, as I have reached out to Manu to see if we might be able to get her on second place women's finisher. And while they haven't even finished yet, we would love to have the Chisholm family on. Brody has finished. Ben is still on the way, and Mom Jenny. We'd be eager to find out if anybody in the chat or listening at all has contact information for the family, perhaps a crew member. And we'd like to reach out to a Chisholm family crew member and see if they'd be interested in coming on up here and chatting with us. Additionally, Arlen, as we know, is famously not on social media. So if you know a way to reach Arlen, looks like we have a contact in here. So we're going to try and get Arlen and possibly his members of his family as well on, which would be great. So we are looking live at David Kania. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Who's coming into his 125-mile finish. We've had 4 men and 1 woman finish the 125 so far, so he would round out the men's top 5. Question about Versteeg will be on. You never know what Versteeg will do, but I promise you, if he shows up here at the studio, he'll find his way in front of the camera.
Maybe we can leave some Flota crumbs.
Yeah.
Oop. I did not just break the table. Yeah.
Table's broken. See, this is why we're not leaving you alone.
We're not getting the Airbnb deposit back.
The interview times are all Arizona time, which is Pacific Daylight or Mountain Standard, depending on your point of view. Or we just like to call it Arizona time. Yep. If you have not oh, thank you. Jamil's just reached out to Arlen Strava on my behalf. Appreciate that. If you've not been around for Cocodona After Dark before, please, it's well worth your time. It's only 5 or 6 hours long. It's only from about 9 o'clock Arizona time to 3 a.m. So it's not a big time commitment, and it's much better than sleeping. So come join us. Come join us. We'll have guests tonight, probably so a little bit more rapid fire guests tomorrow. Also during the day tomorrow, we'll probably bring some guests in as they are willing and able to come on in. David Kania dodging that car.
No pacer. He's just cruising it in.
Vivian Kania, yep, this is your boy. A few comments on his looks, on his posture. He's pulling his shirt down to cover up his Honey, Vivian, do these shorts make my butt look big? He's looking okay. He's on a downhill stretch here. Nope, you do not need to consume drinks to enter the chat at Aravaipa After Dark. It's a entirely inclusive chat.
Can you
This
buy
doesn't mean we'll
Flota?
pay attention to what you say.
Is Flota available to the general public?
Is Flota something that you can buy, or do you just have to know a guy? Mercedes wants to know. Mercedes is now trying to figure out a way to load a case of it into her car to bring back home.
Busted.
Again, this is our 5th place male finisher in the 225, David Kania. All joking aside, he's running really well through the streets of Flagstaff. Stopping here at the traffic light.
Being
Gonna
a
hit the
good
button.
pedestrian.
Yep, hitting the button.
I'm trying to fix this audio, but it's being weird.
Okay.
Look at that smile.
I don't know what's going on with it.
Again, also still waiting for Stephanie, the next woman up at Eldon.
And
But here's Beaver Street Liquors, major landmark along the course. No runners have stopped in there yet, but there's still time.
And then we have 21st is going to be a race. We have Wes Rittner and Cody McKesson, also known as Orange Long Shorts guy. There we go.
Remember, those acronyms, they always start with vowels.
They are within a minute of each other. Maybe 3, maybe 2. Runner math. Oh, and Chad Lasater is right there with them. Maybe we'll get our sprint finish yet.
Yes, indeed. So yeah, Chad Lassiter. Wow, this is fun. Trevor kind of called this that we'd be having a little group coming into the streets of Flagstaff. So again, this is our 5th place David Kania 125 runner. Next in the 250, Jose Sosa, Chad Lassiter, Wes Rittner, Adam Williams, Cody McKesson, Orange Long Shorts guy, Brian Janezik, all out of the aid station and on their way down. Still waiting for Stephanie Rosebaugh up the hill, as well as Carrie Henderson.
This may be Stephanie working on that.
And we're back on top of Eldon.
This might be Stephanie.
Might be Stephanie.
We've lost our Bluebird Day.
Mm-hmm.
Makes me want s'mores. I don't think that's going to happen, though.
The smoke makes you want s'mores? Or the
I don't know. A little bit of both. Gina, we're hoping to get Arlen in studio. How great would it be to interview Arlen and his darlings? Corion is a lot of work. I'm curious what their thoughts are.
Yeah.
Mammoth Sauna Company in the chat. How do we get a sauna? Can we get sponsored by a sauna? Let us know. I mean, as far as prescribed fire smoke goes, it's short-lived and it's better than a mega fire. So I won't complain too much.
David Kania coming in.
Shooting for 5th place in the 125.
Indeed.
Side note, we have 70 entrants for next year's Cocodona 250 already.
Oh, wow.
Spots actually might be filling up. So if you are thinking about it, considering it, hit up this early registration and get your spot while you can.
Yes, indeed. And it's a little discount code, I think, if you do it while the race is going on. And if you put a little comment in there that you like the live stream in the chat, we'll
did you see that?
Say hi. We'll say hi to you afterwards.
We have some exciting
looks
guests
like
who
we've got
just
another
walked in.
We've got another guest on the way.
Guesses in the chat who it is.
All right. David Kania is finishing strides in the 125, and a pack, or as much of a pack as you can have in a 250-mile race, coming down the hill from Mount Eldon. Looking very good.
Approaching that final turn.
And right past the parking garage, making the right, and here we go. David Kania, 5th place in the Sedona Canyons, Sedona Canyons 125. A
Woo.
Fantastic finish for David. All right.
Good work. Looking fresh for 125 miles. Back up on top of Eldon.
Up on top.
Working on getting who that is.
David Kania is through.
Actually, looks like it is probably Carrie Henderson.
We're thinking it's Carrie Henderson, but we don't have
Just updated, yep.
confirmation on that. But this is the very top bit, where then it rolls a little bit out, and
that snow's melting. They're making a good pace down that hill. Probably looking forward to that finish.
all right, we're still trying to get confirmation, but a beautiful drone shot. Again, what clarity in this camera work. It's super cool.
Thanks to all our drone flyers out there. What's the official
Drone
term?
pilots. Drone pilots,
Okay,
yep.
they're pilots. Looks like they're trying to plant some trees out there. Not the runners.
All right, everybody. We are excited to welcome in our next guest to the studio, Bronco Billy, Jeff Browning. Jeff, how you doing?
I'm good. I'm tired.
Thanks for coming up.
Yeah.
After that wonderful race, you're tired.
I'm a little tired.
It's well deserved.
Let's talk a little bit about the race and how it started and how it ended.
A little bittersweet.
You know, I know you traversed the infamous first 37 miles several times in training, including the organized training run where I saw you. Given that, you know, we were blessed with a little bit less than crazy temperatures, if you talk through, say, the start to there and there to Mingus, let's say, how did your race plan play out in those first two sections?
Pretty much according to plan. I mean, I just wanted to get through those like in one piece, take a nap at Fane. That was in the plan. You know, it ended up with, you know, String Bean kind of having the lead and then coming back on a navigation error. And it's just, these races are crazy because sometimes it's just like, whoop, oh, there it is. You know, and just like, you know, Harry got to be like, oh, there it is right at the end. But that was just kind of smooth and according to plan. We were just trying to be efficient, quick. You know, my crew has been crewing me for a long, long time.
Yeah, I know that.
I got a dream team.
I know George. George was texting me.
Yeah, he's the A team. He's
Yeah.
been my chief, you know, crew chief for like 12, 13, 14 years.
Yeah.
More like that.
You mentioned the Joe's navigational error. That was of a race filled with surprises. That was the first one that we dealt with here in the studio, and so I'd love to hear about how it transpired for you, because of course we haven't talked to Joe, but what we understand is that he got turned around on the course. Yeah, not necessarily missed a turn.
It's the Granite Dells, and there's just white dots, and if you miss, there's tons of intersections and tons of little like tiny lollipops that come back around, and all they did was probably take a wrong turn on a lollipop, and then you're back on the course with flags. So, and you're at night, so it's like you have no reference point, right? And so, when they came to us, I saw, at first I was like, maybe that's media, and then under headlamps, and then I was like, wait, that's Joe's jersey. I go, you guys are going the wrong way. And they turned around and they led for a second, then we started leading, and they followed us. And they started telling what happened. The pacer was kind of navigating, Joe was looking at his watch, and all of a sudden his watch was going, you're going, you know, kind of beeping at him saying you're going the wrong way on the course. But they kept going. At least that's what he told me in the moment. So that's a loose quote. But anyway, they got with us, and then we kind of gapped them through the Dells, because I scouted that, and I kind of knew the general way through it. So, and I'm pretty good at night. I got good lights, so I kind of like, after that we were past them, so we just kind of just kept moving along. I'm sure if it was me, I would have been in a little head funk. So they kind of dropped off the back a little bit, and then I didn't see him again. I mean, we could see their lights way down the pathway on the way to Fane, and then he was sleeping at Fane. I slept too.
And you ended up taking your sleep at Fane.
Yeah, I slept 30 minutes at Fane in the back of my truck.
And that was a planned sleep.
That was a planned sleep.
Yeah. But got out of there before he did.
Yeah, and we got out quietly.
I want to hear about that. So I talked a little bit about that, and I was like, I know Browning pretty well, and he's one of those turn the lights off.
There was no yelling. It was all whispering. Okay, go on, you go out that way right there.
There you have it, folks. As we suspected, it was a little clandestine stealth escape job from Fane.
Yeah, it helped going up Mingus being fresh.
Mm-hmm.
You know, with a nap under my belt.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was so fun watching the chat and the YouTube blow up when people are like, what happened overnight? Everyone's coming back trying to see you just snuck away. And then you just took off with the lead for days.
160 miles.
Not bad.
A long time to lead a race.
Yeah, you've won a fair number of races, but you know, you've also won a fair number of races, as we were just chatting about in the kitchen, kind of in what has become sort of almost being known as Browninging somebody when you come up behind them, you know, in the second half of a race.
I like to call it Broncoed.
Okay, we'll go with Broncoed. You get to pick what it's called. Whatever it is, you roll over their ass and they're like, what hit me? But here you are with 160 miles to go, and you're in the lead, and you've kind of got to accept that.
Yeah.
And even down to, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but even down to Walnut Canyon, when I heard, I was getting reports from George, and George was like, oh yeah, Bronco looked great. He was doing fine. He was a little worn out, but everyone would be. And then he said, but we're going to stay here until Harry gets here. And I was like, okay, was that something you were like, hey guys, stay here?
No, that's just George. That's a good crew chief right there.
Yeah.
He just wanted to know exactly how far back, and he wanted to see him.
Yeah.
And see how he's doing. And he was cramping. He'd been complaining about cramping. I was hoping that he was hurting as much as I was. Like my lung thing, his cramps, I was hoping they'd just cancel each other out and I would just keep the lead. But Eldon did me in, like just pushing up Eldon and having a really low O2 sat level and restricted breathing. I could only breathe in through my nose and out through my mouth. I could not get any airflow because after I got the medics checked me out, I had an inflamed kind of esophagus. So like my airflow was restricted from the mouth. So I could only get oxygen through the nose, and I just couldn't get it fast enough at high altitude. And it just was pushing my O2 sat level lower and lower.
But it was not going to the base of Eldon, you were fine. It was just that.
But I was already starting to have just like, I'd been having it the whole time where I'd have to take a walk break every once in a while and just like, over and over, in through the nose, out through the mouth, in through the nose, out through the mouth, and get my oxygen in and then get running again.
Yeah.
So it was definitely challenging. And
Even to Walnut Canyon.
All the way from Fort Tuthill, I was already wheezing.
Okay.
So the last 50 miles, I had a wheeze, and it was getting progressively worse. And whenever I stopped, it would kind of. So my airway would be kind of somewhat open. It felt like after I ran for a while, but if I sat in aid station even 5 minutes, and as soon as I left, I would be like, it would jack back up, and I'd have to take all these walk breaks leaving because I just couldn't get air. I was like, it felt like it was restricting again.
Did you have a pulse oximeter, or were you just knew
afterwards? In the med tent,
you didn't check with any med.
So I don't know how low it was before I went up Eldon, but Eldon tanked it.
Yeah, you could tell even without a thing.
I mean, it was 83 after sitting for 20 minutes at the finish line.
Yeah.
So it's probably high 70s is my guess going over Eldon.
Oh my!
Because I was lightheaded when I took off running. Yeah. I felt like I was a little drunk, running off of. It was like, whoa.
Once you were doing the downhill.
Yeah, when I took off on that, because normally my legs were there.
Yeah.
But my oxygen wasn't there. And so, I took off in my normal style and was like, I'm going. I'm just going to bring it on this. This is the last downhill.
Yeah.
And then it was just be like, I got to the bottom after that push and went up that hill, and I immediately was like.
So we got to talk about this because we had Harry in here a little while ago.
Oh yeah, we talked.
And he saw you, because if you don't know, folks, that you have this mostly downhill, but you then enter Buffalo Park. You're technically in Buffalo Park, but you have that one little grinder.
Yeah, you're in National Forest. You're in National Forest, right behind the park border.
Yeah,
it's just a little slow climb. It's maybe a quarter. It's probably 200 yards.
Yeah, it's just yards. A little. But the way Harry describes it is you were inside of him. He saw you turn back, and you sat on a rock.
I sat on I sat on this log. I will never forget this log for the rest of my life. I was happened to be right there. It was like seat height, and I was like, well, now. And he was running, and I couldn't run anymore. I was walking. My breath was so bad. I'd have to even stop and put my hands on my knees and just get nose breaths in just to get my oxygen. And so I finally looked around, and he comes rolling up, and I just go, I kind of sounded like a godfather.
You're like an emphysema or something.
Hey, Harry. You get the win, man. And he was like, what happened? And then I told him, he could hear it in my voice. He's like, we talked today, and he's like, you sound so much better today. But I was like, it sounded like I sounded horrible.
Yeah.
And I was like whispering, and he gave me a long hug, and what really cool, because he was just really humble about it, and he's like, man, you deserve this win, dude. And I was like, as soon as he left, and he just said that, got up, he took off with his pacer. I stood up, called my wife, and said, I'm walking. Arlen's up on top. He's not catching me. I can walk the last 2 miles, and I can't run anymore. So they kind of walked backwards to meet me.
Yeah.
My crew and my
That's
wife
awesome.
and everybody.
And so Zach Marion said you had a very specific time you were trying to hit. Do you realize you hit that number that you gave him exactly? It was like 60.
Oh no,
19?
I had told him 62-19.
Oh, okay.
I said sunset.
He wrote the wrong number down.
Yeah. But I was okay. I had 62-19 to all my crew and everybody. Actually, to everyone I told in public. But I had a 61-30 as my own goal. But inside my head, I didn't tell anyone, was sub 60. If it became a race, I thought you would have to be a race to get pushed to that time, and it ended up being that. I mean, all you need. I had String Bean pushing me in the middle, and I had Harry pushing me in the last, third, and that's what pushed us to go. I walked in for 60-19. It's so close. I can almost taste it.
So close. Does that mean you're coming back?
I told him at the finish line, no. But I woke up at 3:30 after the jumpy legs and eating a snack and raiding the refrigerator. My son thought I was a zombie.
Yeah.
Standing at the refrigerator at 3:00 in the morning. But I started thinking about, I could do this different and that different. But it also was a cool day on day one and day two. Like, it felt hot. Even by racing that, it's normally hotter than that.
Yeah.
Which I think is an hour slower in each section, probably in the heat, right? Through Sedona, like Cottonwood, Sedona area, for the front of the pack at least, where we are in that first day.
Yeah.
Would be a lot hotter. And I just don't think you can run it. We were blessed with a kind of a cool day.
Yeah.
So
I know you've done another 200 plus race in Moab. But one of the things that folks like us we're talking about a lot going into Cocodona this year, and I think it's proven to be true, is that in many ways this Cocodona 2024 is the first kind of legitimately competitive 200 plus mile race, at least in North America. I can't
there's
really,
Tour.
I can't speak to tour in those races, but whereas we're sitting around talking about it like we talk about the big hundreds.
Yeah.
And this is the first time doing that. And you've been on the big 100 stage a long time. And one of the things I think we both know from those big hundreds, when you're running with that kind of pressure for what amounts to 14, 15, 16, in the case of Hard Rock, 20 plus hours, it not only wears you down physically, which it obviously does, but it really wears you down mentally. I mean, I remember talking to several of the old time veterans, and they're like, don't underestimate the fact that there's mental fatigue that goes into success in hundreds.
I didn't ask for the lead, dude.
Right. And this is what I'm saying. It's twice, 3 times as long.
It was a long time to be up there.
Where that added mental stress kind of has an accumulative effect on you.
Yeah.
As someone who's broncoed over 20 people, rolled over them.
I didn't want to get broncoed.
You didn't want to get broncoed.
Totally got harried.
So was the mental strain?
It wasn't that bad. I mean, I've led 100-mile races from the start, multiple times. So I'm used to the pressure of that. I'm okay with that. I mean, I can manage it. I just, to have like something physical kind of come up that like you can't do anything about, it's like out of your hands. And I was sick like 3 weeks out and had a little chest cold, and I still was kind of hacking stuff up on runs like maybe a little over a week out. So I'm sure it was that and the dust maybe on Senator Highway coming out of Crown King to Prescott. I mean, it was prime time, middle of the afternoon.
All the ATVs.
I mean, they don't slow down, man. The motorcycles, they were like, whoa, and you're just like, whoa. It's like super fine. And so I think that's probably, I'm sure that contributed, but it is what it is. I mean, I got inflamed and I don't know why. I took a Benadryl, like the medics gave me Benadryl because I was so inflamed in my esophagus. So, and that chilled it out. I sound a lot better today. I still have a hack, but things are a lot better.
And that's got to be spooky, like climbing up to 9,000 feet, you're not getting enough oxygen.
Oh, yeah.
The more heavily you're breathing, like the less oxygen you're getting. And
he
at
was
that
only
point,
a half mile behind me going to Eldon. Oh my gosh. I was going I would like to have a really good recording of my breath because it was ragged. It sounded horrible.
This guy's a 2-pack a day or all of a
Exactly.
sudden.
we have Zach Marion in the chat saying that you ghosted Harry in the middle of the night like a college Tinder date. Am I going to get our mics turned off again?
Zach, I don't even know what that means.
Kids these days, man, they need to talk 50 plus guy language.
Exactly.
Well, Jeff, I mean, is this something you feel after checking in with the medics and all of that this is something that it just happened? You don't need to like run down to the emergency room or anything like that.
No, everything's super improving quickly.
Everything seems to be just sort of circumstantial combined with
I'm sure that cold, it was a gnarly cold because I got it bad during the middle of a training block. And my whole family got sick.
Yeah.
And then I got it because I was in the middle of, huge week, multiple weeks in a row.
Yeah.
So, and I kind of did the stupid thing as a coach and trained through it. Like I wouldn't coach.
You wouldn't coach people to do that.
And that was a good reminder after the race, like to myself, like, yeah, buddy, you paid for that, Piper for that. You probably would got over the cold a lot faster.
Let's pause for a moment, and we've got our eyes on orange long shorts guy, OLSG, Cody McKesson, who looks like he'll likely be the next runner into Heritage Square. And guess what, Mercedes? Look at him. He's moving like Mika Thews.
Oh, no. I don't think anyone's going to be as fast as she was on that last bit.
Well, he's like, wait, what do I do?
Oh, no. Don't fall into traffic.
One of the great things about the Cocodona 250 and Sedona Canyons 125 finish is you come into Flagstaff and you deal with good old-fashioned traffic, mountain town traffic, which we know is pretty much rush hour all the time.
And he's got some guys hot on his tail.
He does.
Where's our sprint finish?
He does. We know in range with him coming out of the Pete's Meats aid station were Jose Sosa, Chad Lassiter, Wes Rittner, Adam Williams.
Jeff, did you have some of Pete's Meats on top of Eldon?
No, they didn't have it on even.
It wasn't ready yet.
I beat a lot of aid stations. They were scrambling.
Oh, shoot.
They weren't expecting us to be that fast.
Pete's going to have to bring you down some of his smoked meats. So it looks like Orange Long Shorts guy pulled ahead about 0.6 miles. So there might not be anyone hot on his tail anymore.
And here's his turn right here. Boom. He made quick work.
Final stretch.
Cody McKesson, affectionately named Orange Long Shorts guy.
OLSG.
Related to Orange Hat guy.
But
and probably going to come on here at some point in the after hours and have a chat with us. So Jeff, back to you. You don't feel as though you need any sort of additional medical support or anything. Just take a chill for a few days like you usually do.
I mean, I'm going to keep tracking my pulse ox.
Yeah.
After oxygen, it went right back up, like in the 90s. So the medics weren't super concerned about it. And I'm not either. Like, I'll watch it. And if it happened to linger for a couple, a few more days, I might go get it checked out.
Okay.
But it seems to be like quickly clearing up. So hopefully it'll be gone in another day or two.
One more on the hunt here. As we kind of expected we'd be getting a bunch here. We can ID this runner. Can't quite get the bib number.
He's the Ultra Yogi, Adam Williams.
Adam Williams.
He's a Speedland guy.
Oh, that's right, the Speedland guy. Okay. Jeff, we got to. I know we just have a little bit of time left, but we got to do the geeky stuff. Shoes? What'd you go with?
I ran in the Ultra Mont Blanc Carbon and the new Mont Blanc Wild, Experience Wild.
Okay.
It's the new 4 mil drop trail shoe, and I love that shoe. I haven't run a 4 mil drop for a long time.
Yeah.
But the rocker's really good, and it was so comfy. I ended up running in that shoe more than I thought. I had 2 pairs broken in, and I actually ran the last of the race in that shoe.
And you started with the Mont Blanc Carbon. When did you switch out of the Carbon? About halfway?
About 70 at Whiskey Row, and then I switched back to them after the creek crossing at Dead Horse.
Oak Creek Crossing.
And then I had 2 pairs, and that's when I picked it up. I picked it up again. And then ran it all the way.
And then, so from there, you picked up the Wilds and took the Wilds in.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think I changed one more time, so I had 2 pairs.
Yeah, I had a chance to try those on a couple weeks ago. They're sweet.
Yeah, they felt good.
They
felt really good. I kept going, ooh, these feel good when I leave the aid station after I change. Yeah. They're just really cushy.
Nice.
And light upper, so I really liked them.
Pack?
Ultraspire Big Bronco Race Vest.
Is this available to the public for all these people that are signing up for next year?
The colorway that I wore, it will be available in the fall. It's the new desert colorway. But the black one is available now.
And poles. I know you were carrying poles. If you go through the 250 miles, how many miles did you use them for?
I used them on the first 37. Then I used them from Walnut Canyon in. I didn't use them any other places. I had a little shoulder, like my trap was a little fired up. So I think it was from pulling pretty hard in the first section. And I think I just skipped them for Mingus just to give my shoulder a break.
Yeah.
Because I knew I'd use them for Eldon.
Got it. And last one for me, and then maybe Mercedes will wrap us up. But nutrition, your nutrition plan is always on point. Was it your usual nutrition plan, or were there some surprises?
No, it was pretty usual plan. You know, mashed potatoes, raw, some raw milk and eggs, scrambled eggs, and then a lot of Tailwind and some gels.
Yep. Well, George told me you were hitting the eggs pretty hard and able to get them down without much trouble.
Yeah. They were good. And I mainly do like more lighter stuff during the day, like fruit and stuff like that in the heat.
Yeah.
You know, like watermelon and stuff like that. But,
sweet. And feet are okay?
Nah, I'm a little beat up. I'm swollen. I went downtown and stood for a while to watch McKnight finish, and I am so swollen now from standing. I need to go get my feet kicked up.
All right. Mercedes, any last questions?
Biggest question. Everyone was really interested about the milk. We had some milk floats in celebration of all the milk that was drank on course. How did it do? How did it sit?
It was awesome. I never didn't like it.
Right.
And I chugged it right after the race too. So I never got
fan.
sick. And I got up in the middle of the night and had 3 glasses when my son saw me as a zombie.
Right.
He said I didn't look good.
It's got to help with the recovery.
Yeah,
I'm
totally.
a milk fan. I'm on board.
Well,
it's nature's recovery drink.
Zach Marion was getting a kick out of giving you the new nickname, Jeff Cowning.
I didn't hear that one.
But hey, congratulations, man! Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thanks
for
having me.
Great to see you as usual, and I'm sure we'll see you again before too long.
Yeah,
Jeff Browning, everybody,
Giddy up.
On the live stream. We've got our next 250 finisher just making the right-hand turn.
Adam Williams.
And as Adam rolls to the finish, I am going to take my exit. Adam Williams, what did you say, the endurance yogi?
Yeah, he's a yoga instructor.
A yoga instructor. Coming in finish 21st place overall, 17th place male. And I've got a few hours. I'm going to take a run up to Pete's Meats. On behalf of Mercedes and Annie Jones-Wilkins, I've been on for way too long, as I think most of you in the chat know. So thanks, everybody, for bearing with me. I'm going to pass it on to our next set of, our next person who's going to sit in this chair. Mercedes is going to stay on for a little while longer. And thanks a lot. This was fun.
It's been fun. Come
All
back.
right.
Welcome back to the
broadcast
2024 Cocodona 250 presented by Mountain Outpost.
Oh, we're
Woo!
82.
Woo! We've got some 3 ladies in the studio here. Welcome, Bree. Bree Grigsby is here.
Thank you. Yeah, and y'all will have to put up with me for 12 hours tomorrow. So, yeah. Just wanted to pop in, say hi. I'm excited to be with everyone tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I ran this race in 2022. So, lots of good stories to tell. Yeah.
Yeah. You've been out there. You've been through it.
Yeah.
You finished.
Yeah. It is a big accomplishment. I will say that, from the first person to the last person. I mean, that accomplishment is just as big whether you win the race or whether you're the dead last person to finish.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so much.
There are people that are tuning in that don't know us, so we should just do quick introductions. Go ahead, Bree.
Okay, awesome. I am Brianna Grigsby. I'm from Tucson, Arizona, and I'm a member of the Air Viper racing team. I'm a family medicine doctor. I work on the reservation in White River, Arizona, and I just came from a work trip to come over to Cocodona and pace and crew a little bit for my friend Joe Corion.
Oh, did you already pace?
I did. I paced yesterday.
Oh, we'll have to
yeah,
hear
from
about
Sedona up to Schnebly. So.
He's doing well.
Yeah, he is climbing Eldon right now.
All
so.
right.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Cool. Mercedes, you want to do a quick intro?
Mercedes Siegelgaither. I've been here all week. Hopefully you're not tired of hearing from me yet. So I'll be here the rest of the week. We get to share some time tomorrow too.
Yay.
Not
Where
12
do you
hours.
Live? What do you like to do?
I'd like to say I'm based out of Salida, Colorado. Right now I'm just kind of, camping, traveling, living out of my car. It's a fun adventure. I don't have a van. I run for Merrill. I used to be a forester. I'm team quit your job now. So just seeing what happens. I think a lot of people in the chat might be on that path too.
Yeah, seriously. Did we have somebody finish?
Adam Williams just finished.
Finished? Okay.
No, that was Wes Rittner.
Sorry, Wes Rittner.
Followed
we're
by
trying
Wes.
to get Adam and Wes. Yeah, we do want to cover everybody that is coming across that finish line. So I did not see it on the camera. Apologies there. But yeah, we will just let you guys know as soon as we get the exact details on who is across the line. I am Corinne Chalvoy. I have been here all week as well. Based in Castle Rock, Colorado. Runner, also on the Air Viper racing team. Have about 6 other jobs, all of the running variety at the moment. So yeah, excited to be here. And this has been a wild ride of a race this entire week. And it is still going strong. We're going to have runners coming through the entire rest of the day, evening, all the way through tomorrow morning.
And we should have Chad Lasater coming in soon from Sugarland, Texas.
All right, so right now you're looking at the Eldon aid station. So Bree, just real quick from your experience, this is the way you finished.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So what do you think? How is the downhill? I mean, of course you have the massive climb.
For me, it was pretty brutal. There's a couple of people. So Mike McKnight mentioned, this year developing the extreme bloating where it makes it difficult to breathe. So that's what happened to me the year that I ran, starting around mile 150, near Sedona. And yeah, I was so bloated that I just I couldn't breathe. There was no space for the diaphragm to move down. Yeah. And so it made running very, very difficult.
Yeah. Did you have a pack
And I looked
on?
about 9 months pregnant, What was that?
Did you have a pack on? Does that make it
Yeah,
worse
I had
too?
a pack on. I don't know. Everything made it worse.
Yeah.
But I was mostly walking from Sedona because of that issue with the breathing. And when I got to the road going down Eldon, I was at a place where, I was in 10th and I really wanted to maintain that position. And so I knew I had to run because there were women behind me that were gaining on me. And I just had to grit my teeth and run. And I felt like I was running an 8-minute mile, but my watch said it was actually a 14-minute mile. So, down
just
that Eldon Road.
Level at that
and
point
just
felt
meanwhile, watermelon that I had up at that aid station is coming back up in my mouth and lots of, it was pretty rough, but.
Did we just have somebody finish?
We have the 125ers coming in
Okay,
too.
125ers
So,
are racing.
Chad Lassiter. He was a 250, so he was probably
all right. Amazing job.
23rd.
Amazing job, Chad Lassiter. They're going right over there to the tent and getting an after picture. They've done before and after pictures, kind of like when a president goes into office and ages 10 years and 4 years, and you do the before and after picture.
Oh yeah, my before and after picture did not even look like the same person.
Yeah.
Like I've shown that picture to people and they don't believe it's me. So
yeah. Crazy what you go through out there. And a lot of people were wondering kind of like how much physical pain you're in. Like, does that ebb and flow, or is it just kind of, you know, what was your experience?
I mean, it's constant, for at least for me it was. But just where you're feeling it the most kind of changes around.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I definitely had to like will myself to walk without limping. Just like power of the mind, like you are going to walk normally. Come on, let's do this. Let's do this. But yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah. It was rough. But yeah, yesterday when I was pacing Joe, he said it was just wild how, you know, we were going up the Kasner climb yesterday and we weren't even all the way up the climb yet. And suddenly, you know, he had been maybe a 1/10 of a mile behind me. Suddenly I hear him coming up on me and I'm like, dang, I better get going faster here. And he starts just pushing me up that climb to where like my heart rate is at threshold.
Jeez.
You know, and he is 170 some miles into the race. And he just had this burst of energy where he started running. He said that's the best he's felt in the whole entire race.
That's
was like
so
those
crazy.
5 minutes of like crazy energy.
And it's
and
like
it
so
just
hard to
came
know
out of nowhere.
what contributes
Yeah.
or what causes that.
Yeah, and he felt fantastic, like no pain for those few minutes, and then, you know,
oh man,
so good. It's like his body found some extra like fat to burn real quick.
It's just like you got an adrenaline
I don't know,
surge
just
because
like he was listening to a real good song from his playlist, so I
Okay.
think that definitely
What was
helped.
the song?
I don't remember, like I wasn't close enough to hear until he started coming up closer to me, and I was like, oh, gotta get moving.
Yeah, that's crazy. We can't wait to hear from him. I'm sure he will do a probably like probably multiple podcasts. They'll be like day one podcast debrief, day 2. He's probably like planning it all out in his mind as he's out there. Gonna have plenty to talk about. And
for
yeah,
sure.
we were curious. How much did he sleep? Do you know?
When I was with him, he had only slept for maybe 2.5, 3 hours so
Okay.
far, but I think he's gotten in a couple more sleeps since then.
Okay. How much did you sleep during your race?
I slept for 5.5 hours total.
Okay. How was that broken up?
Pretty much like 1 hour chunks for the most part, and then maybe a little longer at one point because somehow I got a half hour in there.
Okay. Did you wait until you were tired, or did you kind of like plan it or do it at certain times a day?
I kind of wanted to get through the first night without sleeping. So my first sleep was at Mingus.
Okay.
But in retrospect, I think if I were going to do it again, I would probably sleep earlier and then sleep more often, but sleep in shorter chunks of time.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, we've heard a lot of different strategies. Rachel Entrikin didn't sleep for probably 30 plus hours, and then she slept for we don't know exactly how long, but it was long, like probably like an hour plus. Maybe even 90 minutes or 2 hours. So, and then she just kept moving on. So
yeah, she just destroyed it out there.
Yeah.
It's awesome to watch her.
But then a number of the guys were saying, at least beforehand, their plan was to sleep 20 to 30 minutes on night 1 between like 2 and 4 a.m.
Yeah.
So.
And I'm wondering if our 6th place female, Stephanie Rosebow, is napping. She's been at mile 240.9 for quite a while now. Carrie Henderson has passed her and is making her way down Eldon. So not sure if she's out there napping or taking a break.
Well, that's the Mount Eldon aid, but we don't see her.
Yeah, we haven't seen her, but
she could be.
Her tracker updated a minute ago, and she's been at that mileage for quite a while.
Okay, she could be resting. Yeah. So this is Mount Eldon aid. We've got runners in there. There's Pete bopping around. Andrew Retner is sitting there.
Number 168.
Andrew Rettinger.
168.
Big
And
168
then
is in
Eliza Lapier is almost there too. She's making her way up Eldon
to the final aid station.
And then Joe Corion is making his way up Eldon. He's at 238.7.
Yeah, Joe.
Let's go, Joe. Getting it done here. Yeah, if you are just joining us, we have had a couple of post-race interviews already.
We
You
have.
guys spoke with
Harry, our winner, and we also had Jeff Browning.
Yeah, Harry
second place.
Subertis, and just wrapped up with Jeff Browning. Here we got a runner. This is a 125 runner coming in for the finish. Nice finish. They've opened the gate there, so that is the traditional way. Is that how you came in, Bree?
That's Garrett Nelson.
It's nice because there's a little long stretch that you see.
Wisconsinite, fellow Wisconsinite Garrett. Good job, Garrett. He's number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 7th male.
Nice.
7th overall, actually.
Oh, this is the shirt. Have you seen this, Bree?
No.
This Pacer shirt. He's got a shark coming out of his shirt.
Whoa.
Because his plan. Do we have audio? But we interviewed his Pacer, and the plan was like.
He just gave the shark some of that drink too.
Okay, we can hear you. Can you guys hear us?
We change it every time. No, I'm San Diego. Yeah, I'm from Texas, but I live in LA.
Oh, we can't hear them. I mean, we can hear them,
Hard
but
to
I don't
claim
think
LA.
they can hear us.
I've only been in LA for a couple years, so like.
Looks like they are partaking. So yeah, the Pacer said that
We're
he
putting LA.
was gonna be behind
Chinatown.
him, so that
Okay.
his
Yeah,
runner
I
could
worked
look
there
back and
15
just
years.
get scared, just get a little bit
110
nervous
freeway.
every time, and be like, keep him on his toes.
It's a great place.
We never found out if it
Yep,
was like
for sure.
homemade.
Yep.
This shirt, it kind of looks like it is.
Can you buy those online?
I mean, I don't know where you'd buy. I mean, there's probably somewhere online you can buy stuff like
You
that.
can buy anything, everything.
You could probably buy that exact shirt off him if you send him a message, find out his name.
Right now, after he's worn it for however many miles a pace. That's awesome. Well, Shelby Farrell is in the house. She is the commentator. I just popped over here to cover until she got back, and yeah. And Bree, you'll be on tomorrow morning.
I will be on tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. bright
I
and
think
early.
I'm on at 4 a.m. So,
all right,
2 hours in, you got to bring some new energy, fresh energy, and then
hey, as long as we have coffee,
yeah,
we'll be fine.
well, we have lots of coffee. We have delicious coffee in the house, and yeah, it'll be good. It'll be fun. So.
And we have Flota. You can try a Flota float tomorrow.
What's in this stuff? I gotta see. I have not had one of these
there's
before.
No nutrition label. We have no idea how much caffeine is.
How
in
many
one
are
of
you
those
allowed to drink a day?
It says it's 93 calories. It does not say how much caffeine.
That's concerning.
That's a little sus.
I know it is sus, as my boy said.
There's enough. I'll say that.
Flota, Satisfied, Trail Runner, let us know how much caffeine is in each Flota.
Oh, look at Pete's Meats there.
Oh, man.
Pete's Meats.
I didn't get any of that. I ran all the way up to Eldon with Bryce a minute ago. He brought a sausage down. I didn't get any of the brisket.
Why didn't you get
got
anything?
cut off of his
I mean, I
meat?
ate a sausage yesterday, but like they weren't offering because they're probably like, we're saving this for the runners. He wasn't there. He had left or something for a minute, so.
Oh, yeah, if Pete was there, you definitely would have gone with something.
Oh, man.
Pete feeds everyone.
Dang it. I am, yeah, and I'm hungry. It's like getting, no, it's not dinner time. It's a couple hours from dinner time.
It's snack time.
It's snack time. It's post-run snack time. Exactly. So, Bree, you're, I know you were working through a bit of an injury. Is that still going on? Tell us, give us an update
no,
on how
I'm
you're
doing
doing
really
from a running
good.
standpoint.
I actually, so I was injured from November through like the beginning of March. So yeah, it was about 5 months out. Did a return to run plan that took a month to get me up to a 30-minute run. And then I just spent the last month kind of building from that 30-minute run up to a more normal training volume and
nice. Feeling good?
Getting back in
Good.
and feeling good. Yeah. So
you were able to
it's-
pace Joe, be out there for a while on feet? It seemed okay?
18 miles. That's the furthest I've gone. You know,
Nice.
granted, of course, it's not running the whole time. Nobody runs that whole entire Casimir
Yeah.
climb, but
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. So I'm pretty stoked to be getting back in.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Good to hear. Good to hear. Are you ready, Shelby? All right. I am going to pop out and go take a shower after my run, and I will see everyone back here. We have like a lot of guests coming, so stay tuned because there are a bunch of folks stopping by. I think we're gonna have, you know, a number of the front runners, finishers come in for interviews, so that'll be exciting, and some other special guests throughout the evening, and we're on like 24/7, so stay right here.
And I will be back tomorrow.
All right. Muted?
Rosebow. She is leaving the Mount Eldon aid station, heading down to the finish line. Turns out she's almost to the aid station. She's moving up. Moving up in elevation, that is.
Hey guys, there's like someone looking for a pacer. Summer put it bid 242 needs a pacer from Walnut to the finish. Maybe just mention that.
Anyone out in the area want a pace? Right now is your chance to shine. Martin Sango, bib number 242, is 210 miles in, looking for a pacer from Walnut Canyon to the finish. If you haven't gone on your long run yet, now's the chance. Help someone out, make a difference in the running community. Let us know.
Definitely gonna get this guy a pacer.
Come on, folks. 40-mile run. Let's go. I bet you won't do it. Prove me wrong. Think about it. I'll give you a few minutes. I'll throw the runner's name in the chat and his bib number. Oh, 21 miles, Walnut Canyon. He doesn't need you yet. You have time to prepare for your run. Head out to Walnut Canyon. Ready to pace. Fill up your water. Martin Sango, looking for a pacer. Kate Olson, you got a bit of a drive. I think he's going to beat you there, but next time, or consider racing Cocodona 250 2025. I feel like you would crush it. Hiking engineer, you're correct. He needs a pacer at Walnut Canyon, not 210. 210 is where he's currently at, so you have some miles to meet him. This could be you on the camera. What else are you doing with your Thursday afternoon? Sounds like a great time to run 20-some miles. Runner math, 25-ish. I'm sure someone will correct me. 21-ish.
I mean, it's never really accurate. I think it's a good conversation. My runner today was complaining because she thought she had, I don't know, hit 100 miles before, whatever, runner math. And watches are never totally accurate.
Oh no.
Courses are never marked perfectly. You know, you're not taking every tangent, so it's an ish.
You got to round up. Like, you just did a 250-mile race. I would round up to 300.
Yeah.
I did like a 300-mile race.
Probably 1,000.
Just keep rounding.
Yeah.
Back in studio, I have Shelby back here. Shelby, what's your last name? Farrell. Shelby, and here we are. That's us.
There we are.
I'm Mercedes Siegel there. You have us for who knows how long. But we do have some special guests tonight that are going to be on Cocodona After Dark. I don't know why I haven't gotten to be on Cocodona After Dark yet. You have Kevin Goldberg coming in, #BGE. I don't know why we have a hashtag. He has his own. After that, we're going to have Coach Lisa Pisani with the Running University. And at 10 p.m., tune in, mark your calendars, make an alarm, make sure you stay up, drink some Flota. The Tiger King, Jeff Garmeyer, will be here. And maybe some more people after that, yet to be confirmed. Anyways, back to the race.
I'm so excited to hear what the Tiger King has to say.
I feel like the look in his eyes the whole race, like, it was just a little dazed, and I saw him after the race, and he looked great. He looked like ready to go out for a run.
That's Jeff. He's made to go for days on days on days on days. I heard he released a podcast the morning we started the race.
Yes, I have to listen to it.
I have to listen to it. I hear it's like 30 minutes too, so I don't really have an excuse. I should have listened to it by now.
Yeah, could have done that on a run.
On the drive here, whatever. Sorry, Jeff.
And
we'll
he
listen
has
to
a
it later.
book. His book is out too.
Yes.
Doesn't he have he's got so many things going on. No wonder why he has so many fans.
Yeah.
This is bid 113.
Oh, is it Jose Souza? Yeah. Oh man, so Jose, do you know Jose?
I don't know Jose.
Oh, Jose. He is from San Diego. He ran the inaugural Cocodona 250. I met him on that first day during that race, and his shin was killing him. He had a lot of tape on by like mile 10. Oh no. It might be an exaggeration, but he had a lot of tape on. And we were like, oh man, dude, like, you gonna make it? And he is just made of steel, iron, whatever the toughest metal in the world is. That
Diamonds.
is Jose Souza.
Look at him glisten.
Yeah. And so he's ran every year since, and this has to be his fastest time. I would have to do some digging on Ultra Sign Up to find out, but I think we've seen some really consistent improvement from Jose. I know he's running in Speedland, so that BOA system makes him extra quick in and out. But it's good to see him out there.
He's cruising. I can't even, it's that downhill. He's running downhill. It's a great drone shot, but I feel a little lopsided.
Yeah. Could be going uphill, could be going downhill. There's no such thing as vert.
He's just coming out of Buffalo Park.
He's
wow,
really close.
He is so close to the finish. What is that, 4 miles ish? Don't quote me. 1.8 rounds up to 4.
You are never
Run their
facing
math.
me.
Is someone gonna donate to my math fund? Yesterday, somebody donated $5 to Zach Marion's math fund. His is worse, I think.
He's not going to be able to afford a very good tutor with $5.
I hope they give you a discount. It's gonna be like, I don't know, someone comes over and it's kind of sketchy, but they teach you math and it's maybe
Here's
not good
some
math.
fractions.
Yeah.
Good luck applying them to your life.
Let me touch your feet. That's the tutor, not me.
I know we're not an Air Viper After Dark yet.
Are we though? It's dark in here.
It is. Yeah, it's dark. Okay. So feet. So I currently.
I like you.
Yeah, I was excited to get to hang out with you. So I currently am wearing a boot. I broke my foot during Black K 100K, and ever since I posted pictures of a cast, it's a thing. So any injured runners out there, if you have a cast or a boot, no, they want you to mail it to them. They'll pay for your cast.
Oh, so do they want like pics too, like pics of your feet in and out of boot, or like taking off the boot?
I think they like all of that. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. You guys are weirdos.
But it's really good news for any injured runner who's in a cast or wearing a boot right now. Like, there's a market for it.
It's your Cocodona 250 registration fund.
Yeah, there you go. So if you got injured this year, just sell your boot, sell your cast, and put that towards registration next year.
So injuries aren't that bad. Like, there is an upside.
That's the moral of the story.
You think we'll get muted tonight?
I hope people are listening to us.
Are you listening in the chat? Give us some little hearts. I'll give some hearts just in case. There you go. There's one. Was that you?
No.
We got one heart. Meanwhile, feel free to subscribe to Mountain Outpost. Give us a like. Keep listening. Tell your friends. Tell your mom. Tell your dad. Tune in. We have a lot more coverage. Today's, I don't know, I think it's Thursday. We'll be here another day or 2 or 5. I don't know. So support us. Help us keep bringing you live streams to races that you love watching. And we love that we have non-runners in the chat. And we have people that are hooked and addicted and might get fired from their jobs. Just, have another screen up in case your boss walks in. Anyways, in Buffalo Park, we have Jose.
Jose Souza. San Diego. I actually got to pace Jose at Leadville, and it was my first time experiencing what Leadville is all about. And man, those cutoffs are nasty.
You just run really fast and then you can coast.
Yeah,
not speaking from experience or anything. You can walk in the 60 miles, the last 60, if you run fast enough for the first 40.
You're not the first person that's told me that story.
I think it's a common occurrence.
Yeah. So I mean, that's kind of what happened to Jose. I think when I picked him up, he was maybe an hour off from cutoff and just really determined he wasn't going to not finish that race.
What year did he do it?
2022.
Okay. I was out there lingering and loitering, and it's a fun race to just go hang out and watch people. It's a party out at Twin Lakes.
Yeah.
Watching a lot of carnage there. I feel like I haven't seen any carnage on camera here yet. Maybe a little bit.
Which aid station is it that's just like a giant field? Is that not for Leadville? Is it
I
Twin
don't know.
Lakes
I think I blacked that out a little bit.
That was overwhelming for crew. Well, I mean, I don't know. It wasn't that overwhelming, but I wasn't expecting it. And I got there and I was just like, whoa, there are a lot of people here. Like, this is a big race. So, yeah.
I can't remember anymore.
Yeah, it took me 4 years of participating in Cocodona to figure out what the aid stations were. So the year I ran it, I just was like, zoom.
Well, also, there's 250 miles of aid stations. Yeah. There's a long list here to remember.
And they've made little changes over the years, so that confuses me. But I don't know. I wonder what people's favorite aid station is with Cocodona. I would love to see a vote on that.
It's got to be Mount Eldon by Cotulla, where they are serving Pete's smoked meats.
That was probably one of my top 3 aid stations when I ran it.
So you had some of Pete's smoked meats?
I did, and I took a PBR from him.
And a PBR? Did you drink it on the downhill? Did you shotgun it and then run? Did you sip it, savor it?
I'm pretty sure I chugged as much as I could and then handed the rest to my pacer and was like, let's go! Got Pete's meats in my blood. PBR. I'm ready to finish this race.
I feel like Pete would be proud.
Yeah, that was a high. The first year, too, there was an aid station. It was like the Turkey Butte aid station. And the women there fed me probably 300 bean wraps.
Oh my goodness.
They're little. I
mean, okay, if they're little, that sounds great. Like,
I didn't think I was going to like them, but they gave me life. So huge appreciation for Patty Curry, who's making these aid stations happen. It's been phenomenal to see. Like, every year, I feel like the food's gotten even better. There's more options.
Yes.
And yeah, my runner has been living off of the PB&Js and ramen.
Really?
She probably has $1,000 worth of food in a bag, but it's those PB&Js and ramen.
It goes down so well, like so easy to digest. And I love like the mashed potatoes ramen combo. It's like hydrating. There's electrolytes. It's just
that's when you know you're a pro, when you're mixing the mashed potatoes and the ramen. Yeah.
I think I first had it on accident. I'm like, that's a happy accident. Like the sleep deprived aid station volunteers just like potatoes, ramen, I don't know, pour the water in all of them. It's a happy accident.
Yeah, and those happen a lot at aid stations. I mixed some Coke and salt stick electrolyte, and that was a happy accident. But this is not an accident. Jose Souza
bringing it in,
coming into Heritage Square,
crushing it. Put those poles away. He doesn't need those anymore. Oh, getting rid of the hydration. Get rid of some weight.
I wonder if he can't hear us. Can he?
Shoot.
Go Jose. Go Jose.
Coming in hot. I bet he's
who's talking
happy.
about THC gummies during a race? That's my favorite conversation. Where did this start?
Is that what is on his Sen hoodie?
Oh, he does have little cannabis plants on there.
Leaves.
I remember seeing that in one of the pictures. That means he's been wearing that for every day.
He doesn't have more than one. I mean, why waste time changing your shirt if you don't have to?
Exactly.
I mean, they're so cooling, evaporative. Like, did you even sweat?
No.
No
No
one will
sweat,
know. He
no
probably smells
salt.
like flowers or flour.
Power. That's what Jose Souza, our man, is on.
Are we sure he can't hear us? Good job. You were crushing it. Drop the cameraman. I bet you can.
I bet you could.
He's thinking about it. I can hear footsteps in the background. Oh, here's your part of it. Okay.
They might be able to hear you. Let's try again.
Jose
They might
can
be able to
hear
hear you.
us. I think he can hear us.
He can
Yep,
hear
they can
us.
hear you.
Jose, it's Shelby.
I got Shelby in my ears.
Yes. We have our audio's a little delayed, but I'm gonna roll with it. It's so good to see you out here crushing it. I mean, this has to be your strongest Cocodona finish to date, right?
She is so happy to see you out here. You're crushing it. It's got to be your strongest to date, right?
Yeah. 10-hour PR. So, yeah. Shaved off 10 hours.
10-hour PR. Does that have anything to do with the plant that's on your shirt?
What have you heard?
She's asking about anything to do with the plant on your shirt.
Yep. Peace. Got it?
Oh, yeah.
What did he say to us? He looked happy, so.
Stress in a lot of aid stations, all right? Put that out there for the whole
He's a little hard to hear, but he looks really happy, strong, just absolutely cruising. It looks like he started this race just now, actually.
Has he really ran 249 miles?
I'm not sure.
Looking a little fresh, man.
Might have been abducted by aliens and then placed in Flagstaff. We'll have to check his tracker. Just kidding.
Oh. Let's see.
The weather has been really nice this year. Somebody said in the comments. It is getting a little smoky in Flagstaff. There's been some controlled burns. So that is a interesting element. I'll be curious to see how runners feel, if they feel like that affected them or they could tell, but.
And we did just have Jeff Browning in the studio. Feel free to rewind this video. If you go all the way to the back, the first minute, you can see our race winner interview, Harry Subertus. Sorry, I'm multitasking. And more recently, we just had Jeff Browning in the studio. So you can rewind and watch that interview. Some great pieces of intel in there, kind of talking about how we had such cool temperatures here in the beginning, and that definitely probably was beneficial to the course record just being hammered by 10 hours.
Wow, 10 hours is the magic number, it sounds like. If the course record came down by 10 hours, Jose Souza's PR is 10 hours. Magic number.
Hopefully we're not on for 10 more hours.
I saw a nice collection of energy drinks in the fridge, so that could keep us.
Oh, we
alive.
got Flota for days. We got 24 packs of Flota. And I still have milk left.
Oh, yeah. That's the trick.
Flota float. Flota
Yes.
floats.
Is there a blender in this Airbnb? I mean, studio?
No, we can't turn on a blender. It'd make too much noise. The mics would pick it up.
Oh, darn it. Flota milkshakes, man.
Trail Gangsta in the chat. What's up, man? You gonna come rap again? I think that was I don't know what day it is. Today's day 3. Rewind to day 1 after hours. You can get some solid video of Trail Gangsta's rapping featuring AJW.
Yeah, did AJW actually spit some rhymes?
He spit some rhymes. It was amazing. It was beautiful. I didn't know he was capable. I think he has a future in it.
Wow. I hope that we see another video from Trail Gangsters featuring AJW.
I hope so. Can we make that collab happen? Get on it. What do you think they'll rap about?
Oh, man.
Western states.
Pete's Meats.
And Pete's Meats. Is Pete making his way out to Western?
I mean, he could have a business in this.
I feel like he will after this. I think he's got some YouTube handles going out there about his meat.
Did you see the reel on the Cocodona account of, I think it's him in a panda suit?
No.
And I think it might be the best piece of content from Cocodona yet.
Who was in a panda
good.
suit?
I think it's Pete.
In a panda suit? I've heard rumors.
Yeah, from last night. Burnt out from all the meat. And you can hear the live stream coverage in the background and then the 8th station music jamming. And it's just this really wonderful image that I feel like summarizes trail running culture in a nice way.
I love trail running. There's so much adventure to be had. You never know what's around the corner.
You really don't. And I think it was fun talking to so I'm crew chief for my friend Megan Healy, who is running the Sedona Canyons 125, her longest run ever.
Awesome.
Yeah, and we were all talking, and it's just such a unique experience being like, all right, I need you to come to support me for 40 hours, and I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if I'm going to yell at you or like, feel sick or like you just don't know.
And you don't know when that hanger kicks in.
You're all in this together and everyone's just okay with it being superhuman. And I think that's what's so cool about this sport.
It's so fun. Like, I feel like genuinely people are just so happy. I mean, they have their crew, their pacers, their closest friends and family out there with them. And they're just doing these things that maybe they didn't think they could do. And like physically and mentally pushing yourself and seeing what you can accomplish and having people who mean so much to you there, I feel like it's such an amazing experience.
Yeah, it's powerful. And you might not be happy in the moment.
Yeah,
but,
type 2 fun. That's a thing.
Yeah, I think that anybody who crosses this finish line, no matter how far off their goals they were, are going to be beaming because it's just such an accomplishment. And
oh, definitely. Yeah. Like last night when we heard that Mika Thews dropped with 17 miles left, we're like, no way. Like, is she gonna regret that? And then she probably got some good sleep, came back, crushed it, got 3rd place female, top 20. I think she was maybe 18th overall. And then we found out that she, from the top of Eldon to the finish line, she did that portion in 1:21, beating race leader Harry S by 3 minutes.
Wow, Mika. That's so cool to hear. Yeah, I was curious. I had seen her pop up as a DNF, and then I saw her back in, and I was just really excited. I think if you've ever crewed or paced somebody or worked an aid station and somebody's contemplating DNFing, I don't know, it's hard for me to not want to just really push them to get back out there. So I'm so glad she did.
So glad. And she's got a full race schedule for the rest of the year. couple more 200s coming up. I think Tahoe's next, so she can chase down Harry at Tahoe. Honestly, I'm really excited to watch that race. I mean, she was in 7th place for hours.
Yeah.
Harry in first, like, I don't know. It could be a close race overall.
Could be a good running buddies.
Yeah. Share some miles.
Yeah. I have heard there are a few couples out here, not suggesting that being a couple, but just friends, couples, whatever, like running to the entire 250 together.
Yeah. My friends, I met them at Leadville, Brian and Kara Huseman. They are running together, married couple. I should probably check up on them, but like they're running this race together. And it's like, oh, let's run 100 miles together, maybe take like a 50-mile break, meet back up here. Like, it's such a cool experience.
That is really cool. Oh, we got Eliza Lapier coming down Eldon. If you don't know Eliza, she is incredible. She's from Vermont. She's really gritty, and she was out here last year, just in it. Good to see her still moving smoothly.
We may have a special guest coming in soon. If I were you, I would make sure your laptops are plugged in, your Wi-Fi, no one's streaming anything. You're going to want to be here for this. That's all I'm going to say.
Who was it? On the bottom. Oh, yeah, you guys better charge your laptops.
Don't go anywhere. Oh, here we have Jose. Final stretch. 250 miles.
Yes.
What a beautiful finish.
This finish line's so emotional.
50 miles is coming to you.
Oh, who's he taking a picture of? Oh, is that his pacer?
Yeah, that was slick.
Nice. Paparazzi.
Sir just whipped around the nice camera. It's better than the pacers that hang out in the background with their lights on.
Just blinding everyone.
Hint, hint. Anybody who's spacing, get out of the way. Let your runner have their moment.
Is this Eliza again? Lapier? Making her way off Eldon. Let's give her a check on her spot. So we've had 4 women come in so far. We are waiting on 5th place, Carrie Henderson, followed by 6th, Stephanie Rosebow, and 7th place, Eliza Lapier, currently on the screen, with a fan favorite, Elsa Jaworski, behind her. And then back numbers, mile 228, Ashley Paulson. So we'll have a steady stream of women coming in soon. Just crushing Cocodona.
I had a great conversation with Ben Light about Ashley Paulson and just her attitude. You know, you look at her social media and you're like, is she really that happy all the time? And Ben was like, yes, she absolutely is. She actually kind of fell on her lakey pole and it hit her lip. He said her lips. Ben, now I feel like I'm gossiping, but I'm not. I think Ben Light would approve. No, Ben Light said that it looked like she got like lip fillers in the middle of the race.
Oh no!
She just like you can picture it how those lakey sharks.
They're kind of sharp too.
Yeah, right in the lips, and she's just smiling about it. You know, still going.
I mean, out of the pain that our body could be experiencing, I feel like it's probably so minor.
It's but it is crazy when you're in these long multi-day events when something super minor like that does happen and it just kind of picks at you. You know, I feel like, I don't know, like silly things like jabbing your hand on a stick and it's bleeding and now it's just dirty and open the whole time, or like there's just little things that can happen that,
like throwing snowballs at drones.
Yeah. Did you hit it?
This is not baseball. I'll give her some credit. I would make a snow angel.
Yeah, look at that snow. But yeah, I guess to conclude the thought, it's just those little things, hitting your lip with a pole.
Right.
It could kind of mentally just get to you, and you have to be able to say, all right, this isn't important. I don't need my lips to run 250 miles, or I don't need my hand to run 250 miles, and kind of just get over it. But little things like that can bring runners into some deep lows if they don't have that peppy attitude that Ashley Paulson has.
Right? It's such a mental battle. Like, you start sweating again in the sun, you get salt in your cuts and your wounds. There's a lot of little things that add up. Like, your blisters start popping, like so many things. You don't have tape. It adds up.
Yeah, your hair gets dreaded.
I feel like Rachel Entrekin might have had dreads by the end of the run. That girl never had a hat on, just like half a pony. Kind of like she didn't have time to put her hair fully up. Like, she must have dreads.
I really liked that look, actually. It looked like casual,
slightly disheveled, hot mess.
Yeah, her hair looked
it's
great.
A thing. It's got to be. Nobody's got time for braids when you're running 250 miles.
No. Yeah, you really do have to pick and choose your battles out there.
Probably just walking it out after they've had some meats up top, get that digestion. Nobody's hot on her tail.
I wonder if she put some of her... Oh, she might not be at Pete's Meats yet. I wonder if she's going to put some untapped maple syrup on her meat.
Ooh. I don't know how I feel about it.
Sweet and savory.
Are there chicken meats? She could do like a chicken waffle sort of thing.
Oh, that'd be good. I'd love
that. Sounds great. I had that like a week ago.
Was it an untapped waffle or just a normal waffle?
Just like a normal waffle.
Okay.
We should add chocolate chips. What's your favorite kind of waffle?
Ooh, actually, this is a great question because I like waffles over pancakes.
Yes.
And I hold
it's
firm to
just
that.
like more texture, more variety. You can have crispy waffles. Like a pancake is just like it's flat pancake. You can make it fluffy. Woohoo! Fluffy pancakes.
But waffles,
yeah,
they are delicious.
They make them specifically for running. You have stroop waffles, you have waffles. You don't have pancakes.
Well, yeah, they do have pancakes at the.
But you just have like plain pancakes. Like, you know, these brands being like, buy my pancakes with this fancy name.
Yeah. Yeah, so waffles over pancakes for sure. I'd say I'm like a strawberries and whipped cream on my waffles type of person.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Deal breaker, French toast.
You'd go French toast over waffles?
All day. Stuffed French toast, put some cream cheese in there, game changer, done.
It's just a different thing. Oh, wow. Our producer is... I'm not on board with his decisions. Breakfast food ranking.
What is up in the chat? Have your runners finished? Let us know what you're tuning in for. Is it to watch the 250 runners, the 150 runners? Are you waiting suspensefully for tomorrow's 38 runners? Or is it to come here and listen to us? Let us know.
Great question from Trail Gangstas about nosebleeds. I am very lucky that I'm not a nosebleeder. However, this race is incredibly dusty. And any race where you're out for multiple days, you're just inhaling plant matter and earth, you know, and you don't think about it, but you are. And so it's really important to cover your face from the beginning is something that I've taken away from it. I think the first year we all learned our lesson, and anytime we laid down to sleep, I know Maggie Gutierrez had some stories of just like bloody boogers, and you just get phlegmy and you can't sleep and it's uncomfortable. And so again, a simple thing to just feel a little better is covering your nose and mouth. You look a little crazy, but it pays off in the end. So
Outdoor Research has this really lightweight buff that I love, and like anytime I'm running on a gravel road, because people just fly by you.
Yeah.
And Jeff was in here saying about how all the ATVs were cruising and they're not slowing down, like you're just eating dust, and he ended up having respiratory issues. So something as simple as like a lightweight buff over your face, especially if you're in the middle of the pack, you're following closely, like you're just eating someone else's dust.
Yeah, the Schnebly aid station has quite a bumpy, dusty road, so I can imagine that got rough for runners. I'm a Turtle Fur girl. It's a company based in Vermont, and they make some great tubes. But yeah, I think any kind of like good face covering. I've even like attached it to my sunglasses to hold it up, so I don't have to depend on it fitting around my face. And it also, by like attaching it to your sunglasses, it's a little looser, so you're not
Fogging up too.
Yeah. So I do encourage runners to get creative out there with covering their faces.
And that's a good point too, like glasses. Like you're getting dust in your eyes. I don't know how many runners run with contacts. Like that's something I'm terrified about, and I feel like I need to get LASIK, but
same. I actually, this is a good conversation. I think I'm gonna end up with a Jeff Browning, Mike McKnight look soon. I think those transition lens glasses are incredible because not only you're getting the variance in contrast, where if you're wearing dark prescription sunglasses, then you get into a super shady area, whatever. I think those guys have thought about their eyewear. My runner out there is currently wearing contacts, and her eyes are really bloodshot.
Yeah, and with the smoke, my eyes are burning, and I'm nearsighted. So if a contact falls out and I'm on a mountain, like I can't see my feet, let alone the trail in front of me.
Yeah, so I started calling them my seeing glasses actually when I ran Cocodona in 2021, because it was the descent into Jerome. It was taking me longer than I expected, as I think that descent does, because it's super technical with like baby head rocks. And I didn't bring my seeing glasses. I've like astigmatism, so my vision's definitely worse at night. And it was
that too.
Yeah, it was like that dusky time, and I just started kind of freaking out at my pacer because I was like, I can't see, and I'm tripping on rocks, and I don't have my seeing glasses. And so that became kind of at night I wear prescription good or not sunglasses.
I love that you call them your seeing glasses.
Yeah, you have to differentiate, clear is king.
Yes.
With crew.
Definitely.
Pacers.
What about like the yellow happy lenses? I love my pink lenses.
Ooh, that's fun. Yeah, I think the low light lenses are a great option for trail because you are in and out of trees.
Oh yeah, you don't want to get poked in the eye.
Well, that, but just the shade and going from like shady areas to sunny areas, I feel like the low light kind of work well for all of it.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. We got Eliza
on screen right now, head down, cranking it out. A bit of a lean there, unless she's just going in for a hug. With the panda himself.
Yes, there he is. I told you, best content off.
Look at those pandas' legs just showing off the quads.
Yeah.
Pandas do climb a lot of trees. Fun fact. Oh, this is about koala bears. Never mind. They can only eat eucalyptus leaves. That's it. And they're like
different animal, but also
they're
cool.
like a little bit toxic, so sometimes koala bears fall out of trees. Watch out for those drop bears.
I hear there's a lot of koala bears in Flagstaff.
Where are we? We're in Flagstaff? What state, what state is that in?
For a second. Was I wrong? I will say that this year I'm probably less sleep deprived than I have been for previous years, which is a good win, but still a little loopy.
Yeah, and you're not even running the whole thing this year.
No. The previous years, I think 2022 and 2023 I paced 80-ish miles at least each year too. So 2022 is the craziest. I totally burned the bridge at all ends, and I was so exhausted by the end of it. I was
done.
Not necessarily making the best decision.
You need like an extra week off work to recover from running, crewing, pacing, broadcasting.
It's so
surviving.
Fun, it's so fun.
It's so fun. I wouldn't change a thing.
No.
But I've also been sleeping in a bed at night, so that's pretty nice.
Yeah, this year.
Compared to like
2022, I was in a car camping setup.
That's
Subaru.
That's me. I just got my car picked up today. I got a hitch put on it so that I can get a swinging bike rack, which might have come in the mail. I don't know. I overnighted it. I hope it fits, because I couldn't lift up my rear roof, whatever you call them, the doors, and I'd have to like crawl into my car to get to the back. And anyways,
yeah, I can picture this.
It's a little things.
Yeah, a car camping setup is clutch for this. Like, you see a lot of people with the fancy vans. That's awesome. I'm a van person these days. My husband and I live full time in a Winnebago van, which is clutch for crewing. But I think there's some really clever things you can do with a Subaru Outback or larger SUV. Get an air mattress on half of it and your stuff kind of organized on the other half. And I bet the Ultra Crew Hub people have some good tips on like what the best crew pacer mobile is. Yeah.
5 minutes. We will have a special guest in the studio. Can you tell from the excitement in my voice, if you've been listening to me at all, who's about to come into the studio?
I want to see guesses in the chat, please.
Who do you think is coming? Listen to the sound of my voice. 5 minutes. Set your timers, put an alarm on, don't go anywhere. Get your flow to beverages, coffee, espresso, snacks, prepare them. He's coming. I had a van once.
Yeah.
I have a tattoo now. No van.
Oh,
we don't have to talk about it.
That's a good memory of the experience, though.
Right? Great.
Yeah, van life it has its moments.
It's not Mika. It's not Brian. Oh, you guys are getting closer. Martin nailed it.
Ooh, SUV.
But the question is, are his darlings coming?
I hope so.
I hope so too. No?
Yeah, SUV with the tent. That's a good one. We did a rooftop tent for a while. I was pace crewed whatever with a Subaru and a rooftop tent for 290 miles, and I was so afraid I wasn't going to be able to climb up into it.
Oh no.
But I think it actually helped to keep me a little bit more mobile, because I was like, well, if I'm gonna sleep, I need to be able to get up this ladder, so this is what we're gonna do. But that was a good setup too. My husband did have to get there on time to set it up so it was ready for me, which I'm sure.
Thank goodness you didn't have to set it up yourself.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
You're just like, your tent is half set up and you just passed out next to it on the ground.
Yeah. Who was it? Oh, it was Jeff Garmire's finish. He fell down right away.
Oh no.
Not like fell down, but it looked like he was like, I'm ready to lay down.
Just like quick micro nap, 2 seconds.
Yeah. Now I can celebrate my finish.
I forgot to lay down first.
Yeah, I've heard a couple stories of runners getting to the aid station and just going out like a light, and that's actually lucky. I'd rather that happen than the laying there with talked about sinuses from the dust, like getting all congested and your legs are twitching. So yeah, congrats to the runners that were able to fall asleep nice and quickly. Tell me your tips.
Right? No spins, too much caffeine. It could be bad otherwise. Did we get Jose? He got into the finish line. My tracker's just not updating.
Yeah.
So
Stopped working. Brian Janzik is on his way in.
Followed Brian Janzik, closely followed by Carrie Henderson. Oh, is our special guest here? I hear whispers. I think he's here. Are you guys ready in the chat?
What should we ask him?
I don't know. Oh my gosh, AJW's not here for the interview. Shoot. Should we Google questions quick?
Yeah.
Just
Google.
kidding. Just
What
kidding.
questions
Guys, it's
to
my
ask a
third
Cocodona
day
GP
broadcasting. Clearly know what's going on.
Well, yeah, we could ask the chat to send us some
Chat,
questions.
what questions do you want? Prepare your questions and maybe we'll ask them.
We'll say again, I guess, who's here. Maybe should we officially say it?
I don't think we've officially said it yet. We have Arlen Glick in the house.
Oh boy, Arlen Glick.
He is here, our third place men's podium finisher. His first 250-mile race. Show some love.
Okay, are you ready?
He was born ready.
Sit right there and there's right there.
Send us your questions.
Look at that mobility. Oh, I forgot the mic is next to mine.
Grab this. All right.
Welcome.
Hi.
Hi. Nice to meet you.
Yes.
Are these on? Oh. Hello, welcome. We have Arlen Glick in the studio, the moment you've all been waiting for.
Hi, Arlen.
Hi.
How'd it go out there?
It was awesome.
I don't know if
All
I'm
250
convinced.
miles of awesome.
Say it again. How awesome was it?
Yeah, it was great. I guess it would vary a lot depending on which part of it you're talking about.
That's a fair
I
answer.
basically had 2 good days and 1 bad day. So day 1 was awesome. Day 2 was horrible. And day 3 was awesome again. So that's kind of how it went.
That's good though. Like it came back up.
Yeah, it's like the criticism sandwich right there.
I definitely ended on a positive note, so that was fun.
Good.
That's awesome.
Okay, so I think we have heard before day 2 can be rough. What made day 2 particularly, quote, horrible for you?
Yeah, I'm still not exactly sure what went wrong, because I've been out here training, and like my favorite part of the course was like from Dead Horse to like Sedona, through the Sedona area. And so I was looking forward to that part of the course the whole time. But when I got there, it was just off. Something was off. I was overheating and all the things that I never have trouble with. So yeah, that was the bad part.
Yeah, and how did you troubleshoot that?
You know, a lot of it is the timing, the sleep thing, because like you just get really sleepy, and until you get that reset, you just kind of keep fighting through it. But I knew I didn't have opportunity for an actual good nap, except like where there's crew access. So I had to wait all the way until like the Schnebley Hill Aid Station, which is like mile 178 or something. So once I got there, I took a really good nap. I think it was like 40 minutes. Nice. Yeah, and then I got up and I felt amazing. I told my pacer like 190 miles in, I feel like I just got out of bed and had 0 miles on the legs. I literally had no fatigue or muscle soreness or anything going into day 3. But unfortunately there was, I don't know, probably a 3 or 4 hour gap that I was trying to close, and that proved to be impossible.
We were wondering if those speedy legs were going to pop up at that finish, that downhill from Eldon, just clear out with the road and kind of some clear trail. But you were close. We were rooting for you in the studio.
It was a real nail biter.
It was. But so was it just the one nap, or did you get in a few more? Everyone's curious about the nap schedules.
Yeah, so I slept the first night at, let me think, is it Fain Ranch? I think it's Fain Ranch. I slept for 20 minutes and then 15 minutes. So I had my crew wake me up 20 minutes in, and then I said, give me another 15. But yeah, I think that was probably the key to success, was like nailing the sleep thing, because that was a first time for me to sleep mid-race. And it proved to be, crucial and beneficial, because like I had very good legs and running times every time after that. So like I definitely learned that, that as I was told, that's definitely nailing the sleep is definitely the key. Because when you look at the bigger picture of a 61-hour race, I spent an hour and a half sleeping, but it made, a huge difference. And like cut so many hours off of my time by running well after the sleep.
Yeah.
So it's really hard to nail that.
Did you do anything else special around that? Were you changing your clothes before you went to sleep, or changing your shoes, eating food? Like, what did that routine look like that helped you get down fast too, and not just waste time laying there thinking about sleeping?
Yeah, I fall asleep really easy, so that helps a lot. I always tried to eat something before and after, that way I could kind of settle in while I'm sleeping. But if you know me well, you know I can eat anything, anytime, anywhere. Like
we got some good footage of you up at the Mount Eldon aid station. We heard from Corinne that you got to try a little bit of everything.
Yeah, I think when I got up there, I realized that I had chased all day for something that I wasn't going to catch, and it was just a very gut puncher when I got up to the top of Eldon. So I decided to celebrate by eating a bunch of food up there. So that's the way I handled my grief up there on Eldon, was
it's well
to just
deserved.
eat a bunch of food and then make my way down Eldon.
It's perfect. It's perfect. And then I saw a video, your family surprised you on course. Your parents were out there. What was that like?
Yeah, that was quite a surprise to roll into Sedona and see my mom and dad there. I thought they were in Ohio.
Wow.
Did you think you were like maybe hallucinating a little?
Unfortunately, I have never experienced a hallucination, and
Unfortunately.
I was so hoping that would happen in a 250-mile race, but apparently I am not capable of hallucinations. In fact, I wanted it so bad, I actually tried to fake one with my pacer.
Can you pretend to look like Sasquatch in the distance?
Yeah, I told my pacer, I'm like, I forget what it was something like, do you see that fat lady sitting on that rock over there? And like he's like, yeah, and he like totally didn't buy it. Like he knew I was faking it. It was so disappointing.
So I guess you'll have to come back next year and try to hallucinate again, right?
Or a longer race.
Yeah.
We'll have to think of something creative.
Go to 250 out and back. That should get you hallucinating.
200-mile stage race.
The Cocodona 500. Let's do that.
Do it.
Maybe we'll get a hallucination out of that.
Did you hear that, Jamil? Open that registration. Arlen's ready to sign up.
So what shoes were you wearing?
I wore a combination of a lot of different models, which is highly recommended. I think like I had to switch through several, like obviously if you want to preserve and keep the blistering at bay. And I was surprised at how well my feet held up. I mean, I have some pretty whopper blisters under there, but like all things considered, as much as those feet have been through. I started out in the Craft Explorer, and those worked really well for the first 37. And if you're patient, I'll walk you through. Then I switched into the Nordlight Ultra for that next section, and that worked really well just to get fresh shoes on, something different. And then I switched into the Pacer through Prescott area, and those were really good for all the road running in Prescott. And then at some point I had to do some surgery to the shoe because I was getting, something was flaring up. So I just like cut part of it out so that it wouldn't like rub against that area. A brilliant move.
Nice.
And then I switched back into the Explorer at some point, and I ended up finishing. Yeah, I ran the whole last 90 miles with those, so that worked really well.
That's a lot of shoes. Like, I'm impressed that your crew can keep your shoes straight and like show up at the right aid station, the right time with the right shoes.
Yeah, we had sort of a plan A, and I showed them like where I think I'm going to need shoes and which ones, but then we were always adjusting during. I found it like super helpful since you obviously have to take your phone with you. I decided to use that as strategy. So I would often, like, either my crew would call me or I would call them before I'm coming into an aid station and just like do the whole rundown of what I'm going to need, what to have ready when I get there. And that proved to be very efficient so that we weren't like trying to figure things out. We all kind of knew what was going on when we got there.
Yeah, that's a good strategy. It is a bummer when you hit pockets with no service and you can't make that communication happen, but I think the service is decent.
I would say probably 240 miles of the course has cell service, which is amazing.
Yeah.
But yeah, that wasn't a big factor, which a lot of races are a little bit too remote for that. And I guess come to think of it, like where you don't have cell service is like through the Bradshaw Mountains in the first 37, but there's no crew access there anyway. Yeah. So who needs to, other than I did note like my Lecky poles, the one was the strap was tearing apart, and so I was trying to find cell service to tell my crew that, like, hey, if you can round up a pair of Lecky the straps, like I need a pair of these. They're about to tear.
Oh shoot! Did they find a pair?
They did.
Oh, nice.
Apparently, somebody out there didn't have Lecky poles. This is going to sound so absurd, but they won like a backpack full of gear. And it was random gear, and one of the pieces of gear in that was like the Lecky, what do you call it?
The little shark strap thing.
The shark straps,
Yeah.
okay. So
I don't know if
apparently
that's
there was a pair of those in this backpack that they didn't even have a pair of poles for. And they're like, you can just have these. It was...
That's the trail community right
yeah,
there.
that's the
like
trail
magic.
community.
Someone's looking out for you.
Magic.
Cool.
Okay, so but back to the shoes real quick. Would you say that the shoes that you're wearing are more of like a cushioned shoe, or do you like to feel the grip of the trail under your feet? Like, can you tell me about the foot feel that you were going for, at least like in the last 21 miles, where it sounds like you rotated back into a favorite pair?
Yeah, so the Explorer, it's one that Kraft just recently released. And I would say it's definitely my favorite model. It's what they call like their road to trail shoe, which is kind of what their specialty is, like this shoe that's like good for kind of works on everything, because like you run this far, obviously you're running on everything imaginable. And I prefer a cushiony shoe, like one that has a lot of cushion. I know some people like the more natural, the firm feel, but I personally just like to have a lot of cushion there. And so, yeah, I guess I did start in the Explorer and I finished in the Explorer, which, yeah, I definitely would not do anything different as far as shoe choice goes if I were to go back and redo it again.
Cool. Most valuable shoe, the Explorer.
I feel like you want a little cushion with 250 miles.
Yeah, I feel like pain management is like such a big thing, because like there's such a fine line. I mean, I feel like I reached a whole new level of being able to get through pain at Cocodona here, but I also like there's so many things that if you can avoid it until later on, like I think my foot situation was like pretty good, and I really took care of my feet for day 1. And then it was like pretty painful for day 2. And then till day 3 come along, I was like so in race mode that I'm pretty sure my feet just went numb, because they didn't hurt at all hardly for day 3. So I think I just nailed it when it come to foot care and the whole pain management thing. Because they hurt very bad when I woke up this morning.
Yeah, it's crazy what you can push away when you're chasing after a big goal.
Yeah.
So I'm sure you had a plan coming into this race, and you crushed the course record, but so did 2 other people. Like, what happens when you're in that scenario? Like, you are chasing so hard, but then you have these other people that are just, like, who would think to plan to break a course record by 10 hours? Like, what do you do in that scenario? Like, did you plan on running 60 hours knowing that the previous record was 69?
Yeah, so I knew the previous record was 69. I thought, as along with a lot of others, it was going to take a course record to win. I had no idea what kind of time that would be. Like, time was out of my head. I was there for the race. And so I was perfectly cool with guys being a couple hours up. Like, it's gonna pay off in the end. We're back and forth. There's going to be a lot of movement. But yeah, it did become a thing of where I was chasing so hard, but it was just so hard to make up for the whole 18 hours that was bad. Like, I had such a big low spell that when it come down to it, I was pushing so hard to try to catch the leaders, but eventually I just simply ran out of road.
Right, like you have to take care of yourself and race your own race to some extent. And then it was just like we woke up and heard that Jeff snuck into first over a nap, and then just what happened to Mika and the podium, the entire race. Like, you would never expect so many things to be shaken up in a 250-mile race. Like, so many unexpected turns.
I think that's what makes this distance so fun to spectate too. It's just anything can happen at any point.
Yeah, I feel like everyone's bound to have like some rough spells. And for me, I just did not expect it to be the entirety of day 2, like from about noon to 3 a.m. because I took my nap between 2 and 3 a.m. And then I was on just full on charge mode from 3 a.m. until I got to the top of Eldon and realized what I had chased from 3 a.m. till about 4 p.m. had just slipped right out of my fingers, like, and it was dangling right in front of me for a full day.
Do you think if you slept earlier on day 2, you could have started chasing sooner, or is there anything there that you...
Yeah, I think in theory I could have, and I think it would have worked better. But my problem is I would have had to sleep in Sedona, and I don't think I was tired enough in Sedona to actually benefit. And there's no way I could have slept between. I mean, I took a couple dirt naps between Sedona and Schnebly Hill, but to actually get the full effect of getting in, and I had my crew like warm up my Jeep and get it like 110 degrees in there and get it all prepped and ready for me. And so when I did decide to sleep, I was like out in 2 seconds, and like I warmed up and I got so many benefits from that sleep, and that's just not possible during that section. And I was like, yeah, in theory, if I could have slept at more like midnight instead of 2 a.m., it would have made the difference, because I wasted like so much time struggling along. But you don't have, on the course, you don't have what you need everywhere. You only have it so you just have to make the best that you can with it. So I'm not sure that I would do anything different with the situation, but yeah, if I could have planned crew access at, Schnebly Hill Road where the water station is, rather than where the actual aid station is, where I had crew access, like, yeah, that would have been key, but that's just not something I had to work with.
Right. You really have to work with the setup of the course and where the aid stations are when coordinating sleep, unless you really love dirt naps.
Yeah, and I was so excited to see if the dirt nap thing was going to work. I found it works pretty well because it doesn't take you any time to unwind. So when you're like falling asleep while running or walking, I found out I can actually sleep for an extended period of time while walking. Like I was walking up Schnebly Hill Road, and I just would like wake up every time I like started getting off the edge of the road, and my pacer was having so much fun with it. And I told him, I'm like, just like make sure my eyes are open if I like am about to walk into something. But it was rather unproductive though. And the dirt naps, I didn't find them to reset me like I was hoping they would. When I did take the dirt naps, I woke up consistently once every minute. So it was pretty cool though. Like it was an experience I never had before. But literally every minute I would wake up and I was like, where am I? Oh, that's right. I'm running Cocodona. And then I would be like, okay, it's only been 1 minute. So I would just like fall, and I could fall asleep ready. But then 1 minute later I would wake up and I would be like, oh, what am I doing? Oh, I'm running Cocodona. And it just like was this vicious cycle. And I got some relief, but it's still like, it didn't reset me. Like when I took that 20-minute nap or that 40-minute nap, it was like a new day after that. So anyway, I learned a lot, but like, I can't be mad. I think I did, for being a first 200, I think I kind of nailed it. So I'm pretty excited about that. I obviously wished so bad that what I had chased for all day long and like ran just like a stupidly fast pace. I wish we could have got a better outcome from it, but sometimes you have to enjoy the process and not the outcome.
Yeah, and it sounded like you really trusted your process along this journey too, and that's got to feel good, getting to the finish line, knowing you ran your race, you did your, like, you stayed true to you out there.
Yeah, it was. I went in, and I mean, it went, as absurd as it may sound to have a plan going into something with this many unknowns, I did go in with a ton of confidence, and I came out with even more confidence. I think everything I could have planned for, went to plan as according to plan. And yeah, like it was a great experience overall. Very positive thoughts towards what all happened out there.
That's great.
And I mean, let's not sell it short. Like you're saying that you did a 200. You did a 250-mile race.
Yeah.
Hey,
don't forget those. 50.
Good point. I was telling them if it would have been a 200-mile race, it would have been horrible because I had a terrible second day.
Yeah.
If I wouldn't have had those last 50 miles to really shine and show what I was capable of doing, running, like some of the sections I ran so crazy fast, like I trained like out here on course. I ran the sections like way faster on race day than I did when I was training those sections. Like, and if I wouldn't have had the opportunity to have that Tuesday night, well, Wednesday morning technically, from 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. to reset, and that was like around mile 178. If it would have been 200 miles, it would have been a horrible race because it would have caught me right at the end at my low point instead of like giving me that third day to like come back alive and take another shot at it.
Yeah. Okay, here's a question for you. I watched you at Desert Solstice in 2022, and that was your first foray at the 24-hour mark, if I believe. And I have a feeling you learned some things from that experience. Was there anything that you learned from Desert Solstice 2022 that you were able to bring into Cocodona this year?
I would say that it is so different. I wouldn't give Desert Solstice any credit towards Cocodona, surprisingly. When you're running on a track, you kind of have to keep in motion. And when you kill that motion, you die, like you're done. I think when you're out on a track. Where in a trail race, it is just completely different. Like the body is so used to the changes. I would have a hard time even like comparing or giving one credit to the other because it is just a completely different, it's just completely different circumstances to work with. Like I say, once the body shuts down on the flat, you're done. But like in the mountains, things just keep moving around and like your pace and everything keeps shifting. And so like that's one of the things that kind of keeps you going is just the inconsistency.
Yeah, the variety. That makes sense. I think from what I remember, you could kind of watch your shutdown on the track. You started putting on more layers and I mean, just a totally different beast, I guess. And
and like once I tried to like correct it when I was on the track at Desert Solstice at like mile 120 or something. And I think I was like 18 hours in and I sat down and tried to fix the problem. Well, then the legs seized up and like I just couldn't get the legs moving again. Where I feel like at Cocodona, like you spend enough time hiking that like the legs are just like used to the variability there, which just changes the dynamics completely.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You did amazing, and let's not sell this short. You still have an 8-hour course record.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks. You're so kind. And I am like, I came here not to run a fast time. I came here to race. Like when I signed up and looked at the entrance, I was just like, what could I possibly want more than this? Like every name that I could want on the list was there. And I was so excited to race like the best of all times in 200 milers and a bunch of dark horses. And like everything I could have wanted was at the start line. And that, to me, it wasn't like about seeing how fast I could run. It was about racing these guys. And, unfortunately, I had a really bad day. I really wanted to win this thing. And I think if my bad spell was just a couple hours less on day 2, I could have got that sweet revenge at the end. But, unfortunately, that did not work out the way I had hoped it would. But like the process was so just inspiring, going through such a low spell, but then like just having such an awesome third day of the race. So anyway, I guess apparently you can have a whole bad like day and still throw down a really quick time. So.
Yeah. It's I don't know, something a little forgiving about the trail. It allows room for play, and I think we're able to see the different personalities of these runners shine, because it's all about like, okay, how long does your bad day last? How do you come back from it? And everybody's just going along.
Because like to compare my race with Harry's, like I passed him in Prescott you know, just after Whiskey Row, and like he seemed to be struggling a lot. But then he passed me after Dead Horse through Sedona on day 2. And then like, it was just like we had our downs, like he was feeling a lot better there. I was feeling a lot worse before. Then I was feeling amazing on day 3 and he was struggling. And like, it just like was such a shift. But yeah, it just makes these multi-day events just make the race so dynamic.
Yes, dynamic. That's a great word for it. What did those passes look like? Were you kind of cheering for each other? When you passed somebody, did you kind of be like, yeah, inside and not look back?
No, I try not to get excited when I pass people, or when people pass me, I don't let it get to my head because I know that there's a lot of race left. So I just try not to pay attention to it. It's like, big deal. You know, if he passes me, big deal. Like there's still 100 miles left. And that's when I got to Sedona and it was like struggling pretty bad. That was the little glimmer of hope that I had, was like, okay, I can run 100 miles well. Okay, I've proved that in the past. I still have 90 miles to figure this out. And so that was like my little thing. I was like, yeah, it's looking pretty bad right now, but who knows, like 90 miles is a long way to figure this thing out. So
a lot can happen in 90 miles. A lot did happen in 90 miles.
Yeah, I didn't realize that the last 90 was going to, or more like the last 70 was going to be like the most amazing 70 miles of my life.
So
who
cool
would
to
expect
hear.
that?
Yeah.
That's awesome. One question I think I have to ask, because people are really curious watching the trackers. I don't know what day it is, maybe yesterday night. It looked like you were sharing some miles with Michael Versteeg. Did you have any chats with him? Because we were all wondering what on earth you guys could possibly be talking about.
Oh, it was so cool. Yeah. So I hadn't met Michael Versteeg until mile 60 of Cocodona. So we came into, what's that aid station, the name of that one? Camp Kippa.
Camp Kippa. 62.
I came into Camp Kippa right as he was leaving. And then I caught up to him shortly after that. And so we just I'm like, you know, there's a lot of race left. Like, I just got to meet this guy. Like, let's just share some miles together. And it was amazing. We had some great conversations, as like, we both got to talking about like how much we didn't have in common, but yet the one thing that like we do is neither of us have social media. And that was like, okay. But we just had the most interesting conversation. He said he thought that I was the most interesting guy in the race. And I said, I thought you were the most interesting guy in the race. So it was like, yeah, we had a great time. And we actually were back and forth a lot. Through the grid at Dell's, he was going backwards on chorus a little bit, because I think he left his tracker at the previous aid station, and I'm not sure actually whatever happened. That was just, I just come up on him and he was going backwards, and I'm like, what's up, Michael? And he's like, I don't know, I'm trying to call Steve right now and figure out what to do with this. And anyway, so we ended up, we were back and forth quite a bit, and we had some really cool conversation while we were out there. We actually spent a lot of miles running together.
That's awesome.
That's really cool.
There were so many questions coming in. It was great.
So you guys didn't take any selfies together while you were out there?
No, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think we were doing that, but you never know.
Well, if you don't do social media, that's great. You're probably like mentally healthier than most. But just so you know, everyone's asking for Glick pics, so I just had to bring that up at some point. They just want pictures of you.
Yeah. So I claim to not have social media.
You have a Strava. I saw it.
I must confess. So I just basically won't admit that Strava is social media.
No.
But my one issue is Garmin has been trying for 24 hours now to upload this file. And it is so big, apparently it is just not being able to upload. So I do have some pictures that I'll put out there sometime on
Did you
Strava.
hear that, chat? All of you watching, there's like 1,000 people watching right now, so I'm sure they'll be waiting.
So whenever
patiently.
Garmin can get this 250 miles uploaded, I'll put some pictures. We do have some really cool pictures. I had Jenny Quilty was here to pace someone else, and then unfortunately her runner DNF'd way early, and she messaged me just as I was coming into Jerome and said, "Hey, I am out of pacing duty. Do you need a pacer?" And I'm like, I'm actually really short on pacers. Like, I had Lee Yoder planned for the last 90 miles, which is a big section. But if you want to jump in anytime before that, like, go for it. So she jumped in, and then her partner was able to get some really good photos too. So that's really exciting.
So if somebody were to open a Glick Pics fan account, I mean, would you repost?
They'll just like send you the funds that they raised through it.
Oh,
we won't do it.
It's okay.
Yeah, I feel like if someone can get rich off of me, more power to them. Like, I wouldn't care.
They could raise $1,600 and sign you up for next year's Cocodona 250.
Hey,
that's an idea.
Yeah,
What are
maybe
you
we could
thinking?
just raise the. Maybe we could just raise the funds for next year. Yeah.
Yeah. Are you thinking about doing it again?
You know, when I got to the finish line, I think somebody said they would never do it again, and I was like, that is completely out of my vocabulary. Like,
right.
I want to do it so bad. It's just like, you know, till next year, who knows what I'll be thinking. But right now, I'm like, there's like no negative thoughts about it. So I would say real good chance you'll see me back. I don't know if I can for sure make it work next year, but totally, I will be back.
I mean, I just pulled up your ultra sign up, and it looks like you're already registered for the Cocodona 500 next year.
Oh, okay. That was quick. Yeah. Okay. So it's either Cocodona 250, or if they can muster a 500, then we're in for the Cocodona 500.
I like it. I'm not running it. I'll pace you for like 20 miles.
That's all you're gonna give him?
Maybe 40. I don't know. I did 100. Didn't go well. So I can't commit to pacing someone for 100 miles.
You could break it up and you'd be fine.
We'll see what happens. So what's next on the schedule? Are you gonna eat dinner, take a nap?
Yeah.
Go run?
I think we'll save the shakeout run for another day.
Like another week?
Yeah, we'll see. I'm going to go over to the finish line and hang out for a little bit and say hi and whatever, and then probably go back to bed and get another night of sleep.
No one blames you for that. I think we have 6th female coming in shortly. They're still trickling in. Carrie Henderson finished 5th male female. She was on the camera. Next we have Eliza Lapier. So she should be coming in sometime in the next couple hours.
Where's Joe Corcione hanging at right now?
Huh.
He was at Eldon 8.
That's exciting. We got to actually spend some miles together early on. So that'd be really cool. Hopefully he'll be coming through when I happen to be at the finish line.
Yeah.
Let's see.
We could schedule that. He's get him to move a little quicker. No, he's doing great. He's at mile 240.1, so top of Eldon right now.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
Is it
cool.
still light out? It's still light out. It's not after dark yet. An aid? Okay.
So he's only 8 miles out.
Yeah.
Sweet.
You could go pace him in if you wanted to.
Oh, I should run the last mile with him.
And side note, your teammate Manuela got 2nd. So
yeah, that was so
craft.
exciting for me. Manu messaged me a few weeks ago and was like, "Guess what, Arlen? I'm running Cocodona too."
Surprise!
I'm like, wow, that's really cool. So yeah, and it's amazing. She did so awesome out there.
Yeah, crushers,
I'd
craft
be curious to
crushers.
see if she was rocking the Explorer shoes
Yeah,
too.
we might get her in the studio too. Oh, we should have planned it better. Could have had you both in here. That's okay.
Yeah, that would have been fun to do. An
You can
interview
come back
together.
with her later.
Yeah,
We'll be here.
You
We'll
can
be here
hang
for a
out
couple
for
days.
as long as you want. Float it in the fridge.
Yeah. Have you tried to float it yet?
I
Does he
tried
look
one.
familiar?
Yeah, I did. I tried one of those after Hard Rock. So yeah.
Yeah. Sweet. Well, what's next? Race-wise, thinking about it yet?
I decided not to really plan anything after this. So.
I like it. Just like enjoy what just happened. Like find some happiness. Enjoy
Yeah.
what you just did because it's amazing.
It does take a little while for your nervous system to come back after one of these efforts. So it's nice that you don't feel like you have to rush back into training for something big right now.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how the body was going to act after this. So like, I
That sounds smart.
just going to take.
Very smart.
wait
to the
until
beach.
something inspires me again.
Do you have a coach, Arlen?
So some people say I am self-coached. I would say I am uncoached.
Okay, so
It's working. Oh, we got a shot at AJW. He missed out on this interview.
And a mess
Look
of
at him
food.
eat those meats. Oh my god. Anywho.
Look, he is just scarfing that down.
He was on camera for like 12 hours today, so I don't blame him.
Did he run up to that aid station?
Is that, yeah, that's what I'm
I
gonna
hope
ask.
he did. He had to earn his meat. He can't just drive up there.
I wonder.
So, are you sticking around Flagstaff for a while?
I think I'll probably head home sometime tomorrow. I am staying in a pull-behind camper, so whenever we get things backed up,
Good road trip.
yeah, it's nice to have a flexible departure time.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's probably what, like a 20-hour drive?
So according to Google Maps, it's a 30-hour drive.
Oh.
But it takes more like 40 hours when
Yeah.
you're pulling a camper.
Yeah. Well, you can pull over and take some naps. Stretch
I
the
mean, yeah,
legs
I just
out.
got done running for 61 hours. So, like, what's a 40-hour drive? Like, that's nothing.
I hope it's not windy for you. Pulling a camper with wind makes me so
Yeah.
nervous.
Well, going east is better than going west
Mm.
because, like, going east, usually you have a tailwind, which is a little better. But
Yeah.
yeah. Let's hope the weather is favorable.
Yeah.
Hopefully, no freak snowstorms. I don't know. It's May. We're Arizona.
Yeah, I was just talking to a friend in Montana. He said they have snow on the ground again, too. So, I mean, you never know in these mountain towns.
Yep.
Sweet. Well, it was awesome having you on. You're
All right.
welcome back anytime. We'll be here for 2 days. I don't know. 3 more days.
Yeah, thanks for coming me. It's fun to catch
Yeah.
up after the race.
Great
Yeah.
chatting. Happy recovery. Thanks for coming in and making time.
All right. Thank you.
Bye, Arlen. Huge
Yep, goodbye.
congratulations. Woo. Wow.
Hello, we are back. Thank you for your patience. We just had to get our own Glick pick with the one and only Arlen Glick. So
we got one. We're back. So Mercedes Siegelgaither and
Shelby Farrell.
We're here for who knows how long. Right now we're bringing in number 401, maybe. Sorry, I need to collect myself.
It's the Sedona Canyons runner, I'm pretty sure, by that bib color.
Hope you all enjoyed that interview with Arlen Glick. Feel free to rewind, watch it again. We're so happy to have these runners making time to come into the studio. They just ran 250 miles and are making time to answer our questions.
I can't even speak.
I can't talk that well.
Darn it. They can even articulate their experiences out there, which is, better than I can do. So.
And the smile on his face, like, I would just be like, let me nap. Give me some sandwiches. Just let me be alone.
Stop asking me questions. No, Arlen is incredible. It was so cool to hear how he came back from that low on day 2.
Right.
And just realizing, like, he needed 250 miles versus 200 miles to run the race that he did. Our bodies work in mysterious ways.
I'm so excited to see what he does next, like jumping from a 24-hour race to a 250-mile race and taking it on so confidently and just crushing it out, like still beating the course record by 8 hours.
With no coach.
So what's next? I mean, I feel like I would trust him as my coach.
Yeah.
I think he's selling himself short. But it'll be excited to see what he does next.
It really will be.
What can't Arlen Glick do?
Social media. Just kidding.
Besides,
he is on Strava. We learned today that he does like posting on Strava. So if you're looking for Glick pics, go on to Arlen Glick's Strava and give him a follow.
I feel a little weird saying Glick pics now that I've met him in person.
His reaction to that was kind of amazing.
I couldn't look him in the eye after that.
Aid Station Fireball, can you get that screenshot and turn it into a meme, please?
Alrighty then.
So actually, I can go back. I was trying to do some investigative research before I came to the studio today. I had some great conversations with the shuttle driver. That was fun. Bryce is his name. Shout out, Bryce. They get plenty of sleep at night, FYI, in case you're wondering. But Mandy Holmes has been out there crewing and pacing Jake Jackson, and she gave me some really cool scoop. If you're new to the sport and don't follow Jake Jackson, I think that he is just awesome. He's a UPS driver by day and has a family and is working all of his training around that and just makes it happen. But this is his first foray at this distance, and he had a really aggressive build with some very successful races leading up to Cocodona 250. And I think I'll just read what Mandy sent me because I didn't memorize it. But so anybody's wondering about Jake Jackson's race, this is my scoop. He started experiencing breathing issues between Mingus and Jerome that lasted through the night. We did a medical check at Schnebley, and they confirmed that it was okay to continue. They provided breathing exercises for Jake to do periodically to help open up his lungs, and that seems to have turned things around breathing-wise. Really cool point about breathing there. I think we talked about the dust. It's you need to be able to breathe to run 250 miles.
And we talked to Jeff, and that was his issue towards the end, was that he had constricted breathing. His O2 went down into the 70s, and his esophagus just kind of constricted. And so he wasn't getting enough oxygen. He would have to like stop and breathe through his nose. And having that going into Eldon, like you're going up to 9,000 feet, like he wasn't getting enough oxygen. And I think it's just compounding when you're running on gravel roads. He said there's ATVs out there that aren't slowing down necessarily. Like, you're just taking in all those particles into your lungs, which is a sensitive system to begin with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I have a friend who is a breathwork instructor, Ria. She paced me at the 2021 Cocodona. I bet if I run this race again, I'll get her to come out here. But she's actually, I mean, I think that there's a market for that, doing some breath coach workshops with ultra runners.
I think that's valuable.
I don't think it's something that we're all paying that much attention to yet. And it's really helpful when you can breathe.
I think there's actually a book called Breathe. I listened to the audiobook, which I'm a little ADD, if you can believe that. But it's all about like how important breathing is, and like if you just do it right, you can completely change the way you train.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, okay. I'm going to do some
possibilities.
Googling on breathing. So Jake's story gets, I don't want to say more intense, but more classic Cocodona 250. He struggled through the night and got extremely cold. And we do see the temperature swings on this course drastically. He was sleepwalking and all that good jazz, quote Mandy Holmes. Currently, we are napping at Walnut Canyon. This was at 3:30-ish, so I bet he's moving again. I'll have to check his tracker. He was planning a 30 to 45 minute little chill time to manage the fatigue, which the medic at Todd Hill informed us was likely an after effect from the mild hypothermia of being cold. So just, again, the importance of those survival skills out on this course, making sure that you have jackets and can stay comfortable goes a long way. One of the other cool things that's going on with Jake Jackson and his crew is that a bunch of members from Team USA are out there crewing and pacing him. So Jake was on Team USA for the 24-hour. Mandy was. Chad, Chad's racing, I think. And Chad's pacer, Jeff Urbanski, were all members of Team USA. So this has been kind of a reunion for them. Really cool to see this group of individuals who are so skilled at running around a track for 24 hours, which we just talked about with Arlen. It's very different than a 250-mile trail race, coming out here and tackling the sport of ultra running with the twist of some different terrain and just, different obstacles.
Yeah, I feel like if you mess up your footing on a trail, it could go much differently than on a track. You have some cliffy areas here, some roads, some vehicle crossings. There's just a lot more to consider. And I feel like when you're running a trail, your mind is constantly making sure that you're placing your foot in the right spot so you don't sprain your ankle. Versus a track, it's a little more straightforward. It's a lot more predictable.
Yeah. Just, I guess Arlen was right. It is a totally different beast. I mean, yes, you're running for a long span of time and there's a lot of similarities, but as far as body mechanics go, it's going to feel different. I do want to go back to Olga's finish when she gets there. She is a powerhouse. Oh, we got Elsa dancing. I didn't even need to try to look up bib numbers. It's just so Elsa coming into Eldon 8, I believe. Another runner that's just always in good spirits. I mean, she's got glitter on her face. Her pacer's wearing bunny ears. Let's see if she eats any of Pete's meats.
Did they switch to bunny ears? What happened to the Shrek ears?
I wouldn't be surprised if her team had theme days.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I'm curious.
Makes it.
AJW
Is he
still there?
Eating meats? AJW, we see you. He's coming back into the studio for another few hours tonight.
Oh, nice. Elsa, let's see.
This is Olga King.
Olga King, she's a legend. I think Annie Hughes is crewing her through this.
I did see Annie out on course, which was cool to see. These two are such an incredible team.
Right, just going back and forth, crewing each other at these ultras.
And I think, I don't know, it's a cool thing to hear about how different teams assemble to support these runners to this finish line. And I think you learn a lot about each other along the way out there. You likely will have pacers that work really well for you and also don't work well for you, and being able to communicate that and be direct, it's truly an experiment in humaning.
And Olga was just in my area. She was down in Royal Gorge doing one of Aravaipa's races, the Royal Gorge Groove 50K.
Wait, no way, that's your area?
I live in Salida.
Oh, so
want to come visit?
Oh, well, I don't know if we talked about this yet, but my husband's the new race director for Aravaipa, Colorado.
Oh, sweet.
So Royal Gorge Groove was actually the first race that he put on
last
officially.
year.
No,
was it 2 years ago?
No, we
I know
started.
It's a new race.
Oh yeah, it's a
new
new race.
too.
He's new. Yeah, he started in December.
Oh, sweet.
So once I can run again, we definitely should meet up for a run.
I can't see the boot from.
I know. Just pretend it's not
Wait,
there.
so where do you live?
Technically, Colorado Springs.
Oh wait, we're both kind of bums.
Yeah,
okay. All right. Like, yeah. That's like base camp. There's a lot of good dispersed camping.
Anyways. Yeah,
disregard
Colorado
that
Springs
chat.
is kind of base camp. But yeah, embracing that dirtbag runner life. I'm excited to get out to Silverton this year. I think the Silverton Alpine Marathon and Kendall Mountain Run are going to be huge.
Oh, definitely. That'd be fun. That's
if
a nice
you want
area.
a bib, I know
Oh,
the
no.
guy that can get you a
I'm
bib.
probably busy. When's the date? No, don't tell me.
July
I'm busy.
6th and 7th, I think.
I actually will be busy.
Oh, lies.
I'm gonna go to Peru.
Okay, that's cool.
Hopefully. There's a race there.
If you don't, then I got a bib for you.
Okay.
But
Plan
yeah,
B.
I'm excited to see the Aravaipa races in Colorado continue to grow. It seems like a really cool community out there.
It's so great.
I've only been there for like 2-ish months and haven't really been able to run with them, but I've gone to their run club on crutches and everyone is extremely welcoming.
You're in the Springs area?
Yeah.
I feel like there are more than one running group.
Probably. Aravaipa specifically has one on Monday nights, 5:30. Fossil Brewery.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, it's a really cool spot to meet, and the Aravaipa, Colorado HQ is like, wow, there's trails right there. What are we looking at?
Oh, I can't say that. AJ's trying to get me
Wow. Is that really AJW playing tricks like that?
muted. I'll remember that, AJW. It's not dark yet. I still have to go for an 1.5 hour run.
Do you?
Is it still smoky out? Let me take a rain check.
Does this Airbnb have a treadmill?
Maybe in that locked door. I feel like I had a thought and it is gone. Someone called me out for blushing at some point in the chat. I don't blush.
Oh, I think Olga is on Instagram, if that's who we're talking about in the chat. What is her handle?
Olga, she is almost there. She's been was our female winner. And then in second place, let's see, we had, it looks like they're still out there. I'm trying to see if these trackers update, but it's going to be close with Josette Cassie. Behind her, Jalna Claire, and then Olga King. Wow. Oh, there she goes. She's crossing. I think my data might be a little off, but they might have all finished already. And here comes Olga for fourth place female.
There we go. I finally figured out how to sort the races on the Cocodona Live. Let's go, Olga.
All right, your numbers look like they reflect what I said.
Yeah.
Ooh, Olga King, what a crusher, finishing the 125, 54 years young.
Big hug from Annie Hughes.
Holding her up a little bit. So happy. These two are just crewing each other through all these crazy long distances.
This is bib 168.
$168 on the screen. That's Andrew Redinger. Starting his way down Eldon. Another thank you to our drone pilots. We'll probably have them for another hour and a half before it gets dark out.
Mercedes, we might have a running partner for you. Trail Gangstas needs to do a half hour, so.
Half hour. Make it 3 half hours. Gosh, is it still smoky out there? Can we get an update from the chat?
Rory, tell us what's going on. What are the weather conditions like in Flagstaff? Mercedes wants to know.
Hey, Sarah Newberry. Welcome to the chat. You've missed so much. So for anyone else joining us, on this live stream, we have interviews with our Cocodona 2024 250 winner, Harry I cannot tell you how many times I've said his name, Harry S. We also have another interview with second place male Jeff Browning and our third place Arlen Glick. So save this stream and check it out. There's a lot of good content in here.
Thank goodness you can rewind these live streams. I wonder who's going to come in next on this list.
Oh, someone in the chat says they saw Olga pass Stephanie, which means she would have been fourth place female for the 125.
Stephanie Rosenbaugh is on her way in.
Stephanie is running the 250, so ignore what I just said.
I think I'm going to text Joe Corcione. I feel like he's been hanging out at Eldon for a little too long. It's time for him to finish this race.
You gotta tell Pete to stop giving him so much meat.
He's not gonna be able to finish if he eats too much meat. That's exactly what the text is gonna be. Stop eating Pete's meat and finish so we can interview you tonight.
Yes, Alexis, they are finishing in downtown Flagstaff. So anyone in town, feel free to go down there, bring your cowbell, pots and pans, whatever, make some noise, go support these runners. They've done an amazing feat. They just ran 250 miles.
Yeah. Okay, what's your take on cowbells?
I hate them.
Do you? I had a feeling you were going to say that.
I went to Mississippi State for grad school, and you could not buy yourself a cowbell. You had to be gifted a cowbell. Okay, cowbells aren't that great. But ever since then, I'd go to a football game, and just everyone's like ringing their bell. Whether something good or bad was happening, like half of those people didn't know what was going on, and they're just ringing the bells in your ears. So cowbells, that's my take.
Yeah, I've been embracing the cowbell lately, and I know it feels annoying, and I'm kind of okay with that. We were driving up Schnebly Fire Road, and there's runners just slowly trekking in last night, and I was ringing the cowbell out the window, and I was like, I think they hate me. But you know what? Somebody might have felt pumped up by it. And
I think cowbells are
goal.
good for running. I don't like those one things they have in Europe, like the really loud horns.
Oh, the visceral woozers.
That's it. I think you nailed it.
Yeah.
You don't have to like put them in our ears. Like we can hear you from miles away.
Yeah. Maybe I'll get that one for next year. No, just kidding. I like the cowbell.
Thank you, Josh Adams, for putting the specific time that Jeff Browning's interview starts at. For all y'all listening, check it out, 81:52 in. We got someone asking about how Ashley Paulson is doing. Let me do a quick update.
I know she's definitely not opposed to coming back. At least that was the talk at Fort Tuthill. So unless she changed her mind, she is embracing this distance and handling it like the tough,
with great spirits,
happy runner that she is. Yeah,
she's currently at mile 232.5, so she's got about 6 miles until she starts climbing up Eldon, and then has a 2,000-mile descent, and we can welcome her in at the finish line.
I wonder if we can get any of the Podium women to come chat with us.
I think they're working on it.
Amazing.
Fingers crossed.
Right, who did we just have finish there? Maybe Josette in the 125?
So I have about 20 minutes left of my shift, and guess who's coming on next?
Who?
The new retiree, Eric Sensman.
Oh, yes, I can't wait to hear about that. I didn't listen to the podcast, so now you can just maybe tell us about
in real
what
life.
he's up to.
That'd be good to know.
Yeah.
For all you still listening in the chat, we currently have 70 entrants for early registration for 2025 Cocodona 250. You can add your name to that list anytime. Now's the time.
It'll be the best week of your year. Guaranteed.
You could have us talking about you on the camera. Who knows what we would say about you? Good things. Good things, though.
Really, really good things. We'll talk about how cool your shirt is and
you could be
how fresh you look at aid stations.
You could be the next short blue shorts girl.
Ooh, who was that?
We had a orange long shorts guy, and the acronym fan favorite orange hat guy, the acronyms being thrown out in the chat, people loved them. They want them in studio.
We should start a shop with the different outfits that people are calling out. We can set our own little Cocodona collection.
Someone did ask for like a Cocodona dictionary.
Ooh.
There's a lot of terms and acronyms being thrown out there.
That would be fun to create. Like McKnight's hanging out at the finish.
Did we bring in Stephanie?
Unless it looked like she was a mile out, but I don't know if my page refreshed.
I never got to see a bib, and there's no people following them in.
There's a lot of excitement right now with the woman who just came in. I would put money on that being Stephanie. Who would be our 6th place female, if it is her.
What a race.
I mean, it would make sense that it is her.
All right, I brought some reading for us.
Ooh. To the gorge.
Yes.
Which gorge?
The gorge.
Like the big one?
Finish the book? Yeah, okay.
Oh.
No, but this is exciting. So this book, I wonder if we have a camera on us. Is there anybody that we're watching right now? This is a good story.
I feel like they don't need a camera on us.
No, I want to show them the book though.
Zoom in on
special.
her.
No, you really don't have to do that.
On the book.
You can zoom in on the book.
It's a book.
Okay, so this book was written by one of my pacers during Cocodona 250 in 2021.
During?
She probably
while
was
she's
starting
pacing?
the process, I bet, at that point.
Okay.
But Emily Hellman, I had never met her in person until she came to pace me. But we had crossed paths a bunch through just life running stuff. And this book just came out this week. It's incredible. But just a fun pacer story. Emily Halman, she's a badass. So the book is about her getting the overall FKT on the Oregon, the section of the PCT.
Okay.
So many acronyms.
Solid.
Let's add them into the dictionary. So she got the fastest known time on Oregon's Pacific Coast Crest Trail section, which is like 500 something miles. Should have taken notes before talking about her book. But when she was pacing me, first of all, I am a little frugal, so I got the cheapest hotel in Phoenix for the night before, and I was in a very scummy parking lot painting my toenails when she arrived. And I'm like, hey, Emily, we're about to be best friends. You're about to pace me for 250 miles. And she's like, I can't wait. I'm so ready. I brought the glitter. Your nails look great. She was kind enough to sleep on a very sketchy pull-out couch in the hotel room. Whatever. Great start. And this girl is just like crucial in my race. I destroyed my feet by putting ice in my socks.
Ooh.
We don't have to talk about that. And Emily actually took the socks off her own feet while she was pacing me.
Aww.
And gave them to me. And then took my wet socks and put them on her feet.
That's love.
Love.
Straight love.
She's incredible. And so she poured even more love into this book, which I'm about halfway through. I would have finished it if I wasn't crewing Sedona Canyons 125. I didn't want to miss my runner coming in, so I had to stop reading. But it's really good. It's about experience with loss and her experience on this incredible FKT journey. And yeah, I just love Emily, and shout out to amazing pacers who do amazing things to the gorge.
The pacers do so much for us. They definitely deserve some love.
They do. Okay, 460 miles on the Pacific Crest Trail. I guess I could have just
It's okay.
read.
It's okay.
It's okay. It's okay.
We'll try again in like 20 minutes.
Sure,
We'll
yeah, I
nail
forgot
it.
already.
Right now on camera, we have runner 168. And a little side note, while we were interviewing Arlen, Brian Janzik finished the 250.
Nice. I think he's been here every year. Is he one of our four-timers? Maybe?
He is a local from Tucson, Arizona. Right now, is this Andrew Renninger? Coming into the finish. Yeah.
What a good feeling hitting those streets of Flagstaff, running by Beaver Street Liquor, whatever that.
Nobody has stopped yet.
And
the Beaver hasn't brought anyone
you know
in.
why? They haven't had to stop because at Walnut Canyon they had shots. They had a whole bar set up. So
Oh, that sounds terrible. Right before going up Eldon. Oof.
Yeah, I don't know if that would be my choice moment to take a shot.
So for all of you currently in the chat, who has been listening or watching the longest? It's going on. Oh, what is your official title? What do we call you? Producers. They win. Probably. You probably can't beat that. I'm sure it's like plus 84 hours. They have to watch us. They're the ones who mute my microphone, so somebody's got to pay attention.
I wonder how often does that happen?
I think, how many times have I been muted? 2 or 3?
Twice.
Only twice. That's not bad.
What do we have to do to be muted?
I haven't been muted all day.
Oh, that's a good day.
It is almost dark out.
So they mute you less in the dark, and that's how Airvipa After Dark comes alive?
I don't fully understand why I was muted. Things are open to interpretation.
Hey, it's the same reason we mute AJW. It's true.
AJW is coming back, right? He'll be back. What time?
Well, actually, maybe tomorrow morning. I don't know.
No, he's coming back tonight. Maybe I can meet him on Eldon.
He's probably still hanging.
AJW will be back on air at 9 p.m.
Nice.
Right after Senseman.
Yeah, I hopefully will be scooting out to see my runner finish. I should check on her tracker. Megan Healy, she is doing her thing out there in Sedona Canyons 125, and it's been so cool to follow. 10.5 away from the finish, so I'll have to jet to catch her finish. Oh, Joe Corcione texted me back. Let's see what he said.
Less texting, more running.
He said, on my way, 2 exclamation marks. His phone is, he has his notifications silent, so hopefully that means he went into business mode.
He's got some business to conduct.
I wonder if his alter ego has come out on this Lupo, the wolf.
I know nothing about this.
Oh, I would love to hear him talk about it, because I can't really speak for Lupo, but...
Is that the name of his alter ego?
Yes.
What's Lupo stand for?
I believe it's wolf in Italian, maybe.
Lupo?
Lupo.
Latin. No, that's lupus.
Let me just check out his Instagram. I know he did a post explaining it. Joe Corcione, host of the Everyday Ultra podcast, is leaving Eldon to finish the Cocodona 250.
Just under 5 miles out.
Oh, wow. Okay, so I probably didn't really refresh my tracker that great. He's on his way. Okay, Joe Corcione's alter ego. There's a great reel about it that I won't I won't play for you, but you can watch it. He basically really loves looking at the way different superheroes or animals can inspire you to dig deeper during these adventure races, and he gives a really good explanation about why his is a wolf. So yeah, hopefully we can hear more on that. I think we do a lot of maybe crazy things as runners to convince us to keep going forward, and it's not crazy. It's just a cool mental game. So
I'm intrigued. I wonder what my alter ego is.
I'm a mountain lion.
Ooh,
Yeah.
scared. I don't want to run into you in the dark. With a light.
Woo, look at that. We got a little somersault coming in.
Somersault. Nice.
I'd give that about a 4. His legs were not fully extended.
Andrew Reddinger finishing
What a
strong.
finish. What a finish. I hope they caught that somersault on camera.
Like
Because,
a good action shot. Hopefully Howie caught the moment.
yeah. It's like, well, my legs are tired, but my arms are still good, so...
Keep on rolling.
Yeah, I have a couple of reasons why I gravitated towards the mountain lion, but during one of my more successful races, the motto was mountain lions, big cats hunt at night. So
nice.
And I just kind of kept going, big cats hunt at night, and it got me to stop thinking about the women chasing me behind me, and just kept me focused on going forward. So I think that's a good example of how alter egos can help you win races.
What race was this?
Rim to River 100 miler last fall. Really cool race in West Virginia.
West Virginia. Never been.
Yeah, I hadn't either, and it's beautiful. You run around the New River Gorge, so you're just getting these epic views of the river and these cool bridges. There's a ton of really neat bridges in West Virginia.
Oh, cool.
They actually have a day dedicated to it. I believe it's called Bridge Day.
Nice.
Yeah, but such a great race, lots of community. I don't know, yeah, in the fall, foliage, get a little bit of everything.
That sounds like a good time.
It was.
Some good drone shots. We got to enjoy those while we can. Once it gets dark out, it's not going to be not going to be possible anymore. So thanks to our drone pilots for getting out there all day long, giving us shots of the runners. Look at that sky. It's a little hazy yet. A little smoky.
Are you from the West Coast originally? Where are you from?
I'm from Wisconsin.
Oh, cool.
Is it?
Well, so you're not used to forest fires.
I mean, actually, occasionally, rarely we get forest fires in
Yeah.
Wisconsin.
Okay.
It's usually because the forest is so dense up there, but not as common as out west.
Yeah. I'm from the East Coast originally, and when we moved out west, that was really eye-opening.
Yeah, it's like a whole nother thought process. And I was a forester for 4 years, so my entire job was writing management plans to try to recreate what nature would do, because we put fires out as soon as they happen. And so our forest just became way too dense. We don't let fires happen even though they're natural in the ecosystem. It's how trees in certain environments start sprouting. It's how the forest just works. And so that was my life for a while. It was kind of just trying to recreate what nature wants to do. So a lot of prescriptions are cutting trees, which people don't like either. So it's hard to find a happy medium, because no one likes smoke, as this prescribed fire is producing, but the smoke that comes from a mega fire is uncontrollable, and it's so much worse. And like us dealing with this for a little bit, like it should hopefully in turn help prevent these mega fires.
Yeah. I think so. Where were you doing this?
Colorado.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I think I started to see forestry taking place my first time at the Grand Canyon. You could see the little piles of logs that they were neatly stacking, and it seemed like very strategic places to. Then do they go back and burn the logs?
Usually they'll haul out the logs. The issue is pines aren't very valuable. You can't do a lot with it. They're not even that great for firewood, which tends to be what the majority of pine is used for. And there's just not a big market for it. Logging is a really dangerous job. We don't have a lot of contractors. So if we can do prescribed burns and thinning, that's ideally what science is saying we should be doing. But it's a lot of work and it's a lot of money, and we're doing what we can, I guess.
Yeah. So cool to hear your perspective on that.
Let me nerd out for a little bit.
I want to hear more. I'm refraining from asking more questions. No, it was so interesting. Like, I was born and raised in Connecticut, spent a lot of time in Vermont, and then headed out west on a road trip with the plan of settling in California, which is what we did for 5 years. And like within that first year there, you could see damage from previous fires very clearly all around us. But then, when you could see the forest on fire in the distance,
it's terrifying. Like, fire isn't something you can just put out.
No, and so I'm glad that this is just a controlled fire that these runners are experiencing. Well, I mean, they're not in it, you know what I mean. They are quality, what you're seeing on the drone. So all is well there. But welcome to the Wild West.
Woo! How is everyone in the chat doing tonight?
Love seeing Rosie's comment that she's watching with her 6-year-old as special TV time before school. I mean, what's going to happen in 20 years when these 6-year-olds that have been watching the Cocodona 250 live stream become ultra runners?
I'm also sorry, Rosie, if I've said anything inappropriate.
Oh, we have requests for a 250-mile event in Colorado. I think you never know. That could happen.
I mean, there's that one race, the 100-mile Rainbow Trail. You run it and then you turn around and run it again. That's 200 miles in Colorado.
Interesting.
Sounds fun, right?
I don't know if I want to do an out and back 200-miler. Out and back 100-miler I could be cool with, but maybe. Oh, I don't know. Let me think about that. Oh, you have some Wisconsin friends.
Hey, we probably are related. Like, probably know each other. I'm from Westfield, Wisconsin. Yep. Teeny tiny little town in the woods, in the cornfields. We had a bring your tractor to school day. Is that weird?
That's incredible. Did you bring your tractor?
I didn't have a tractor. Just because I'm from Wisconsin doesn't mean I have a tractor.
Man, you must have felt really left out.
Outcast for life.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, no. No tractor. Thinking about absurd things that people did in elementary school, middle school. We did ribbon dances for Flag Day. Did you do
That sounds fun. No.
The 4th grade class learned a ribbon dance.
That's cute.
It's like our gym time.
The best day of the year would be when they'd bring in the roller skates and we'd get to skate in circles around the gym.
Reckless. We only had the
So
butt
fun.
scooters.
Oh, I forgot about those. Throwback. Where's AJW? I want to hear about his childhood.
Yeah, it was probably way more exciting. Like cement in the playground's exciting. Splinters.
Stan, I worked in the Wisconsin Dells. I was a lifeguard.
Oh, no way.
Fun fact, I guarded lives. I did have to save a guy once, and I just like hopped in the pool and stood him up in the 4 feet of water that he didn't realize how shallow it was. And he didn't even thank me, just walked away. Fun stuff.
Yeah. My husband was a lifeguard for a while in Florida on the beaches, and so he's had some wild stories of no sharks. It sounds like a lot of heart attacks, unfortunately.
That's sad.
Not a bad place to go down, I guess. But yeah, no, you've done some cool jobs.
I have a very eclectic resume.
Yeah, do you still have lifeguard on your resume, or is that one kind of trickled down?
That's trickled down. Worked in a greenhouse. I was an urban and community forestry coordinator in the Virgin Islands. I worked for them as a cadastral technician, a wildlife tech, and a park ranger. I was forester for 4 years. And now I'm here. So, yeah, that's my life in a nutshell.
Yeah, all of those experiences brought you here.
One of the fun things I did, and this is real life, I had an internship in San Diego for the U.S. Navy's National Marine Mammal Foundation, and I got to help train dolphins and sea lions for the Navy.
No way.
What does the Navy do with that?
They train them for enemy defense, and they are systems of warfare.
I have heard that, but it's never
It's
been
real.
confirmed by a real person who has experience doing it. So that's amazing. Dolphins are very smart creatures.
Yes, they are. They train them to use these bite plates and go attach them to things.
No way.
Yeah.
Were the dolphins smarter than the sea lions?
I've said too much.
No, I want to keep hearing about it.
They're going to come find me.
This is way exciting than working in marketing. I feel like I've chose the wrong path.
It hasn't been a lucrative life.
Yeah. You got to do what makes you happy, though. That's why we're here.
Yeah.
More
This
fun,
makes
more
me
better.
happy.
Yeah.
Woohoo. All right, what's going on here? Just a nice little drone shot.
Looks like a quiet aid station. Is this Eldon?
This is Eldon. They are fully prepped. Such a bummer that Harry and Jeff kind of were too fast for all of the aid stations and the smoked meats to be ready.
Oh.
I mean, when you're setting up an aid station, who thinks, oh, we better set this up 10 hours ahead of course record time because they might come in early?
That had to be interesting. I know in 2021, all runners were behind the pace that they had predicted. And so there's a lot of pivoting that has to happen in those situations where now the race was going to be, I don't remember, let's say 15 hours longer than expected. And so now you need 15 hours more volunteers.
Right.
So the pivoting that happens on the fly with a race of this magnitude, and it's actually something that the shuttle driver was talking about when I was trying to talk to him about fun things to bring up on the live stream. He's also been a course manager before, and he was talking about, having to find runners who are lost on course, having to deal with people taking down course markings. Like, who would do that?
And that has to be so stressful, right? Sometimes you get like little kids who are like, ooh, pretty, and they steal a flag, and now our runner is 20 miles off course.
Yeah, this particular runner he was telling me about was 9 miles off course. And I mean, I don't know if I feel bad, because it is such an important part of trail running to know how to navigate, to know how to look at a map. And if you've been running for 9 miles, which is probably at least 2 hours at Cocodona 250 pace, and haven't seen one flag, like, maybe you should ask yourself, yo, am I on course? But
it's good to check in.
It's hard. We've heard stories of some of our top runners possibly turning around, making little errors, and it's a really big piece of being successful in trail running. You need to know how to navigate, trust yourself in your navigation, and ideally have a pacer who you can trust, because that has happened too. Pacers not fully paying attention, just little mistakes.
Very light snow mist at Eldon.
Ooh, snow mist on Eldon.
It's gonna be cold tonight. That's the text.
Get a nice climb to warm you up, but that downhill is gonna be chilly. Warm yourself up with some of Pete's meats.
Bring layers. I hope Pete starts a food truck after this. Pete's Meats, and can roll it around Flagstaff and
sounds great.
Pop up shop at the Grand Canyon.
I'm actually allergic to mammals.
What?
I just realize how ridiculous I sound sometimes. I got bit by this Lone Star tick in Mississippi, and it causes a meat allergy that will go away between 5 and 20 years, and I'm like 7 years in.
Wait, that's wow.
It's real.
Wait, a tick?
Tick bite.
Yeah, ticks are.
They're the worst. They have no reason to exist.
Good. I'm from, like we said, I'm from Connecticut, so Lyme disease happened in Old Lyme, Connecticut. I used to babysit for a family, and the little 7-year-old boy was on a lacrosse team, and their mascot was the ticks.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, which is kind of funny. Like, ticks are scary.
Did they lose a pet?
No. But it's just, yeah, that's crazy. So you can't eat mammals, which is...
I'm getting there. It, like, slowly goes away over time, so I can finally have dairy again. It's like alpha-gal. Wow. It's like alpha-galactose, some numbers. It's like a sugar or carb that's in meat.
Well, it's a good thing you can have dairy again, because we learned during this race the power of raw milk.
Team milk.
Yeah. We haven't had Mike McKnight on yet.
Mike Milk Night.
No.
Not yet. Someone bring him in the studio.
I do want to hear about the milk a little bit more.
Did you see his finish line?
No.
He just like had his shirt pulled all the way up into his vest, and like white belly just out, bloated, crossing that finish line. And rumor has it on his Instagram he posted that he had water bloating, so I'm curious to see if he had some bad milk.
I gotta pull up his Instagram now. It's you can get really puffy during these races. Your body responds in unique ways. Oh yeah, there's the belly pic. Oh, with his wife. Oh my gosh. He looks like a big milk baby. Sorry, McKnight. I don't mean it like that.
Has anyone seen Eric Sensman? Is he coming to relieve me? Because if he doesn't, no pressure, I have to run in the dark.
I think it's dark already.
Right? It feels so dark. Let's begin Cocodona after dark early. Look at that beautiful finish line photo. Apparently it is still light out. It looks light there.
Right. Yeah, that's a good that's a good clue right there.
They just stick us in this dark corner.
I mean, maybe they have lights on at the finish already. That's why it's so bright.
Is that an option?
That's not a fart. It's the chairs very squeaky. I don't know what you can hear.
There's no secrets from a mic. Do, 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 do.
Oh, do we know where Jam is?
We have another finisher coming in. Aw, look at that. Cute with her two little ones.
I believe that is Aaron McCracken.
Aaron McCracken. Nice. Sedona 125 finisher. Aaron McCracken just finished the Sedona 125 in 5th place for females.
Strong run.
I think this is George Cyrus. 119 on his way up Eldon.
Let's go, George. Making his way up Eldon, working for that aid station before he takes a 2,000-foot descent. George Cyrus. Looks like he's from Queen Creek, Arizona. Another local. Hot on his tail is Nate Lewis from Vancouver, Washington. A few miles back is another fan favorite we've been hearing about, Jake Jackson. Mile 235.1. And right behind him is Ashley Paulson.
Yes. They've all been pretty close this whole race.
It's amazing how close they can be for such a long race.
I gotta think it makes it really fun for the runners. I mean, when I did this, I was sort of delirious throughout most of it, and if I did it again, I would pay more attention to the people that I said I had to and passed, I think, or they passed me, whatever, you know, people you volley back and forth with on course. You can make really, really good friends unexpectedly during any distance trail race, not just a 250-mile one, but I mean, these guys have now been kind of going back and forth with each other. Their crews are probably starting to get to know each other. It's a whole big community out there.
That shared trauma will really bond bond you to someone you've never met before.
Yep.
An update on another fan favorite, Andy Glaze. He's 217 miles in.
Probably still smiling. Oh, look at that.
It is 122.
All right, we have 122. Mario Scolucci. Coming in strong with his pacer taking the lead. It does feel a little disorienting hitting pavement after spending so many miles on trails. You're like, oh, do I turn here? Do I cross here? So having a confident pacer help power you to the finish is clutch.
442.
442. 2 is Sam Carroll doing the Sedona Canyons 125. Looks like Sam is out there solo. Always an interesting choice whether to go with a pacer or without a pacer. I've kind of gone back and forth personally. I think not having a pacer sometimes helps me be a little bit more self-reliant, less dependent. But at the same time, having a pacer can really help boost your morale when you're hitting those lows. Yeah, GD Runner Boy, I can't believe how well everyone is moving. It's a really runnable back half of a race. If you can save your legs for that Fort Tot Hill to Walnut Canyon section, survive the climb up Eldon, refresh with some meat, and then have the energy to crank the downhill into Heritage Square, yeah, it's going to make a big difference versus just petering out at the end of a race. So I think the goal is always to have a little pep in your step for the finish. But, you know, it doesn't always happen. It's hard to control. Easier said than done. Cruising on into the finish.
So our next cutoff is going to be tonight at 9:30 p.m. at Schnebley Hill, mile 179.5. So let's hope we can get our runners in, keep them moving tonight. Let's check on another fan favorite, Callie Vinson.
Oh, I was just thinking about her. How is Callie doing?
Her GPS has not updated for 22 minutes. It looks like she was at mile 186.1, so she's a few miles outside of Munns Park. And she has until 1 a.m. to get there.
She's money. And looking at Ashley Paulson's tracker, I think someone wanted to check on her in the chat. It's been about 10 minutes since her tracker has pinged, but she's about 0.6 from Sandy Seep. And then we will see her at Eldon, right? It's Sandy Seep, then Eldon, then boom, down.
Mm-hmm. See what our cameras can capture. See, our next 250-mile runner should be coming in shortly. I'm not sure if this is who's on camera. Is that a 250 bib?
Yes, this is. I just had his
Mario.
name up. Yes,
Scalucci. Another fellow Wisconsinite. Look at him coming to elevation and just cranking out some miles.
How do you heat train in Wisconsin?
Have you done much humidity training?
Oh,
it's brutal.
Yeah.
They say that it helps. I don't know. Whenever I go from elevation to humidity, I get crushed.
Humidity is a whole different beast. I got to be reminded of what humidity is like training for the long trail fastest known time in Vermont this past summer, which I don't even know if it was humidity or just straight constant rain. It's sort of the same thing.
Right, you're just like drowning
just
on land.
Wet. Oh, here he comes rounding the corner.
Nice. Where's his cheese head? Maybe he'll bring one of those out.
That would be, just pulled it out of his
Pat,
pack.
go.
Wisconsin represent. Yeah. Oh, what a good feeling crossing that finish line.
Good
if you
work.
are tuning into this and you live in or near Flagstaff, come on out and cheer these finishers in. See it for yourself. It's a really, really, I find it emotional place to be. And I'm honestly not that emotional of a person, but something about the Cocodona 250 finish line makes me feel things. So go cheer for the runners. It's going to be wild watching our last finisher come in, whoever that ends up being. DFL.
PD Panda on camera. PD Panda. Let's see. So someone's asking who is on for the night stream. For Cocodona After Dark, we have potentially Eric Sensman coming in 23 minutes ago. With your host next to me, Shelby F, for a couple more hours. And then at 9 p.m., you get AJW again.
Yeah.
So maybe I'll sneak on. But you also have Chris Warden, the ever knowledgeable, coming back. And they have some awesome guests for tonight. You get fan favorite Kevin Goldberg. And then also the running university coach, Lisa Pizzoni. And drumroll. You get Tiger King Jeff Garmeyer at 10 p.m. So clear your schedules, eat dinner early, put the kids to bed, pour yourself a beverage, and stay tight.
Yeah.
Sit tight. Sorry.
This is why we mute.
I'm tired.
It's going to be a great night.
Are our mics on yet? Oh. Welcome back for those just tuning in. You have hosts myself, Mercedes Siegelgaither, and the lovely
Shelby Farrell. You can find me on Instagram as ShelbsF. That's SHELBZZF because two Z's are more fun.
Definitely more fun than one.
Right? That was the logic when, I don't know, 19-year-old me made the Instagram account. So I'm like, I'm just going to run with this. It works.
My Instagram's Run Science Sadie, so if you can spell that, I guess you can find me. And if you can think of anything more clever, let me know because I'm willing to change it. Unfortunately, Slim Sadie was taken.
Oh, man.
Right? The Slim Sadie that is currently the real Slim Sadie. I'm like, come on, let me have it. I should message her and see if she'll trade me.
No, you really should. You've earned that Instagram handle.
One day, maybe I'll send her a message.
It's worth asking. It's worth asking.
Oh, I realized I was talking about PD Panda, who was not on screen, but he was on my screen, which is like 2 hours delayed.
I wasn't going to say anything.
Keeping everyone on their toes. All right, what's going on? Oh, let's do a shout out to our sponsors.
Oh, yeah, we have sponsors.
Our sponsors are Satisfy Running. Also, thank you to Pizza Coletta, who brought us pizza recently. Could go for some pizza tonight. Hint, hint. Also, Speedland. Speedland is a sponsor of the race. What else do we got around here?
Oh, we got some Squirrel's Nut Butter.
Oh, Squirrel's Nut Butter. Put that on your lips and your toes and just whatever you want to put it on.
This is where
I'm stalling. Did I get all of our sponsors?
Squirrel's Nut Butter is the best. Like, as soon as you feel any type of skin discomfort, like put it on. It just, again, why be uncomfortable?
So the only place I chafe is where my heart rate monitor goes.
Oh.
When I'm lucky. Usually I don't
Have
chafe.
you tried those Coros armband heart rate monitors?
No.
No. I'm not a heart rate monitor wearer. Just wear my watch tight enough that it's accurate enough.
Just round it. Mead Sadie's, thanks for the reminder. Shout out to Drinking Horn Meadery who brought us some beverages a couple days ago. I don't know. Was that yesterday? The day before?
There is a mead
knows?
sponsor, isn't there? Is there a mead sponsor? Did I see?
That's the mead that's been bringing us mead.
Amazing.
Drinking horn. They
It feels-
stopped by and brought it in.
It feels like really medieval. I don't know. There's something.
Would you say
cool
it
about drinking
feels medieval?
I would say that. Oh, here it is.
No, I have to go for a run.
Wow, we got a mead delivery in the house.
I like the root beer flavor mead. This is pomegranate mead. It hasn't even been opened yet. And the Superman glass. Do you have plans? You took the shuttle here.
Oh no, I actually got dropped off, but the only thing I need to do is see my runner finish her race.
Oh, you can do that with a little mead in
I
your,
probably could.
your belly.
It's funny because I'm not really a big drinker, but honestly,
neither.
like these type of moments feel appropriate.
I've had 3 beers all year, and 2 of them were baby beers. So I had 3 sips of mead the other day, and then I went for a run.
You feel that?
I got my little bruise right here.
Oh no.
Anywho, I know you all love our whispers. We gotta leave a little mystery in the studio, right?
The Joker, look at him. He's still
the jester.
The
jester. I've watched him for a while. Is he taking a micro nap?
He looks very comfortable.
Does he? I don't think that's a comfortable position. I don't think his outfit will let him bend much more, though. So maybe that's saving his back.
Oh, we got some close up. Imagine you're 240 miles into a 250-mile race and you're starting to hallucinate and the jester's coming up behind you.
Oh my god, I'd be terrified.
I think I'd be quite scared. This Fort Tuthill aid station's got to get interesting. I know they have mandatory med checks that happen here. Oh, look at this shirt. Strong like mom. Cute. Mother's Day's coming up on Sunday. Shout out to all of the moms out there.
Shoot. I better get my mom something.
I know.
Shoot. What's a good mom gift? Happy moms.
Mom,
Look at her smiling.
Oh. Yeah, so Fort Tuthill, every runner has to do a mandatory check with the medic. I was talking to one of the medics trying to learn how I could pass said med assessment.
What do you want me to say?
If I could, yeah, I was like, so what answers do you want here?
Is this a yes or no?
And they're just, I guess they're really just, they want to make sure that you are oriented, you know your time and place, and I think I've answered those questions. Like they're like, what time is it? And I'm like, I can't tell you the time, but I'm on mile 142.7. So it's he said that answer would be acceptable, but make sure you know your name and roughly where you are. He said the state of Arizona is a fair answer, so you don't need to say like I'm at coordinates blah 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 Munns Park. So yeah, that's how you can pass a med exam. You're welcome.
Do you have any snacks in the house? Can you send me that Glick pic?
Oh, yeah.
Fireball, I got my own Glick pic. I'm in the Glick pic.
You literally left and I see him like in the chair instantly.
What is this? Hostess.
Yeah, a little coffee cake.
Do you have an iPhone?
Oh my gosh, he's so tan.
He's tanner than me. I don't know if you've seen my face on the live stream, but I'm rather tan. It turns out Arlen is much more tan.
They're all really good. I'll just send you all of them.
I guess I need to run more. Oh, I forgot to ask if he really is allergic to sunscreen.
Oh,
we'll never know.
Really interesting.
The mystery, though. Maybe I'll send him a Strava DM. Are you allergic to sunscreen?
Have you tried this method with airdropping? Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't.
Oh, I have to turn on. Everyone. Oops.
There you are. But there's this cool thing with airdropping where if you, Steve, you put your phone
Give it
like
a little
that,
tap.
it does like a zwomp and it actually vibrates and then it has a little effect.
What
where
does
looks
it
like
do
it's
again?
Schwomp. And it has this effect where you can see the image airdropping to the phone. It's
Whoa.
not perfect. I think since I've
Maybe-
discovered it, I've tried a few times and
Maybe
it's
mine's
worked 50% of the
not new.
time. Probably has to do with your sharing settings, but
Look how cute you look in this picture.
yeah, we look adorable.
Oh, even got Arlen's darlings in there. Nice finish line shot. Now that I have my YouTube updated. For all of you in the chat, don't forget to like and subscribe to Mountain Outpost. Ugh, words, I should practice more. We can keep bringing you live streams, and you can keep watching runners run and do these wonderful races. Be a part of the community, show some love, drop a little heart. What other options? Give us a little smiley face.
Come volunteer next year.
Come hang out.
We're always looking for volunteers. What a cool
Yeah.
way to experience the scene without having to do any running.
And who knows, you could end up volunteering next to someone like Harry S., who just won the race and is just going out to volunteer now.
That's amazing.
Think of the things you could learn.
And to answer Clint's question, Mika did finish.
Third place female. She made it to
Yes.
the podium after an overnight nap.
Yeah. It's crazy what a little bit of sleep and food can do. You convince yourself one thing and then you bring your body back to life and realize you still have more in you. And right now we're pretty sure that Mika actually has the fastest time down Ellen, faster than Harry. So I think that's pretty cool. And a neat thing about Strava too is if there's some different Strava segments on course, it'll be fun to go back and look how every athlete played their cards a little bit differently on different sections to finish where they did. Maybe we need some Strava segment challenges in future Cocodona editions.
Ooh, do we make a 250-mile segment, or will that just crash Strava?
That might crash Strava. Well, I would love to see like the downhill from Eldon. I'd love to see, I want to see who has the king and queen of the mountain up that Kasner climb. I meant to ask Arlen how he felt about the Kasner climb, but I didn't.
Next time.
Yeah.
I did invite him back at any time.
He might take us up on it. He seemed to have a lot of fun, so.
He has our address.
Yeah, the Kasner climb is cool. It wasn't there when I ran the race. We did like Kasner Fire Road or something, which was a climb but less steep and smoother and it more like very exposed. And it was after that climb where there was an aid station where I discovered Patty's bean wraps. And you think you really need to be open-minded during these races, especially with food. In your mind, I'm like, I don't want a bean wrap. Beans, the magical fruit. The more you eat, the more you toot. So I was afraid of the bean wraps, and then I got brave and ate them, and they gave me a lot of really good energy. So
forward movement.
Yeah, don't judge a bean wrap by its cover.
Can someone quote that?
Oh, let's check on Eliza. We have some Eliza fans. I'm an Eliza fan. Eliza actually has a fan club, I believe, in Vermont and has some races around it. The running community in Vermont, I got to see a teeny glimpse of it this summer out there playing on the long trail, and they are incredible people. Just like down to help support other athletes and sipping on maple syrup.
Oh, yeah.
Braving cold, snowy, icy runs and mud. And Eliza has just been digging deep on this course, as she is so good at.
You betcha.
Is Joe Corion getting close? He's gotta be. Should I see if he's looking at his phone?
He's right behind Eliza.
Oh, nice. Let's go, Joe. If you haven't heard of Joe Corion, you can check out his podcast, The Everyday Ultra. He has been putting out some really informative content, whether he's interviewing other runners or just talking about his experiences. He's also a coach. So if you are interested in getting even deeper into the sport of trail running, Joe Corion is a great follow, and he is about to finish the Cocodona 250. And when I say about, I mean maybe 3.5 miles out. Yeah, it looks like Eliza's about 1.2 ahead of him, maybe. I haven't checked when those numbers were pinged in, but they're relatively close, cruising into Heritage Square.
Shelby, Jason wants to know, how's your recovery going?
Oh, Jason. Jason is my husband, who is a race director for Aravaipa, Colorado.
Is he like saying passively, don't drink the mead?
No, I think he's saying, Shelby, you should have brought your crutches with you this week. What you can't see is I have a broken foot from a fun rock encounter during Black Canyon 100K. I'm calling it runner jury duty. I think I've been very lucky as far as injuries go, knock on all the wood. And yeah, managed to hit a rock wrong early on in the race, chose to endure the pain and finish.
Oh no. I feel ya.
And so yeah, by the time I finished Black Canyon 100K this year, I could feel the bone clicking. It's like,
that's gross.
It broke. Yeah.
It broke. You ran on a broken foot.
Yeah.
You broke your foot and kept running on it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I go back and forth from thinking like, wow, that's kind of savage, to like, wow, that was really stupid. And I think that what's fascinating with these long distance running adventures is I hurt more during the 2021 Cocodona 250 than I did running 50 plus miles on a broken foot. And so, but I wasn't broken during Cocodona. It's just a combination of the multiple days, the sleep deprivation, how your body swells, blisters, the ice in the socks thing. Like that made Cocodona hurt for me versus a broken foot. And so trying to figure out, I don't know, it's a tricky thing to try to be like, hey body, do I really need to stop now? Like where's the line?
Oh yeah, that line is very fine. I don't see it sometimes.
Yeah, it's tricky. So yeah, bones heal though. I will be back and I don't know, maybe 2025, 2026 Cocodona.
You could sign up now, it's still open.
You're right. And if Jamil ever opens the Cocodona 500, then Arlen and I can get on that list.
Tempting.
So tempting.
I also have a John G. Sun hoodie on. I saw Mika in this, so if I wear this, will I be like Mika?
You will, yeah. There's been a lot of really cool John G gear out on course, actually.
Oh, it's so cool.
Yeah, I'm a nerd for like.
There's so many pockets and everything, and they're like right where they should be.
Yeah, I need one.
I guess guys don't understand the issue that women have with pockets because they have more space for pockets. I just got such a look of judgment from across the room. Just keeping.
Well, did you see actually? I think It's Normal just released this running crop that has pockets here, and I don't know if I'd like it.
I think I like it.
I don't. That's where I feel like I chafe if I'm wearing the wrong thing, like the inner, like
I
a
don't
little.
like bottles here.
Yeah, I don't think I'd like that, but it's
we're
a
on
cool
camera.
concept that I'd want to test out maybe.
Give it a go.
It's nice finding ways to carry things without having to have like an extra thing to carry it.
I do like the strategy where people have like a running pack and a waist belt, and then just imagine the John G shorts with all the pockets. I feel like I almost would lose snacks at that point, but it would be fun to just put different snacks in each pocket and forget, and then just have a fun surprise while you're running.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I've found surprise items in pockets before.
Ooh, what kind? Never mind. This is great. I don't need to go for a run. Eric,
No.
don't come in. We don't need you anymore. It's fine.
Canceled. Just kidding.
On that note, I got nothing. What are you doing in the chat? What beverages are you drinking? What snacks are you eating? Tell us more. What runner do you want to hear more about? We're waiting. Did you get a text?
Yeah, it just says yes though.
Not so talkative in the chat tonight, are we? Guess they prefer talking about milk and feet.
Not surprising.
What? Is that a fuzzy? A furry? What is that?
Where are you looking?
On the aid station, we have someone with a warm-looking hat.
Yeah.
Welcome back, AJW. We've been waiting for you. We saw a nice clip of you eating some smoked meats.
Oh, yes, indeed. I ended up on TV.
Yeah, and
you were on
we
TV?
saw your pin that you showed us.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's Elsa's.
Oh, sure it is.
That doesn't surprise me.
I didn't read it out loud. I figured I'd get
That's Elsa.
muted.
We figured we would get kicked off YouTube because of it.
I just
And
didn't say
YouTube's
it.
kicking you out because of that. YouTube really needs to pick some better battles.
Yeah. She's funny. We should get her to come in and talk.
She's incredible.
Down.
I watched her. I believe I should pull it up really quickly. I'm pretty sure she won Coldwater Rumble 100 miler.
Ooh.
And there's loops involved with that, and I was kind of just hanging out. And I watched her come back from the loops just with a new dance every time, and really positive energy. It's so cool to see.
I wish I had dance moves like her. I saw some of them early on, and I'm like, I'm just this awkward like butterfly is my go-to.
Like
Do the shopping cart.
And she just busted out. I don't have those
That's it.
skills.
I'm like, white girl can't dance.
Oh, move my hips. What?
Anywho, somebody asked about, I don't know, orange hat, long shorts. Cody McKesson, he finished quite a while ago. Clearly, you weren't tuned in yet. This is what happens when you stop watching. Andy Glaze, on the other hand, is still out there, moving strong, smiling, just trucking along.
Get out. Look at this message. Drinking a King Street IPA here in Anchorage, Alaska. Excited to see my old high school teacher, Eliza Lapier, finish this awesome race.
Oh, that's
cool.
pretty neat.
I never
High
had
school,
teachers that cool.
Are they old enough to be drinking that?
I don't know, Zachariah. We won't tell. We won't tell. Oh.
We're back.
We're back.
We've done
with a
nothing
fun fact,
inappropriate.
actually. We got a fun fact in the chat.
Give it to him.
Cody McKesson and Troy Allen have the new fastest splits from Eldon to the finish with 1 hour and 15 minutes.
Speedsters.
Yes. And then we see that little pop-up Eliza Lapier's crew in Vermont is cheering for her. Go, Eliza, go.
Oh, Zachariah's 33. I guess he can have that beer.
Okay. 2008. That was a good year.
Was it?
Yeah. I graduated high school in 2008. I was ready to get out of there.
I was just a wee junior. Or maybe a sophomore. I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. We survived. Yeah, I do want to hear from our 17-year-old athlete.
He wants to come in, I've heard.
Yes. I didn't know what running was when I was 17. I mean, I understood that I pretended to play sports. I tried. I got the participation award often and made really great posters. But I ran as a conditioning activity for said sports and fitness, but I didn't learn about the marathon until a couple months before running my first marathon. And then from that point on, just realizing that there's 50Ks and 50 milers and then this whole new world of 100 milers and 250 milers, and it goes on and on. It was a slow pull, but I feel like I got abducted into the long trail world.
But you're safe now. You're here.
I'm here. It's me. I'm Shelby.
Oh,
nice to meet you.
Here. Hello. We're still here.
So we're gonna run together once I'm back from this injury. I'm so excited. I made a friend. Don't worry, it'll happen, and I'll be on a bike soon. So
ooh, I have a gravel bike.
That's right. You had a new
just
bike
taking
rack
it for a
coming.
ride across the country. I haven't actually ridden it.
You're
for a
gonna
while.
ride across the whole country?
No, I
did
just
already?
put it on the back of my car and drove
Okay.
across the country and haven't gotten to ride it yet.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's my game plan to get to trails faster is to get my husband's a bike nerd, so apparently it's a cross country mountain bike.
Oh, there's like a
lightweight.
special word for it.
Yeah. It's a Cannondale something.
Oh, mine is a specialized Evo E5.
I'll be cool and know the type of my bike when I officially get it and can ride it. But yeah, I think that'll be a great way to be able to be on trails while coming back from this injury and building up to like the pounding of running. But what was I going to ask you originally before we got onto this?
We're gonna go for a run.
Your favorite distance. What's your sweet spot with distances? Who we have? Oh, we got Joe Corcione. Come back to that question. Pause thought. Joe Corcione. Look at him go. Lupo.
Look at him go.
And I believe Melissa Ostaszewski's pacing him right now. She is a pro Cocodona 250 pacer. She spent many hours out with her sister Sarah. I'm sure it's only a matter of time till we see Melissa O on the entrance list.
Ooh,
maybe
she's got to go for her sister's course record.
Oh wow!
Eliza is just in front of him. We're waiting to get cameras on her. She requested not to have them on her a while back, so we're just waiting.
Yeah, so we got Joe Corcione with Melissa O. Eliza's a little bit ahead of Joe. We're gonna explore getting cameras on her. I don't know what that BRAP machine was. Did you see that, guys? It looked like a snowmobile, but it had to have been like a quad of some sort.
Ooh,
just kind of past
it.
Joe. Yeah, we are sharing the trails with other people.
Sharing is caring, y'all.
It is.
How wrong does it say to say y'all?
Joe, why are you looking at your phone? I'm going to text him right now. Stop looking at your phone, Joe.
Maybe he's looking for a little last minute inspiration.
said, "Stop looking at your phone, Joe, unless you're texting us in the studio." That's a tricky thing that I've experienced while pacing individuals out here on this course. The phone, you have to carry a phone for the race. It's part of the mandatory gear. It's nice having it. You can check the leaderboard if that's something you're interested in. You can take pictures, message people, but it is distracting. And there are patchy spots with service, especially in the, like, I feel like Flagstaff service trips up my phone no matter where I am in Flagstaff, honestly. But then you're now distracting yourself, you're refreshing things, you're looking at your phone. So it's I don't know. Anybody in the chat have thoughts on running with a phone? Do you try to just put it away and not think about it, or are you a chronic phone checker when you're running?
Yes.
Ooh, you about to
Come
see
on.
some shotgun action.
But did he open it with his own finger, or did he have to use a key? I'm not impressed. That could have been faster.
You mean he did better than the other guy?
That's true. He's winning.
Eldon, what's going on at Eldon? We were asked by Best Bassett buddies, Larry and Homer. Oh, Larry and Homer sound nice. Eldon is a hype spike of an aid station, we'll call it. There's Pete Mortimer in a panda suit, grilling meats for everyone. There's some shotgunning beers happening. This aid station is truly a celebration of how far the runners have come. It's their last aid station before they cruise into Heritage Square. And I don't know, speaking from my experience hitting it, it was probably one of the highest points of the race for me. I mean, literally, you are on top of Eldon. But yeah, and then I think all of the aid stations have had their own unique vibe. When you hit the Sedona aid station, there's crystals for you to choose, like which one, you know, you think is going to give you the powers to keep going, and with little explanations. The Walnut Canyon aid station, they had shots and a bar set up, and we're happy to nicely peer pressure you into partaking. So every aid station seems to have their own little vibe of their own, and it's really, really special.
I don't know how I feel about drinking and running. I feel like it's a dangerous, slippery slope.
Yeah, I think I tend to be, like we said, I don't really drink during like normal life, but if there's a good celebration, or say an aid station volunteer handed me a little shot of Fireball or something, I'm
aid station Fireball.
Yeah. Oh, that's a thing, isn't it?
I feel
that sounds really familiar. Aid station Fireball. Why have I heard that before? Yeah. So you know, sometimes you get handed a shot of Fireball, and it would feel rude to not take it. So it's like, why not roll the dice?
Shake them dice and roll.
All right, we got some phone listeners. I do phone users. We have people listening to music on their phone and audiobooks. 99% of the time it's not touched. Yeah, I like your style driven by metal. Being able to call family. Yeah,
cry
I feel
on the
that.
phone to your mom.
Yeah, that's where it gets dangerous. Like, what did I sign up for? Like, Shelby, I don't want to talk to you right now.
Yesterday I ran with my phone listening to the live stream.
Oh, that's productive.
Is it though?
I mean, yeah, it is a little bit. And then at least when you come in, you know what's been talked about already. I felt guilty because I was pretty distracted today, keeping my friend Megan going in her race, and I didn't pay attention to the live stream, and I was like, oh man, what am I walking into? Hope I don't repeat something they said already. Not that anyone would notice.
Yeah, they're leaving. They're not listening 24 hours straight. What could they possibly be doing? Yeah, I don't know either.
Yeah.
Like this beautiful shot of this beautiful finish line. Turns out it is still light outside.
kind of don't believe that.
What day is it? Mom? Where are all the fans at the finish line?
Get your cowbells out. Mercedes loves cowbells.
Mm-hmm. All about that cowbell.
Tri-tip, brisket, chicken sausage, mac and cheese, and whiskey. How did you learn to cook meat so well? I really feel like that's a unique skill.
He's just good at handling the meat. Oh, AJW talked about all of the meats that he just enjoyed. Did you bring any back? That's a hard no.
Somebody found your stay tight comment.
Oh no. Chat's not forgiving. Also, that was like an hour ago. Jonathan, my next race is Pepe's Face Off. It's a fun little race in Vail, Colorado at GoPro Games. You have 30 minutes to run up a Black Diamond ski hill and do as many laps as you can. See you there.
So let's go back to my question that we got distracted from talking about. What is your go-to race distance? Like what do you love doing?
You know, I've done a handful of 50 milers and 100K, and I really like that distance because you can go crush it out, have a good day, and then go do activities afterwards. And then I got into Leadville 100, which I didn't expect, and I was like, I think this is going to be my distance. And then it was just terrible.
Oh no.
It went great until like mile 38 because I made the cutoffs so that I could walk the last 60 miles. So now I'm just in that weird phase where I'm questioning life itself. Am I even a runner? What do I want to do? Probably not 250 miles. So I'm going to do the Canadian Death Race, which is like 70 some miles, and see how that goes.
Any interest in like Havalina 100?
It's also an interest of mine. I was supposed to do Black Canyon 100K, and then I didn't think I had enough mileage, so I decided to do the U.S. Snowshoe Championship race in Wisconsin.
Cool.
However, there was more snow here than there was there, and we didn't race in snowshoes. But
wow.
I have a voucher for an Air Viper race now.
That's cool.
So maybe
Havalina
Havalina. I hear she's flat, though.
I mean, relatively. You can get it's rolly.
Just jump up and down and get some vert.
It's a really fun race. That was my first 100 miler. It was Havalina, and like we were saying, I kind of found running through this slow experimental burn, and so by the time I got to the 100 miler, I had done a 50 miler and a 50K, and I don't know, like really just winging it, but ran, but after the first lap, I found like a real size flashlight in my pack that I had just left there from a previous night run. I ran the whole thing with a 2.2 and unicorn horn, because I think if you are going to do Havalina, you should have a costume. You really should. Right. What other silly things did I do during that? I puked for the first time during a race, and that was shocking. It was like black puke, and then I rallied and finished strong. So that was like that was a great experience. Like realizing that you can come back from feeling awful. Oh, and I hallucinated for the first time that year too.
Ooh, what'd you see?
I was wild. I thought it was cool. It looked like a wrought iron fence going across the trail, like a really ornate metal fence.
Ooh.
Which, yeah.
What's it mean?
Like, I think it was just like the way the bushes were looking, but I don't know. Maybe it was my subconscious being like, you can't run any further. There's a fence here that you do not have the key to.
Oh, wow.
I don't know. But I caught it, and I was like, that's not a fence. I've ran around this 4 laps or however many now, and there's been no fence there the entire time. So it was cool to be able to like embrace the hallucination.
Embrace them. I feel like, did you hear Arlen during the interview say, unfortunately, he didn't have any hallucinations?
Yeah.
And he tried to have them.
He tried to trick his pacer.
He was disappointed.
That's funny. It is a cool feeling. That fence was very minimal. I later went to pace a friend who was going after the John Muir Trail fastest known time, and I was not prepared for this 40-mile section. I went into it sleep deprived and didn't live at altitude, and I hallucinated so much, and that was a little less fun. Just because I couldn't stop it. Like
turn off, undo.
Yeah, okay. And the first pirate rock and the multiple houses you saw that were just giant white rocks were fun, but then eventually it was like, okay, I need to stop seeing shit and like get to the end of this 40-mile
when will
trek.
It end? Oof.
And then I feel like when you hallucinate for that long, it's hard. Like once I was in civilization again, I was still kind of seeing things.
Like, what's reality?
It looked like we went to a Denny's after. She had to pull the plug on the FKT. It's actually the same girl who wrote this book, Emily Halnan, aka Emily Sweats on Instagram. To the Gorge is the book that she wrote. Not about the JMT, but about the PCT. Anyways, we're at Denny's and I had French fries and a sundae. Good post-ultra running, yummy food, and walking back to the vehicle and the car parked next to us, I swear it looked like there's a lady in their trunk.
Oh, no.
I was like, I'm off the trail, I'm done running, and I am still hallucinating.
Oh,
This
hopefully.
is
I hope
weird.
you were hallucinating.
I know. I had to be like, hey, people who are less messed up than me, is there a lady in the back of that trunk? No, I think I kept that to myself, actually. I didn't want them to.
Maybe the
think I
one
was
time
crazy.
you shouldn't have kept it to yourself.
Oh, no.
Oh. Eliza should be coming in any minute now.
Yes. That means Joe Corsion's probably right there, too.
For those of you just tuning in, our women's podium finished earlier today with our first place female, Rachel Entrekin, followed by second place, Manuela Villaseca, and third place, Mika Thews.
Yes.
And for the guys, we had first place, Geraldo Subertas, with Jeff Browning in second, and Arlen Glick in third place. We have interviews on this stream for the 3 top male finishers, so feel free to go back. You can watch those. One of them is at the beginning. You can catch Harry S. We also have Jeff Browning about 81 minutes in, and most recently we've had Arlen Glick in the studio. We got ourselves our own Glick pick.
Sure did. Might have to put that one on the gram. Can't tag him, but that's okay.
Put it on the Strava.
Have you ever hallucinated in a race?
I don't think so. I think there was just a lot of pity party in Leadville. Yep.
Oh, will you go back, do you think?
Maybe. I'm like 50-50.
Okay. That's positive.
Is that her?
Oh, who do we have?
Or did I rewind? I'm not. Just kidding.
No, somebody just...
Oh, I did see that. I didn't hallucinate it. I'm wondering if that's a 125 runner. She looks awfully spry, or is this Eliza? I didn't see a pacer come in, but the pacer could have checked out.
I think it's a 125 runner. The bib looked a little purpley. It's definitely not Eliza. It's not her.
It's not her.
So 125 runner. Still awaiting Eliza.
She's going back for that picture. She's like, come on, guys, take the picture of me, please. Let's go. Oh.
Here we go. Not Eliza. That Joe.
Joe.
Oh, word
He's
on the
moving.
street is Joe Corion just passed Eliza Lapier in the final stretch of the Cocodona 250.
Woo!
I am so excited for Joe. He put in so much work to prepare for this longest distance ever. He was coached by Joe Stringbean McConaughey, so he was getting fed the best training tips out there
in the world, one could say.
It's been interesting. I think there's a lot of coaches with athletes in these races, and pretty smart on the individuals to pick someone like Jeff Browning or Joe McConaughey to coach them for a race that they've conquered. Joe was recently married. His wife surprised him on course. That's
what
a fun
pleasant
fact.
surprise.
Yes, and Lexi, his wife, is actually running the Eldon Crest 38 miler tomorrow. She's building for Havalina 100K.
Nice.
Yeah. And I don't think she answered me. I asked her if Joe was coaching her, and I don't think she answered me, but I'm going to guess so.
I feel like there's a fine line. Husband / coach.
Yeah, I'm super curious.
We'll see how she does tomorrow.
Yeah, it'll be her longest distance to date too.
Oh, that's
the Eldon
always
Crest,
fun.
So, yeah, I'm really excited for her.
Just knowing like each further step is the farthest you've gone.
Yeah. And then having your badass husband waiting for you at the finish line and just finish running 250 miles. Like, I don't know. It's cool when you see couples that play in the space together.
It's like, look, babe, I ran 38 miles. Can you massage my feet? You ran 250.
And I bet Joe would. He's like the nicest guy. Joe has athletes in the chat. David is getting coached by Joe.
Athlete of Joe, are you going to do Cocodona 250 next year?
Yeah, how inspired are you feeling? Yes, here he goes.
Crossing the street successfully. Step 1. That final turn is coming up.
Yes, what is he going to do? Is he going to jump? Is he going to throw his hands in the air?
Yeah!
There he is. Oh, and that's his wife, Lexi, with the blonde hair and the turquoise sweatshirt that we can kind of see a little bit of in the corner there.
Nice. Take that pack off. You deserve it.
It's such an awkward moment in here where it's like, I know she wants to go hug him so bad, but it's like,
hug him,
let
hug
have
him.
the moment, get the pictures.
I'd go straight in for the hug.
Yeah, she's...
How we can picture that? Picture that. Picture that.
Well, just like sped up and it looked like he was walking really fast.
It's okay, I'm totally looking at the wrong camera and missed his finish. So. Oh, where did my laptop go?
He sure did just sprint that last 100 meters, because why not?
Why are people asking about Leadville? Who are they asking? I did not DNF Leadville. I finished, but I should have DNF'd Leadville.
No.
Yes.
You earned that finish.
No. No, I should have dropped. Let me show you a video.
Oh, I can't wait for this.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. Here we go. You know the Leadville course, you go up Hope Pass and you turn around?
Yep. That's perfect. Wow, yeah, you look really... We just got muted. Sorry about that. Mercedes was sharing her experience during Leadville 100, which she did not DNF, by the way. But it was mute worthy because you don't want to know what happened. I'm just kidding.
I got muted today.
Waiting on a drone over Elsa, by the way.
We are waiting on a drone over Elsa. Hopefully she gives us some of her classic Elsa dance moves.
Sienna.
I'm thinking Eliza Lapierre's got to be real close. Oh man, my runner is getting close to her finish. She is 6.3 miles away, which sounds not that far, but when you start multiplying mileage by the magnitude of these events, that could be 2 hours.
You're going to catch her at the finish line, right?
Oh yeah, I
Eric
would be
Sensman, where are you?
a really bad friend if I didn't. But I still have time. I feel like my crew math has been way better than my runner math. Haven't had to wait too long at aid stations. The shuttle systems were great. I was a little nervous about that. Like, I don't know. Am I going to get there in time? How long does the shuttle take? But everything was moving really efficiently on course. Shout out to our race director, Steve Adderholt, for making it happen.
Just putting on a great race. Everything's moving so slowly. All of the aid stations taking care of all these runners. We had, 250 runners start?
Sounds right.
250 for 250. Hope that math is right.
Look at Joe. He's still standing.
Shout out to Michael shouting out to Bryant with a $5 donation.
We have Eliza Lapier coming through with her crew. Woo woo!
Good work.
Nice work. Steve coming out to greet her.
That is our 7th place female. Sorry, that's math.
She ran such a strong race, Eliza Lapierre. She was, just in it. I know she was probably going for number 1, and it's a fun game we play. Just got to run your own race, and I can't wait to hear about her experience out there.
I wonder if she had any fun hallucinations. You know why I can't say hallucinations? There's that song called Hallucinogenics. I listened to it too much and it's not a real word.
I think it is. It's got to be a real word.
Hallucinogenics? I'm not going to Google that. I don't need that on my history.
That's what could make you hallucinate if you were to take a hallucinogenic. Hallucinogen. Got it. Yep.
Sorry, I'm new here.
I wanted it to be a word.
Of course, Aid Station Fireball knows that.
Aid Station Fireball has all of that.
I think I gotta pull it up. I saw a really good meme from them earlier today. Thought about resharing it, but I don't think I did. Yeah, this one. Nope, this one. Thank you for changing my life. I literally just charged you a month's worth of rent to wander in the desert for a week. But it will be the best week of your life. Guaranteed.
And if you train well, maybe it'll be less than a week.
Yeah. And really, who needs an apartment when you can sleep on the trail?
In the woods, under the trees.
Random cots next to strangers.
Maybe not under the bridge. Stay tuned because tonight we have some special guests after dark, but I'm pretty sure it's dark and they're not here yet. But if you stay tuned, we have Kevin Goldberg, Coach Lisa Pisani with the Running University, and the Tiger King himself, Jeff Garmeyer. And apparently we have some aid station food tasting featuring Eldon Aid Pete's Meats. When did that pop up?
No way.
Who snuck that on our board?
How can I stay here for that?
Wait, so is Pete's Meat going to be here and I shouldn't run to Eldon? Can we get a confirmation of when he'll be here?
Same, because I'm not running up there, but I am hungry.
No confirmation. Oh, look at that mead. Thanks for putting that there before my run.
Should we try some?
No. Nope, I had 3 sips before my last run and I have a bruise. I'm not going into detail.
I want to know, but tell me later. I'm going to try just a teeny bit.
Just let me know how it is. Does it smell good?
Potent.
Let me just smell it a little.
Wow. Like a swirl for you?
It does smell good. I bet it tastes good.
That's delicious.
Oh my gosh, I know it is. Close that bottle.
Wow.
It's only 1 glass.
I was really not expecting it to taste that good.
Shout out to Drinking Horn Mead for keeping us satisfied and hydrated.
Wow.
It's really good, right? You should try the unicorn blood.
Oh, that sounds delicious. If I put some Celsius in it, does that turn it into a mead spritzer?
Ooh. You're onto something.
I don't want to. Oh, Joe Corion getting his pictures with the crew. It really is such a cool thing working as a team to get a runner across this finish line. I thought he had a plate of meat when he walked in. He
Is
was
this
holding
bribery?
something.
Are you bribing us with your meat? Not against it.
I didn't realize AJW was so scandalous. I always thought he was like this serious guy who knew all the numbers, and
he's got an alter ego.
He's got an alter ego.
What's his alter ego's nickname?
I don't know. They'll announce it in his
Floatapop. Can we call him Floatapop?
You know, they'll announce it in his Trail Gangsta's rap collab.
Ooh, I like it. So, does that mean you're just sitting upstairs with a plate of meat? Also, Aid Station Fireball threw out a fun potential for Drinking Horn to come out with a flavor called Mead Sadies. Think about it.
Wow.
I'm a fan.
Yeah.
I remember that, and that was like 2 days ago. Is he downstairs?
I don't know. I think AJW is ignoring us.
I think I heard a giggle. I heard a giggle. I can confirm I heard a giggle. Anywho, we're still here. Turns out Eric Sensman is taking his retirement very seriously and is not working on the show tonight. Maybe he'll pop in later. So you have us still. I am still here. You're here. We are real.
I think I'm here. Yeah.
I think. Flota.
Flota and mead, baby.
Just Flota.
Like
Drinking
blood.
horns for mead. You're right. How much better would that taste if it was coming out of a drinking horn?
I would feel a lot cooler drinking it if it was coming out of a drinking horn. Can somebody get me one?
Benjamin Keeler, thank you for your $20 and your kind words. My ego needs it.
Yeah. I think sometimes I forget that there are people
You need a little
listening to us.
self-confidence.
Yeah, when I think about it too much, it's scary.
You just don't think about it.
Mm-mm.
And then they put you on the camera and you remember that there's a camera in your face.
Oh my gosh, that's what I look like right now.
Or 3, I don't know. 2. Math. Oh, it is officially dark out.
Dun, dun, dun.
We have begun Cocodona After Dark with your hosts, Mercedes Siegelgaither and
Shelby Klein Farrell.
We're still
Might
here.
as well do middle names while we're at it.
Zach Marion is gone. He is no longer in the Airbnb.
Oh.
And we've only been muted once today.
He's gone. Is he finally sleeping?
He's in Washington.
Oh.
I don't remember if it's DC or the state. Ooh, that sounds terrible. Anyways.
Zach Marion has put on a great production, though. He is Aravaipa's new media director, and it's just the media and trail running's blowing up. So if you like watching this, stay tuned because there are more live streams planned for the year around other iconic races brought to you by Mountain Outpost with the mastermind, Zach Marion, pulling it all together.
His mind is full of mastery.
Yeah, I mean, the pieces of this puzzle that he has made happen.
Yes.
As we look around.
We have a fun update. We have another special guest. I hope they all come in at once and they have to snuggle on these little couches we have so that they fit in the camera space. Anywho, any guesses in the chat of who we have in addition to who I've already announced? Come on, type in the chat, put your drink down, give me your guesses. If nobody guesses, I'm not going to tell you.
No guesses. Well, who do you want to see on here?
Who do you want an interview with? Who is the person of the people? Aw, thank you, Chris Patrick. You're so kind. Does that mean they'll bring us back for another broadcast?
Hopefully.
17-year-old guy. Colin, he has a name. He's one of the Chisholms. Chisholms? String bean, Calvin pizza.
Mika.
meat.
I would really love to hear from Mika. Just the mental flip that she had to have made out there was probably, I don't know.
I want to know the ups and downs that went through her mind from dropping to coming back to a podium finish.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think something to note here is this is obviously very hard, and it will take runners a while to process.
We have another 250 runner coming into the finish. Or maybe 125. Did you say 41? 41. Robert Mueller. Just a few more blocks to go before he crosses that finish line. Beating the moon.
Oh man, those curbs make me a little nervous. It's like after you've navigated all these crazy rocks and then you think you're on flat surface and like, look at, you can see his pacer especially is taking a risky line there.
He's like, you stay on the sidewalk. I'll make sure you don't fall off the curb. So thank you for those in the chat for giving us a little bit of participation. Maybe give us some more likes, some more hearts. There's not enough love in the world. So we'll tell you, we have in the studio sometime tonight Finn Melanson. Third time's the charm. I'm sorry. I want Finn to say my name and see how he does.
I don't want to say your name. No, Finn has been really, really cool to watch out there. I think he's an example of somebody that has an epic content team following him. So Finn is the host of the Single Track podcast. And I mean, I've listened to the podcast, but I never really saw him. And I think that I believe the content was sponsored by Gore. And they were just like, we really got to see Finn walking the walk.
Can I give you some full honesty? I love how disheveled he's looked throughout the race. I'm like, no way dude's gonna finish. And then he crushed it. He got top 10, right? Like,
yeah.
Let me research this before, but like, the photos were so great the whole time that they captured when they were posting on his journey, and he's just looking completely out of it. But I feel like that's some sort of gameplay. Like, if any of your competitors see you, they're like, I'm definitely passing this dude, and then he just crushes it. Oh. Yeah, he was 7th place.
Wow.
7th place overall.
I thought he kind of looked cute. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, no, hopefully my husband's not listening.
I was gonna say.
I was like, and then the dishevelment, like he has that long tousled hair. So I think, yeah,
he looked like he needed a hug.
You could see the progression of the race on his face, but it's cool seeing somebody who's, you know, done so much for the sport as far as media goes, like really putting himself out there in the race and crushing it.
I won't hold that against you, but the chat might.
Oh no. Please don't.
Louisa thinking he looked fine. Is that like a he looked fine or like a he looked fine? Let us know, Louisa. They said they can still hear us. We're back.
We're back.
Keeping you on your toes.
I just watched this HBO series called, I think, Avenue 5, and it's about a spaceship cruise type situation. It was cool, but there's this whole scene where they think that they're not on camera, and then they are on camera, and they're...
Wait, a spaceship boat?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm not following.
It's like, who's the main actor in the show House? I don't know TV stuff, but
I don't have a house. Let alone a TV.
A little house, like the medical show. Whatever. It's an entertaining show, and there's been a few moments that have happened here that kind of remind me of the awkwardness that happens on their spaceship.
You gotta embrace the awkward. What's the fun in being normal? Maybe if we pretend we can't hear them, they won't mute us. I like the way John thinks.
Yeah. The British guy. Yeah, thank you, Chris. You know what I'm talking about.
The British guy.
Yeah. Hugh. Yeah, thank you. Hugh Laurie. Everybody knows him.
Hugh. I mean, if they're British, I feel like Hugh is a good guess for their name.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, great show. Not as good as this live stream, though. Nothing's better.
Thanks for listening.
What does RODR stand for?
I don't know if I want to know. I'm not going to Google that one either.
I really want to know now. Tom Evans. I wonder why somebody just said Tom Evans. Oh, the British guy. I get it. Oh, man. I would love to see Tom Evans do Cocodona 250. I wonder how many Red Bulls he would drink during it.
Let's sign him up. Can we get a $1,500 donation in the chat to sign him up?
Let's do it. We'll just hack into his Ultra sign up account. And
No, you can sign up other people.
you can.
You can. You just need an email.
No, that's true. Yeah.
You can write anybody's name down.
And Chris Warden is now registered to run the Cocodona 250.
Congratulations. Speaking of Cocodona, is anyone going to bring us food? Is that an option? Oh no. Oh no.
All right, here we are at the Fort Tot Hill aid station, killing it with the decorations. This is a great spot. You actually have some indoor bathrooms to use, space indoors for your crew to bring your supplies in. Some really helpful aid station volunteers. One guy made some perfect ramen for my Sedona Canyons 125 runner. I feel weird calling her my runner, but she's like,
it's cute. It's endearing.
She's my runner. Like,
embrace it.
I'm here for her. But yeah, this is a cool aid station, and honestly, it's my favorite stretch of the course. I think right now, Fort Tot Hill to Walnut Canyon. It's just very flowy, 17-ish something miles, and you can see Eldon in the distance. You know you're getting close to that finish line.
Do we spell Glick with a K or no? Do we just do PIC? Is that a hashtag yet? It is now.
Yeah, that's good spelling.
Thanks. Spelling.
Oh, I don't know. The woman who's on the screen now is a loyal Aravaipa volunteer that I've met before. Look at them.
Oh, can she hear
I
us?
can't remember her name.
We see you.
But I have seen her at every Aravaipa race I've done, I think, and she's just joyous.
Someone pointed out that the table, it kind of looks like prom decorations.
It does.
It does kind of remind me of my high school prom.
Those balloons in the massage PT area.
I don't know about you, but I did not have people getting massages during my prom.
It could have been fun. Imagine having a prom in this particular space right
it's
now.
A Christmas colored prom. Thank you, Chris, for letting me know how to properly spell hashtag #GlickPig.
I approve of that spelling.
What's your Instagram?
Shops have. It's easy. Ooh, we're back to the finish line. Looks like we have some crew anxiously waiting for the runners to cross. Who is going to cross the finish line next?
Another note was written on our board. Oh. Do you want to know what was written on our board?
Do you? We just got a cool note written on our board that Jubilee Page is gonna come in the house. And if you don't know who Jubilee is, she is a race director for Aravaipa. She is in charge of the Havalina 100 and Black Canyon races and probably other ones that I am not aware of. But she is just a staple in the Aravaipa family. Her races are top notch. And she's just like, I don't know, she's great as an MC. She's amazing. Go Dada on the screen. Number 42. Who do we have here? Ron Hammett. I love seeing the kids out there cheering for their parents.
So cute seeing the families just come together to let their dad do something like run 250 miles.
Yeah, and I mean, what an impact that makes on that child to see. Right? Maybe a little PTSD. No, but just seeing a family member work through something so epic.
Like as a child, I would think I can literally do anything I ever want to do if I set my mind to it.
My dad or mom is a superhero. Look at them go. Like just, yeah. Or they're like, this is crazy. I'm never going to run a race ever. But probably not. Probably not. I think they're.
Yeah, I like the first thought. Superheroes.
I think they're leaving inspired. And I don't have kids. I only have cats. And the cats don't really care what I do. But if I did have kids and they were spectating me during an event like this, I think it would help keep me together too. You know, you feel that obligation to show up strong for your family, and I don't know. Like I said, my cats don't care, so I don't really know, but
we can hypothesize.
That's my hypothesis.
We're just guesstimating. Making that turn for his final stretch in the Cocodona 250.
Bringing it in.
First runner in the dark. It is dark. Charge your headlamps. Go for a run to the finish line so you can bring them in, because we have a lot of runners out there and they're going to be finishing tonight. But if they don't finish tonight, we'll still be here tomorrow broadcasting so that you can watch them finish another day. Oh, and Saturday, the weekend, we will be here. Yeah. I think I'm on for 9 hours tomorrow.
Wow.
So Friday, take off work early, get some snacks, just get comfortable, charge your headphones. I'll be here. Keep me company in the chat. Thanks. Oh, we never told you. Do you guys still want to know? And girls, guys and girls, and everything in between. Do you want to know who was added to our list? Oh, we told you. But let's give you a reminder of who we have coming on tonight, which I'm thoroughly entertained by because it's 7:40 p.m. nighttime. After dark has started. I'm still here. Eric Sensman retired. And you also have my fellow lovely host,
Shelby.
Oh, we both have car names.
Oh, wow, that's crazy. I didn't like being named after. I wasn't named after a car, first of all, but people always would assume that I was.
Me too.
Were you named after a car?
Maybe. I don't know. My mom has a weird story that it was her boss's idea, which is concerning.
My mom's story was like, oh, I like shells and made me think of the beach and...
Cute. Everyone loves shells.
Yeah, I love
Everyone
shells.
loves Shelbies.
Shelby.
Were we getting to something?
Car names. Eric Sensman retired.
Eric Sensman's retired. He's
here.
not coming in.
We're
You
here.
have us.
Yeah.
You're welcome. What are your other two wishes? I'm sorry, that was so douchey. We have a handful of guests. When they're actually coming, I don't know. I think someone's lying to us. They're not feeding us anymore. They've just given us mead. So
They're just putting names on a board to tease us.
yeah, are they really coming? So we have Kevin Goldberg, Jubilee Page, Lisa Pazzoni, coach with the Running University, Finn Melanson, nailed it. Tiger King Jeff Garmeyer. And Pete's bringing down some meats. When are we going to have time for these 6 people to come?
All night, baby. We're here.
All night. I was done at 6. It's 7:42. Bum, bum, bum. Who else do you guys want to see? Maybe we can sucker them into coming to hang out. We should bribe them with snacks and mead.
Some squirrel's nut butter.
They probably need that right now.
Yeah.
I feel like it's moisturizing. They have probably very chapped lips.
I think it is actually good, like, skin barrier protection. I know that when I've been out in like cold, windy times, I have put a little like on my cheeks to just, we'd have to talk to Chris, the squirrel's nut butter.
He was in
master.
earlier. Zach Marion was putting Happy Toes on his lips. Busted.
Yes,
He's
you can put
probably
it
not listening.
anywhere.
He
I
also
use Happy Toes everywhere too.
I think he stole my chapstick.
Oh wow. Oh, actually,
my lips are so chapped.
I know. I have some Tannery chapstick in my backpack. Tannery is one of
the
sponsors. It's awesome, and I think it's something to note that I learned when running this race the importance of chapstick with SPF, because your lips get fried, and mine like split and were all puffy when I finished because they just had too much sun exposure. So head to that Tannery website right now and get yourself some Tannery SPF lip balm, because nobody wants hurt lips.
How do you feel about the conspiracy theory of chapstick?
What are they saying about it?
I've just heard people with some thoughts that the more chapstick you put on, the more you need it.
I don't want to
like
believe
dentists.
That. Dentists lie.
They feed you candy and sugary toothpaste. It's job security.
That bubblegum toothpaste. It's
How
pretty good.
rude.
But I mean, yeah, I guess I have heard that about chapstick. I think that's why it's important to buy good chapstick. I don't think Tannery would ever have malintentions of causing chapped lips. Like, I think they're genuinely trying to prevent that. So, yeah, I support.
All right. I will support as well. We are 86 hours, 34 minutes, and 25 seconds into the Cocodona 250 2024. Welcome. If you're just tuning in, throw in the chat where you're listening from. We're curious.
Yeah, we had someone in here from Australia tuning in.
An Aussie?
Yes.
Oh, that's terrible. I haven't had any mead. All right, fine. Don't tell us where you're from.
Yeah, I know. I'm like waiting. Is it my YouTube just not refresh?
I'm from Wisconsin.
I'm from Connecticut.
I feel like Connecticut's one of those states that's kind of squished up there and people forget about a little bit.
Yeah, it's a weird little state. I spent a lot of time in Vermont. I went to college in Vermont, stayed there. That's where I met my husband. So I feel a little bit more like a Vermonter than a nutmegger.
Nutmegger.
It's the nutmeg state, Connecticut. Yeah, fun fact. But no, not bad. And then, yeah, I spent a lot of time in SoCal. Oh, Jen and Jolly. Shout out Redondo Beach. That's where I was before going to Colorado Springs, which is where David Noble is. Look at all these friends. Both cool places.
Corey's from the mountains in Colorado.
That
Which
could be
mountains?
anywhere.
I think sometimes that I'm just going to run away into the mountains of Colorado. Become a mountain lady. A lady of the mountains.
Oh, more Wisconsin love.
Woo! Where the cheese at? Hey, Natalie.
Yeah, sorry, Jesse. I know. Those bosses, they don't understand this. But good thing we have headphones and can close our tabs really fast when needed.
I got some Canadians in the chat. Thanks for being so friendly.
Oh, wow. Fun fact about a guy walking naked down the street in Vermont. That doesn't surprise me. I was out on a training run on the long trail, and a naked hiker was out there. And I was just doing intervals when I passed him, which was like awkward because I wasn't trying to run away from the naked hiker. I was very focused on the intervals, and he wanted to chat. So I had
He wanted to chat.
Yeah.
I feel like this is a little bit illegal.
That was one of those moments that I was grateful to have Jason with me up ahead.
I'm glad you were doing a workout and running away quickly.
Yeah, it was actually naked hiking day, so it was it was permitted.
I think I'll stay inside during those.
We didn't know, but until we got out there and saw. But yeah, anyway, so that was a fun one. You never know what can happen on a training run.
I feel like you don't want to do that in California. There's a lot of poison oak.
But you got some nice wide fire roads, so as long as you're on a wide enough trail, you could probably be okay naked hiking in California.
You gotta be smart about it. Put some thought into it.
I mean, but Vermont, you got the ticks, so.
Ooh. Colorado it is. Thank you, Kevin. I need all of the luck I can get. Maybe some flare guns for the grizzers. Short for grizzly bears.
Yeah, I figured. Yeah, we're big bear spray fans. Like, we haven't had to use it, thankfully, but I think the van life, having bear spray feels
not for the bears.
Safety. No, yeah, not for the bears.
When I was a park ranger, I had a massive can of bear spray, and this little boy goes, "Are there bears here?" And I say, "No."
And then make that face.
It wasn't for the bears.
Like, oh no, this lady's scary.
Safety first.
Oh, somebody remembers my Instagram post. I'm glad that my time spent contenting is going noticed. Thank you. Thank you.
Bridget lives in Reno, Nevada. You know who else lives there? Maybe you can get a sighting of him. Harry S.
Ooh.
Recently moved to Reno, Nevada with his partner. Training for the Tahoe 200 just over the pass. What a good spot to be. All right, now is the time for dad jokes. Throw them in the chat. Thank you.
Naked hiker didn't get sprayed. He was really nice, but it was weird. He must have turned around early because I was coming back down. I just did an out and back that day, and I was like bracing to see him again and kind of hoping that I could time my intervals out right. And we didn't see him again. So either he disappeared into the woods or he turned around before us. Bells are an option when carrying bear spray, but
it lures in the mountain lions.
Does it?
Tingle,
Is
tingle,
that what
tingle.
they say?
Yeah. I mean, think about it. It's just a big cat. Like, they see something shiny, they hear like this cute little noise.
That's true. That's true. I've seen how my cats play.
Just imagine one that's
picture
like
that.
100 pounds.
Yeah. I had a few close mountain lion encounters in SoCal. Have you had any mountain lion encounters?
I just see their footprints and like can feel them watching me, and I tell myself that they're well fed.
Yeah, that's a good thing. Although they just, well, maybe it was a year or two ago, they put down P22, the iconic mountain lion.
They put him
played
down?
in the Hollywood Hills because he wasn't well fed. He was starting to go after small dogs in neighborhoods, and yeah, so not to ruin your well-fed wishful thinking, but there are some that aren't. But they like small white dogs, not Mercedes, so
perfect.
You'll be good.
I'll just,
You'll be good.
I don't know.
But the sounds that mountain lions make are
terrifying,
easy to hear, and yeah, that my first close encounter, we just heard it, and it sounded like a lady screaming in the woods, but we were in a very remote area, so I'm like, maybe some crazy Los Angeles homeless lady hiked into the woods and is having an attack, but no,
Probably
I don't
not.
think that was the case. But it takes a minute to like process that and be like,
It's
okay, what am I
terrifying.
hearing right now?
Like, do I need to run and rescue this screaming woman, or is it a mountain lion trying to eat me?
I think that's what the
Yeah, these are the
Two
questions we
very
ask
different
ourselves out there.
reactions. Yeah, I heard that sound in Mississippi.
Oh.
Do they have mountain lions, or do they have like pumas or jaguars? I don't know. I'm never going back. You can't make me.
I was in Florida earlier this whatever year that was. I guess it was the end of 2023, and alligators are scary.
Oh yeah, crocodiles can sense your heartbeat.
No way.
Isn't that terrifying?
I guess you would know. You recently told me about your previous work experience, so there's a good chance that you're not making this up.
Someone fact check me, who knows?
But yeah, we were running through some swampy areas, and I think I was more nervous about that than any of the mountain lion moments, because it's just like, what's in that swamp?
Oh yeah, I've had some swampy experiences. That's for another day.
P22 was a celebrity. Thank you. Oh my gosh, look at the P22 love. That, I wish they had a proper funeral for P22. If you Google pictures of this cat prowling around Griffith Park, just a really incredible animal. Crossed 2 highways to get to where he is. And they finally started work on a wildlife bridge in Los Angeles. So hopefully the mountain lion out there can get around better and
safely navigate
and
traffic so that he can find the hikers. So we have Elsa Jaworski, less than 2 miles from the finish line, and we have a special guest that decided to arrive promptly. Who's gonna interview him? I don't know. Will it be us? Will it be someone else? Are we leaving soon? Where's your runner?
I don't know. I should check on my runner.
So you need to visit them.
Megan Healy, where are you?
Megan.
It looks like Megan. Last update 7:30, so that was a while ago. She was
23 minutes ago.
5.2 miles out, so
she's trekking.
Maybe 4.2 now. Oh, I'm so excited to see her finish. She's this is her longest distance, the 125, and I met her at a CrossFit gym actually in Los Angeles. It was like she was the only friend that I made from this particular gym experience, and we had Saturday morning little partner WODs we did together, and I think I was training for Havalina 100 when I met her, and she was like, this is kind of cool and crazy. And so I don't know why, but she credits me for getting her into this sport. So when she asked me to be her crew chief, I had to say yes.
Aww.
But she's come such a long way. She had a DNF at Leadville 100. So
you get one and they just start rolling in.
You could bond with her about the aid station cutoffs, because I know she got up and down Hope Pass, and I think got cut off somewhere.
I didn't have any issue with the cutoffs. Just couldn't move. Except for the end, I did get concerned. Everyone's like, oh, you can still get a big buckle. I'm like, I don't care if I get a buckle. I just want to sit down and take a nap.
Yeah. It's gotta find your motivation in those moments, and I don't know if a larger buckle is necessarily gonna be that thing for me.
I was 100% down to drop still at mile 99 when I could see the finish. I'm like, I'm good. Don't need it.
I'm good.
But it's a learning experience. It took me a long time to be like, okay, cool, I'm happy. It's fine. Everything's fine.
Yeah, I started to ramble about that earlier, but we've had individuals who don't want to be on camera, or aren't ready to be interviewed, and you really have to respect the runner's process in this journey, because their minds are going through
some dark places.
Yeah, and I don't know.
We haven't had anyone talk about the darkness yet. Everyone's been pretty optimistic. Was that a 125 finisher rolling in?
So I'm assuming it was 5:24. He hasn't updated in 21 minutes. Unless Ben Chisholm ran ran a mile and a half in 60 seconds.
Is that older brother Chisholm? We have two special guests in the house at this very moment.
They're rolling in. The special guests are rolling in the moment has come.
Do you want to know who they are? Chris is going to be coming back to take over for Cocodona After Dark. He has two very special guests that he will be bringing along with him. And I am now terrified to go for my hour-and-a-half long run in the dark because of mountain lions.
No, it's fine.
They're fed. They have so many 250 runners they could pick off.
Yeah, the racers have already scared them away for tonight, so you're safe. And if you do find one, like maybe you could use your animal
whispering
tuning skills and get it to come hang out with us. Because I mean, how cool would that be?
Aid stations out here, and I'm with Spring Energy, and we've been making smoothies all day, fresh, super carby, icy, cold, and the runners love them.
The tailwind heavier. I mean, it's cramping up right now.
All right.
And then this right here.
First section's tough, real hard.
Yeah, it was interesting.
Yeah,
It's hot.
pretty relentless up and down.
20 watts.
We've got chips, we've got pasta salad, we've got pulled pork, we've got black bean burgers, we've got spring smoothies, and a little bit of magic Coca-Cola.
I had pulled pork and broth. And I'm hunting for something else. Try to see what else.
How's
it going?
Good. I had to puke and rally at the last one, but immediately felt like $1 million afterwards.
Well, you're here now.
Yeah.
Exactly, there we
I mean,
go.
I'm just sitting here drinking soup.
Where you from?
Washington State.
Who's supporting you today?
My sister Lonnie is supporting me. Thank you. My husband, but he ran off to our car, and this is my son. He's having potato soup, and I'm deciding what candy I want to take with me on the next section. I feel really good. That first section was really not my favorite at all. Like, I hated it. But from Lane Mountain to here was delightful, and I'm in good spirits. So I got 5 days to finish this thing. It's gonna be great. I know, but I've never used the different. I replayed the bars and stuff like that.
I'm doing a little bit of everything. I was depleted a good portion of the day. That's why I felt real sick and had to. I hung out at Lane for about an hour and had to hang out in the med tent and walked all the way down the hill, but like, I had to do something. She's getting me broth now. I'm gonna take a towelette shower, fully cleaned, absolutely new outfit, new socks, and then I think I'm gonna be a new person to head into the night. It's interesting battling different things than last year, because I started out much stronger. And so I was hoping to get here a lot earlier, but last year I was feeling good and made it through Lane pretty fast, and then was here for about 2 hours and left about 7:15, which can't be too far off from the time now. So I'm crossing the finish line this year, so I'll hang out here for longer and just do what I need to be squared away.
It's been rough, that climb, and then when I hit elevation. But I'll tell you what, I'm glad we have a cool day. I couldn't have done that in 100 degrees.
Yeah.
How's your race going so far?
Oh, great. Yeah, it's a beautiful day. Wasn't too hot out there. We had a nice cool breeze. Air conditioned. Jamil does a fabulous job. Always has, all those races. Highly recommend. If you guys haven't done them, you need to come do them.
250.
Yeah.
Why are you doing that?
50. Just to see if I can, I guess.
Yeah. Be ready to have a good night.
Yes. Looking forward to it.
Like we're on Elsa here, is that what I'm hearing? I don't have a monitor on my side, so because my monitor's not up on this side.
We don't have it. They're seeing Elsa on the way in.
Okay, as long as they're seeing Elsa on the way in, that's what's important.
Here
Up
she
there we go.
is.
I feel better now.
Elsa, look at those glitter tattoos. That big smile. This girl's energy is really, really incredible.
Of course, Elsa Jaworski, being coached by our team member, Zach Marion. Congratulations to her. And, of course, her crew have been easily identifiable through the course of the race. We saw them out on the course in the Shrek ears. I guess that was their theme this year. So we're going to just kind of lay out here a little bit and let them take the most iconic left-hand turn in all of sports. For those just tuning in, my name is Chris Warden. I'm here with Shelby Farrell, and this is the start of Era Vipa and Cocodona After Dark.
Dun, dun, dun.
I feel like we're watching the Flagstaff version of Mardi Gras here as they take that left hand on Birch.
Oh, the excitement. I can hear her singing. I can't actually, but I can.
I mean, I'm surrounded in the studio here, and we'll pop into the studio here in just a few moments, but I feel like I'm the only person that can't identify with this experience, and we're going to talk with a couple people who had it just a few short hours ago themselves. If you've got audio, for sure.
Her. Oh, the excitement. Having a crew like that, it's special.
Also, shout out to our producers for getting us back on the air after we had some technical difficulties. You guys are the best in the biz.
Ah, she's doing a little hat switch. Oh,
clever. Love it. Cocodona graduate.
Oh.
I get to hope.
I would love to see Elsa's race spreadsheets. I feel like there's just fun built into every line.
Definitely in some fun fonts, for sure.
Like, hey crew, remember to bring my cap and gown to the finish line.
Of course, now we are at the finish line cam, as you can see coming down the alley. Is our follow cam following them down the alley, or is it? I know that they're actually instructed to bow out, but hats off as they come in.
I think hats are actually going to come off too. Let's see what she does. I love seeing how people finish. It's really telling.
They're definitely taking their time down that alley. I feel like we're all kind of waiting with bated breath.
Missed the turn. I hope they're planning like a flash dance right now.
There we are. What a beautiful shot right there. Congratulations, Elsa Jaworski.
Yes. What an incredible race Elsa had.
And her energy level, at least from when we saw her, was maintaining at a very high level the entire way. In fact, we had people, in my opinion, ridiculously criticizing her for showing so much energy, for being so bouncy. I think if you got it, use it. Make it work for your advantage.
Yeah, I think that's I don't want to say constant criticism, but I've heard it about other runners too who come off just super bubbly and positive, and it really is their personality. It's authentic. It's genuinely authentic, and that is the case for Elsa. I first learned about her during her Coldwater Rumble 100-mile. I believe she won that race. She definitely landed on the podium, and she was the same way through that. Yes.
Okay, now we got to pot it down. We don't want to get hit by licensing laws.
I was really hoping for a flash dance. Look at this.
I would love to be joining in on this, but just wanted to make sure that that standards and practices doesn't get involved. Let's cut back to the studio really quick. This is Air Viper After Dark. Chris Warden and Shelby Farrell here in the studio, taking you up until AJW is away from his nap, because that's what old people do. And once he gets in here, we'll also continue to have fun, at least try. But we're here with two finishers of this year's race, both of you having outstanding days here. Finn Melanson and Kevin Goldberg. Welcome.
Thanks for having us. It's great to be here.
Of course, Finn, I look back to a year ago, and it was an entirely different situation in Finn's case, and for Kevin, it's becoming business as usual. First, let's start with Finn. This is your first time running the Cocodona 250. I want to know, was this the long game from when you came down here to be a part of the broadcast, or is this something that was born of the broadcast?
I think it was totally born of the broadcast. I was indoctrinated in 2023, got to hang out with people like you, people like Matt Feldick here, got to see people like Kevin last year put on a show. And yeah, I was talking with AJW offline before hopping on the broadcast here, and there's just so much beautiful momentum around the race. And when you see that happening, the natural next step is just to be in it. So it happened quicker than I thought. I don't necessarily do a race because it's a certain distance. I've always said that Cocodona is Jamil's Sistine Chapel of races, and I just want to be a part of it. So, yeah.
Well, congratulations on this effort. Actually, there were a few of us that were out to dinner on Saturday night, and one of the things that people mentioned as we were talking through our top 5s, top 10s, your name came up multiple times, and I was like, it wasn't that I was doubting your capabilities. It was, to coin a phrase, I have to apologize. I wasn't that familiar with your game, and it was, and you showed out there. You were steady. It seemed like the entire race, and continually moved up through the field, eventually finishing in 7th place. You want to discuss that? Oh, let's talk about. We got there just in time. I guess the message that I sent got through. Of course, that was Ben Chisholm, the elder Chisholm brother.
Nice.
The younger one is 17, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Can you imagine doing this at 17 years old?
I ran for hours with Brody. It was Brody, right? On night one, and just the most mature 17-year-old I've ever met, and just such a talented runner. His hiking was the most efficient thing I've ever seen. It was my mind was blown.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive. I mean, both of them. I mean, I'll be honest. I don't know about you, but I was kind of surprised last year when they jumped into the 38.
I know. Yeah. So, to go back to your question about preparing for this race, I feel like Kevin would have a lot more to say just because you have way more veteran experience than I do. My playbook going in was just take care of yourself and see what you can do in terms of controlling the controllables, be on the same page as your crew, and trust in them a lot. So much can happen in 3, 4, 5, 6 days, however long you're out there. And I think the thing that worked for me is I came into the race knowing that there were going to be very, very, very low lows, but that there were also going to be very, very, very high highs that came off those. And you just have to trust that ebb and flow is going to happen. And it did. And it's that to me is what has become so attractive about this distance, is that you just have the extremes of the human emotions happen. And it's not easy to get that in other areas of life, at least continually. So it's just that low, high, low, high, low, high for 3 days. It's weirdly addicting.
I'm sure. The fact that you're speaking of it in these terms is really kind of fascinating, because I can't imagine how you were visualizing this entering the race. Just and if it came to fruition the way you expected, it would all come together, or if there was a level of surprise, I guess. I don't know if I'm putting that in the right way, but
Total surprise. I think my primary, well, I definitely had competitive goals going in. Like I'd be lying if I said I wasn't, but compared to most other races, there was going to be a lot of satisfaction with just finishing. I think it's a total privilege to just get this distance, this type of race done. And so, yeah, I think that actually from a competitive standpoint, it helps if you are resolved to finishing no matter what, you know, barring like significant injuries and stuff that puts you in true danger. But yeah, it was liberating to know that like I was going to get it done no matter how ugly. And then because of that freedom, I could kind of play around on the competitive side.
Sure.
Yeah.
Do you have any questions, Shelby?
I want to say I really enjoyed the content you were putting out with Gore. That was cool. Tell me about that partnership and what was it like having a camera in front of your face the whole time?
The person who deserves it, and I appreciate that, the person who deserves the most credit is Scott Hickenlooper, who is sort of our creative director at Single Track. He's sort of a Swiss Army knife of content creation, does amazing video, photo, scripting for various pieces. And basically heading into the race, I was like, look, I'm going to be in the weeds, in the thick of running. Whatever you think works in the moment, do it. And so everything that you saw over those 3 days was just him ad-libbing it. Like the reels, the photos, everything. You just kind of like let him play and he does it. He's also an ultra runner, so it kind of helps to have that perspective. In terms of having the camera on me, I can see how it would be a negative. For me, it was sort of a forcing function to keep going. I knew that if there was an audience there and that there was sort of a good pressure to keep the story going, that was something to live up to. Like in a weird way, I had something else to run for, like a fairly strong why. Just like that curiosity to explore this course, explore this distance. So yeah, all the credit to Scott and then the rest of our crew for putting me in positions to make it somewhat entertaining. But I love it. I mean, I hope more athletes do this across the spectrum, elite, mid-pack, backpack, because I think, you know, it's a cool way to consume the race. Like I think, of course, the live stream is the primary way to consume this, in my opinion. But like, if you're looking for like in the field intel where maybe these pieces can't quite zone in, it's a nice like complement to it all. So. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. It gives just that deeper look on your experience. And I feel like I know you from your podcast cover. And so getting to see you with your hair out and just living in this.
Your hair was a storyline throughout this race. You'll hear some of the chatter and some of the comments. I know you're going to go back and watch this thing.
I watched it.
So, but yeah, people were definitely, you know, talking about his hair. People were definitely following that as a storyline.
My hair was disgusting. Like I took a shower last night and it was so like, I don't know what like the vocabulary is, but it was all like, you know, knotted up, and like my brother who was crewing me like would pull out like just like thorns and stuff. I mean, it was disgusting. So it took on a life of its own.
Well, the pictures made it look good, so that's what matters.
Scott's editing skills.
Go Scott, go.
Kevin, congratulations on your third straight finish here.
Thank you.
You had back-to-back fourth place finishes the previous 2 years, and this year you chopped several hours off your time. Of course, the standings might not reflect it because the field was absolutely insane this year. Describe what your thoughts are about your race, and if you're pleased with it, regardless where the placement and everything kind of shook out.
Yeah, for sure. I'm super pleased with it. My goal was this year to take more risks and try some new things. I feel like historically I've raced these things really conservatively and kind of relied on being able to push late, which has worked really well for me. It's a strength I have. But kind of to Finn's point, like, you know, you have to be resolved to finish these things, and then you may find that you have a little more play in them to live a little more competitively out there. So not everything went to plan. There were some hiccups out there this time, but the end result was 3-4 hours faster. So, you know, even though dropped in the standings a little bit, I was still stoked to kind of hang on to top 10 in probably the most competitive 200 we've seen in this country. But yeah, it was fun to push the barrier a little bit more and sleep a little bit less and take some risks.
Where did that push come out?
Well, 20 minutes of sleep wasn't enough to get me through to Walnut Canyon, and things got. I went to some places I have never been, and it was weird. I've never been as low as I had in this race. which is fun. It was fun to explore that.
Well, you seem to still come out of it for the better. I mean, your race was very strong. Actually, both of you kind of had the same storyline going for a lot of it, where you played it fairly cool on the early going, and as the days progressed, you just steadily moved up the leaderboards. Finn, I remember, I'll be honest, I thought you looked like crap at Crown King. I didn't think you were feeling very well at all.
That would be an understatement.
We were concerned. We were genuinely concerned. It seemed like the conditions had kind of gotten you a little bit, and we were obviously cheering for you quite strongly in our hearts, but there was this feeling that we were hopefully wrong about how you were feeling. Describe where you were at that point.
Yeah, I knew that first 37 miles was going to be as intimidating and challenging as it was billed in all the preview episodes. Despite all that knowledge, it still thrashed me, and I barely survived that. I think I spent, you're supposed to kind of blow through Lane Mountain to get to your crew at Crown King. I spent 30 minutes at Lane Mountain, and then I spent another, 30 to 45 maybe at Crown King. Totally thrashed me. It was then when I realized I need to do everything in my power to kind of attach myself to veterans like Kevin. And I mean, in a lot of ways, you saved my race. Like I remember at Camp Kippa, I think we linked up for at least the 5 miles leading into Kippa.
Yeah.
And I was like, this was like 16 hours into the race. I was already hallucinating and just on another level of consciousness, not a better one, just a different level. And that aid station is not well marked, I would say. It's easy to blow past it.
Yeah, I did.
And I blew past it. I was like, where is this thing? Like, I need this aid station so bad. And I hear this like shout in the distance. And I don't know how you saw me, because I was probably like a half mile up the trail. But you're like, is that Finn? And I was like, yeah. He's like, I think you blew past the aid. So he really saved my race, because if he hadn't caught me there,
I sprinted.
He sprinted to catch me.
I was like, I have to go get him.
Yeah, if you hadn't caught me there, I would have kept trucking and hit the next one, which was like 7 miles away, been even further depleted. And I don't know if I'm sitting here talking about a finish. I mean, it was that dire. So the first day was rough for me, and I think again, trying to attach myself to veterans like Kevin was very pivotal.
The camaraderie in this sport is incredible. Did that feeling continue through the end, or did it get a little racier and more competitive once you hit Eldon?
Besides leapfrogging with Kevin a fair bit in those middle 100 miles, I don't know. I was on, and I don't know what it was like for you. I was kind of on my own island for large portions. Like I wouldn't see people for various stretches. It was cool to, once Pacers came into the picture, it was cool for them to read off like the current leaderboard and to know, okay, how many miles back is this person? How many miles ahead is this person? And to maybe choose strategies based on that. Scott paced me from, I think it was Schneebly Hill to Fort Tuttle. And there were a couple sections there where he'd be like, okay, this guy, Matt Smith, he's a half mile ahead. I want you to tempo for 10 minutes and just see if you can close that. Let's see if his average speed truly is a quarter mile per hour slower than yours. Let's see if we can close that. So that kind of stuff was cool. But these things, I didn't trust that racing could come into the picture really ever, because I was so nervous just to take care of myself. I was I think in future 200s, because I will do more, I'll be more confident to adopt a race mindset earlier. But I was so terrified that even at mile 215, things could totally fall apart, and I'm out of the picture.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. They could.
I pretty vividly remember you telling me that you were one and done for 200s earlier in the race. So we just heard it here that he just definitely said he's going to do more.
It's that classic post 24 hours ultra
Sign him up.
Kevin, from what you saw from Finn's race, obviously you weren't there with him the entire time, but it sounds like you're pretty well versed on how his week went. Compare and contrast that with your first Cocodona in 2022. Was there anything that you saw that was similar, or was there something that he did that was strikingly different? Obviously, you both had success as your inaugural events here in the Cocodona. What did you see out there with what you did versus what you saw from Finn?
Yeah, I was really impressed by your race. There was kind of a quiet confidence that I don't think I had in my first Cocodona experience. Kind of like what you were saying with you knew things were going to go off the rails, potentially many times, and it was more of a how are you going to react to those situations versus try to avoid them or try to minimize them. How are you going to move through them? So I saw that happening from when we linked up on day one all the way through to when you passed me somewhere around Kelly Canyon, seeing you coming out of Fort Tuttle. Myself personally, I felt like I was rapidly running out of levers to pull the whole race, trying to hang on to that top 10 pack. And from my perspective, Finn just looked really strong and like he was managing his effort and his execution really, really well for someone who has no experience doing so. As I've done 10 of these things and, think myself pretty well versed in how to execute them. And I just thought I was kind of blown away, very impressed.
Well, the cool thing is, I get to lean on 10 races of your experience, right? Like I was joking with my wife on the way down to this race. We listened to your Distance to Empty preview episode. And I was like writing literally like 24 hours before the race. I was writing in Kevin's notes to my pacer plan and how I was going to execute those sections. And so I think it's, at least from my perspective, it's largely a function of studying like what Jason Koop has done here, what you've done here, what Sensiman's done here, Eliza Lapier, Sally. Like I just have the benefit of all that information being public now, and you guys kind of tried and tested it. And next year, right, there's probably going to be a bunch of people that are like, my success is based off of what I saw go down in 23. So I think it's just going to get more, there's going to be more knowledge pumped in year over year. It's going to be great.
Yeah, I think we'll probably see the course record continue to come
Totally.
down the more athletes share their experiences. I loved what you both touched on about trusting your process. And Kevin, you mentioned finding that confidence that you do need to believe in, like that your pace is going to either catch the guy in front of you. Or tell me more about how you found that confidence while you're out there.
I think it's so easy, and I know I personally do this all the time. Like you can get really miserable out there. Things can feel really bad, and it's hard to remember that everyone else is feeling similar ways. Like everyone has their thing or multiple things, so you have to like work through it just like they're doing. Like you're not the only one that's feeling that way. But if you can't remember that and can't accept that, then it's gonna you're gonna start falling back, and like that's where confidence comes in, where it's like you have to be confident that yes, these things suck, yes, this is how the reality of it, but you're going to move through it anyway, and trust that you're moving through it as good or better than the person in front of you. And 9 times out of 10, I feel like if I can hold on to that, I end up catching those people, or the people behind me don't catch me.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I ran Cocodona in 2021, and my big mistake on day one was getting way too into the leaderboard. And I think that was a great takeaway, though, that I needed to run my race, not the people around me's race. So were you looking at the leaderboard while you were out there?
For the first time ever in this race, I did not look at the leaderboard a single time.
Wow.
I spent a lot of time in the live chat as you know. And it's
so impressive, by the way.
Dude, I don't know how I have broken a wrist and a pinky doing this at other races, but I've never fallen at Cocodona.
I'll knock on wood for you.
But it's this illusion. Everyone thinks I'm bringing all this energy, but I'm taking the energy. Like you guys are giving me the energy. It's helping me stay awake. It's helping me feel supported. It's really a gift for me. So thank you.
I'll be honest, that's kind of surprising to me. I assumed you were just like skipping through the desert and you're like sharing that. So you're actually kind of looking at it as like kind of looking for some reinforcements to kind of draw that energy and get that support out there. That's fascinating.
Yeah, definitely. And it's a real, like kind of like I mentioned earlier, like these levers that you can pull, right? Like I'm in this place, I need this thing, what can I do? Well, I have a bunch of friends who are rooting for me. Like, let me go talk to them, let me go hang out, let me try not to trip. And so I tried to make this kind of like you said, Shelby, about like, this is what I want to do, this is what I want to execute on, these are the times I want to hit. I hope that puts me where I want to be. Mm-hmm. But I'm not going to worry about what String Bean's doing or what Finn's doing. Like I'm controlling what I can control, and trying to have fun doing it.
Finn, I want to ask you really quickly. I'll be honest. We figured you were going to finish in 8th, late in the race, and you ran down Jonathan Van Gien's on Eldon. It's not easy to run down anybody on Eldon. What happened there?
This came down to pacer selection. So I had a pacer, Caleb Olson, who is one of the most fiery, competitive runners in the sport that I think I know and that I'll ever know. And I am not a very competitive person, despite I guess having a competitive result at this race. It's not something that is always on the front of my mind, but I know that it's to some extent important to the crew because it keeps them kind of excited. And I selected Caleb here because I figured if everything was going to plan, I would be slowly moving up the field and he would be that final motivator to kick it further into gear and not just like rest on my laurels if we could see a headlamp like halfway up Eldon, which you can. It's like, it's pretty pitch dark, and no one is out really hiking at night. And Caleb is kind of my eyes and ears. And we actually saw 2 headlamps. We saw Jonathan, and then we saw Jeff Garmeyer. And was Jeff having Achilles issues for a lot of the race?
Yeah.
So the cool thing on the tracker is that you can see like average speed and stuff like that. That to me is very useful. If you want to assess like, okay, do I actually have a chance of tracking this person down? I'll look at their speed. If they're moving well, maybe not. If they're struggling, I'll fight. But yeah, we found Jonathan's headlamp about halfway up. We went for it. It was totally Caleb's call. I was at that point hallucinating, delirious. All I had were legs. I was climbing pretty well, and he's like, "We're gonna go for it. It's my decision." And he just dragged me up Eldon, and we got him right before the aid station tent. Caleb was stoked. He's like, "We got him." And like my instinct was like, "Dude, like, are you okay?" Because he was kind of like, you know, he was in the pain case. Like, "Are you okay? Like, you're so close." I think his pacer was Ben Blankenship. We chatted for a little bit too. Ben's doing Cocodona next year, by the way.
Yes.
He actually literally said it on Eldon, which was kind of cool. Yeah, I guess that's all that kind of comes to mind there. But it was not. That's the value of pacers, right? Like you pick people who are going to make certain decisions, cultivate a certain like personality for that section of the race. And I don't think I would have tracked him down if it wasn't for Caleb. So, yeah.
You have anything else you wanted to ask? I know that Finn's kind of limited on time, so we'll just let you bounce here.
I can do 10 more minutes.
Oh, perfect.
Cool.
Perfect.
Cool.
Even better.
I'd love to hear more about your pacers. I think that it is such an interesting dynamic in finding the right people and the right crew to stay organized and read your mind when you come into aid stations. Yeah, what was that like? This is your first time at this distance, so the longest time hanging out and with people who are feeding you and telling you to eat.
Yeah, my introduction to the sport was actually through the multi-day scene. I through hiked the Appalachian Trail back in 2014, and one of the people that I met on trail that year was a guy named Joey Campanelli, who's very accomplished in the scene. Nolan's FKT, AT FKT, done a bunch of stuff on the PCT, JMT, etc. We've had a good relationship the past decade. I convinced him last minute to join me. He's such a workhorse. He should do Cocodona next year. He was ready to do, so you can pick up a pacer at Whiskey Row, mile 78. He was ready to go 170. Nice. We actually had to like say, no, you're not going 170. He wanted to do 170 miles on the course with me. He ended up doing, I think, 80, which is still amazing. And we were going at a pretty good clip. He was a workhorse. Caleb, I mentioned.
I remember seeing you and Joey and like days apart, and like he's like, you're still with him. Like, how is he still pacing?
No, he I would love to see him run next year. He's super talented. Like there's still a lot of people who come from this FKT world and multi-day scene that are incredibly talented, and they need to be shown the light around these more formal, standardized races like Cocodona. And I think one of my favorite takeaways from this year was that Joey Campanelli got to experience Cocodona in person, and maybe we'll see him here next year. So it was just decisions like that. I wanted to pick people that were excellent in this environment and that could bring a lot of knowledge and just correct decision making. And so yeah, guys like them.
It sounds like came together really well for you. Okay, go ahead.
Just wanted to give credit to, it looks like Kevin Brockman is our most recent finisher here of the Sedona Canyons 125. Of course, I just saw him carry his daughter across the finish line, being greeted by friends and family. We are going to be here all night and into the morning here at the Cocodona 250. presented by Air Viper Running here on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. If you're loving what we're doing, be sure to subscribe and click like. Let us know. We appreciate you being here. We are here in the studio, Shelby Farrell and I, along with Finn Melanson and Kevin Goldberg. Of course, both of them had stunning days here, stunning weeks. I always forget that this is far more than a simple day.
We had some great days.
Yeah, you guys were shorter than a week, more than a day.
Yeah. Finn, I'm getting some questions that I'm not familiar with the source material here.
Sure.
I guess I'm supposed to ask about a panda.
Yeah, so Pete Mortimer, who I believe helps run that Eldon aid station, I encountered him, in right before those final 8 miles running back into Flag, and Pete is awesome. Iron Chef, as I was saying offline, makes some really great, tasty food that is going to get you through that final, whatever, hour, 2-3 hours left in your race. Anyways, he's wearing this pretty elaborate panda suit, and I think I told you earlier, Caleb got me up Eldon, and he was just getting my person up the mountain. There was nothing going on up here. Like, I was hallucinating. I was in another orbit. I was just not there. And so I walk into the aid station, and Pete's there in this costume. And I think there's a photo on the Run Single Track Instagram page where you see Peter kind of shaking my hand and asking me what I need. And I can't even go through those formal conventions. I'm just looking at him trying to decide whether he is actually a panda or if it's just Peter in costume. And I think I'm shaking his hand in the photo, and I'm super suspicious. And I'm looking over to Caleb, my pacer, for confirmation that this is a safe thing to do, that I'm not going to get attacked. So that's the panda contact.
Kevin, have you ever had those kind of experiences in your 200s? Did any of them happen here this week?
I've never had a full blown hallucination and no panda encounters yet. But I had some weird stuff happen through Walnut Canyon this year, where I don't even know how to describe this. There might be a video of it somewhere, but basically I started talking to myself to keep myself focused on what I was doing, but it was a constant stream of words. I was just speaking for 30-40 minutes straight, and it was just words like focus, you're on the trail, you're okay, you're awake, you're safe, keep running, keep hiking, keep watching this Pape. And it was just a constant stream of words, and I was totally out of my mind. I can't only imagine what my pacer was thinking. But it kept me going. I mean, I think I did 13 something minute miles, which was down from 27 minute miles, struggling before that. So found a way to kind of harness my delusion, and I think that's accurate what I just said. I think that's how it shook out. But it was weird. I don't weird stuff out there.
It's so cool where your mind goes in those moments, and it does feel a little nutty, but it's exciting that our brains can reinterpret what reality is and talk ourselves through it. I don't know. Yeah, I've had I've felt that before, so I know that feeling.
It makes me wonder how a race like Cocodona would shake out if there was a no pacer rule. Would you see the exact same leaderboard? Did certain people like myself benefit from having pacers around them, motivating them in certain ways? That's a very interesting kind of what if to me.
I guess one last question before I know you've got to bounce here, Finn. A couple of people have been asking about what your sleep strategy was, and following that up, I'd like to know yours, Kevin, as well. And has yours changed over the years? So if we could start with Finn.
If and when I do another one of these again, this is going to be the part of my strategy that probably changes the most. Frankly, it was super ad-libbed. I was just sort of on a bender for the first 50 hours of the race. I felt great. There was no sleep pressure. I was totally engaged in just getting up the course. As I realized, things just changed on a dime. Right after Sedona, going into that Kasner climb section, I totally fell apart. Needed to take my first dirt nap. I think I made a lot of mistakes in this regard. Probably waited too late to sleep. I think there's a benefit even just to laying down and closing your eyes and just honoring that rest and not worrying about, whether you get a REM cycle or whatever. So I will probably go back to the drawing board on this in the next one. But I mean, I don't know what you think. I just think it's also so personal at the end of the day about what works.
Yeah, it's so personal. I spend probably more time thinking about like sleeping in 200s than I'd like to admit. I think a lot of people really focus on the when and where. I kind of think of it as why. Why am I sleeping? Like, what are the tells? What like when do I need it? And I'm like constantly scanning of like, do I need to sleep? And I'm also constantly getting it wrong. But I'm always thinking about it. And like some of the risks I took this year was trying to push sleep off later. But I think what's kind of unique and dangerous about Cocodona is a lot of the later legs are really long and really cold. So if you mess up and don't sleep where you should, you're out there for a long time. Like Walnut, Eldon, like there's not a lot of places to fix mistakes out there. So, I mean, I tend to sleep really low amounts in these races. I was 70 minutes the total for this year's Cocodona, and 50 of those minutes were at Walnut. And that was a big mistake I made this year. I think similar to Finn, even though I've done a bunch of these, I'm constantly at the drawing board and just trying to figure out sleep out.
Well, I guess before we let you go, Finn, I'd like to close by just saying, each of you, if you have a question for the other, let it rip.
Well, before I ask a question, I guess to Goldberg, just thank you to both of you for putting on this broadcast, and everyone else in there, AJW, Corinne, Bryce, Liam, etc. This just keeps one-upping in quality each year, and I love the After Dark series that you've created. It's awesome, and I love that a race has like a soda brand attached to it too, right? Like Floda and Cocodona have become rightfully synonymous. Love the shirt behind you too. I want to get one of those. I don't know if they're being marketed, but I guess Goldberg, the question I have for you is, well, two questions. What's your next 200, and are you coming back to Cocodona next year?
Oh man, I think the short answer is I don't know for either. I really want to go back to Tour de France. I did that last September, and I mean, all my expectations were exceeded, good and bad. It's just they don't allow pacers. To your point, it's a whole different experience. So Tour de France is on my list again, and I haven't signed up for Cocodona yet. Last year I took a few months to come back, but I don't know, probably.
Yeah, it is intoxicating.
Yeah, I love it. I love all you guys.
And Kevin, you got anything for Finn that you wanted to hit him up before he has to head out?
Yeah, so I've been a big fan of your podcast for a long time and what you do for the sport. Where do you see that? Like, where do you see the 200-mile space entering what you do? And like, do you think there's going to be significant growth there? Obviously, what you guys are doing here with this live stream is a huge part of it. But like, what is the future of that, and where does the 200-mile distance fit?
One thing I think about a lot is the approachability aspect to our sport, and I think a lot of people initially, and maybe rightfully, think that it's that sub-ultra distance that's going to bring in people and make the sport more consumable and interesting and bite-sized. I take the exact opposite approach. I think that people are really attracted to these like Survivor-esque lifestyle multi-day sagas where you're going through the whole hero's journey and everyone has their own odyssey. And like you look at other sports, like Chris and I were big, baseball, basketball, et cetera fans. I love playoff time when it's like a 7-game series and you have these like protracted 5, 6, 7 day events and all these different storylines emerge, and there's highs and lows and crises and overcoming things and victory and whatnot. That's what Cocodona does, right? Like these multi-day races are the closest thing that we're going to have to people getting to like be at the edge of their seats, seeing so many fascinating changes happen that you don't get necessarily in hundreds or sub ultra. So I think that the races like Cocodona could be an awesome entry point for general sports fans who don't necessarily want to participate, but like this is how they want to consume ultra running. So that's my current thought.
Well, thanks you very much. I just want to give a quick shout out to Deb Hunsinger, our most recent finisher here in the Sedona Canyons 125. They are taking the photos with the pacer. Congratulations to Deb. I guess Finn will let you get on with your rest and recovery here. Congratulations again on a great week, and can't wait to see you again soon.
Thanks.
Can't wait for the episode to drop. When do you think the Cocodona episode will hit on single track?
I'm going to record with Brett Sunday, so maybe Monday. 200s are tough, by the way. People say that the recovery is easier. I am shattered right now.
Pretty foggy, right?
You'll feel that for a bit.
All right, folks, that was Finn Melanson. Thanks for joining us. Of course, we're still here with Kevin Goldberg, and we're going to hang out with him and Shelby Farrell for a little while
I'm
longer.
actually going to sneak out. My Sedona Canyons 125 runner is 2 miles from the finish, so I gotta go catch her finish.
Get down there and wave to us on the camera,
I
and
will.
make
I
sure that
will.
we can see you out there. So I guess in the short term, I know we got to go and wake up the old guy on the couch and get him all situated, maybe get him some oatmeal and
I don't know who's got a belly full of pizza
turn
meats
off
right now.
Matlock or whatever is going on over there. But Kevin, I'm so excited to have you here. You've become, I think it's fair to say, a maestro of the 200 plus mile distance. And to that end, you have decided to share and impart your knowledge and wisdom and experience from these 200 milers. Talk about what your new project is.
Yeah, so my buddy Peter Noyes and I created a podcast in December. It's called Distance to Empty, and it's pretty much just about finding our distance to empty through these 200-mile, multi-day races. We already were that's all we talk about. It's our entire personality trait. But we figured we'd give our wives a break and start talking between each other and recording it. And didn't really have many expectations or goals for it, but it has taken off kind of, like we were talking about, these 200s just fuel so much fire. So it's been really fun. We've had some incredible guests on, and I'm just really excited for it because it's been far more successful than I anticipated it being.
That's great to hear. For those who haven't heard your podcasts, I haven't heard all of them, but like, do you nose in or zone in on strategy for races, nutrition, sleep strategy, as we've talked about? Obviously, you mentioned that's a very personal thing, but do you kind of bounce around from here and there, find an episode focus? How do you determine what you're going to talk about on a podcast that focuses on such a specific niche of our sport?
Yeah, no, it's great question. And like, it's definitely a mix of, some of it is more interview, like slice of life, getting to know athletes and people in the sport. And then some of the episodes are really kind of to provide tangible like takeaways for people who are looking for information on these races. So for example, in the lead up to Cocodona, we did a ton of Cocodona focused episodes. We talked with people from, front of the pack, middle of the pack, back of the pack. We brought on Steve Adderholt. We talked about the kind of the conception of the race. We did a course breakdown where we went through each individual section and detailed what to expect from each section. So really just kind of, basically obsessing over these races, because when you sign up for one of these, that's what you do. You obsess over it. So we're creating a source of that for people.
Well, that's fantastic. I love the fact that you basically found something that nobody else was doing. I mean, the 200-mile distance is still somewhat of an unknown. I mean, not just in terms of like the fact that there's not a lot about it, but I mean, what we're learning about. And think about how many iterations of 200-mile races there have been in the U.S. I mean, there haven't been many. I mean, you think about, 4 Cocodonas, a few Tahoe 200s, a few Moabs, a few Bigfoots. You're still talking just a few dozen races from which to have a sample size when you're trying to analyze how to approach and improve, how you handle your races. What's your thought on that? I mean, to know that you are basically part of the front crest of the wave that is, covering a sport that we're barely scratching the surface in.
Yeah, I think I just find it so cool. Like every time I do one of these, I go in thinking I really know what I'm doing, and I finish thinking like, wow, I learned so much that race. So you go through the whole process of like thinking you're an expert and finishing thinking you're a rookie. So to be able to provide information for people and try to make the entry into this distance and this sport more accessible, it has been really fun for us. And my hope is that it's a resource for people who want to finish these races, do better at these races, or are just curious as to like the people who are doing them.
Folks, we're hanging out here with Kevin Goldberg, the People's Champ, hashtag BGE. For those who have been tuning in with us year over year at the Cocodona 250, if you've got a question for Kevin, we've got him for just a little while longer, and we're going to let him get some well-deserved rest. But we're going to have you back tomorrow night, not necessarily on that chair, but in one of these chairs, and you're going to help us call in some of our finishers as we get into the wee hours.
Yeah, I'm so stoked for that. I have a lot of friends out there running still. Hopefully, I'll be a little less foggy, a little more clear tomorrow night. I feel like
I think you're doing great.
Do you? I'm working really hard. But it's like I'm losing 150% of my focus here. I feel like I just finished running this race, but maybe I did.
No, you definitely did, and you did it well. You know, and to do as well as you did, you know, in a field this stacked, I thought, you know, speaks very well to your consistency. You know, I mean, you've gotten better year over year, you know, no matter what the, you know, the number specifically said in terms of placement. I mean, you can't control the external factors in that regard. You know, how often does that come into play? I mean, I know you want to have your best race, but do you ever find yourself worrying about where everybody else is and possibly having that affect your strategy in a race like this?
Well, first of all, I wanted to say thank you and also apologize for letting you down on your picks. I know. You know, I've been top 5 2 years in a row. You gave me the choice, the pick this year for top 5. And to be fair, I did everything you said I would. I was consistent. I got better. I PR'd. But there were just so many really talented runners out there this year. So I appreciate your faith in me. And I'll make you proud next time.
It was rewarded. No, I trust me. I am extremely proud to you know, have gotten to know you through this experience, this Cocodona experience, and also I thought you ran a hell of a race, regardless of, you know, whether it was 2nd, 3rd, 7th, or whatever. I mean, you did everything you could within your control, and to that end, you know, hats off to you.
Yeah. And I think that's like to your original question, like how often am I thinking about the competition, or like, you know, I'd be lying if I didn't say it doesn't sometimes get to me. Like, you know, I get anxious if I see people who look strong, or I know someone's catching up to me. But one thing that I always learn or relearn out there is, you know, if someone catches me or if I catch someone, like I like all these people, like, you know, like they're friends, they're you know, good people. So like, when push comes to shove, I'm happy for them and I'm happy to see them out there. Yes, I want to beat them, but like, you know, at the end of the day, I'm like, look at how cool is this? Like, we're doing this.
Well, and Cocodona has become a barometer for variance, I think, when it comes to 200 milers. I mean, you look at, you know, take for instance, you have been very steady. You know, you've steadily improved. But then you look at, for instance, you know, somebody such as Mike McKnight, who has gone from not great years to having great years to somewhere in the middle. Mike Versteeg, you know, up and down, up and down. You know, with a lot of people who run this race 2, 3, 4 times, their results have become a little bit unpredictable. Whereas, like I said, you can set your watch to the fact that you're going to be solid and steady. And you know, what makes you different about that with regards to that versus, you know, perhaps what other people are doing?
You know, I think that's a really good question that I think I have for myself. I don't think I know the answer. I wonder if maybe am I not taking enough risks? Am I not pushing hard enough? Or am I really efficient and consistent and smart? And I go back and forth. I'm not sure. You know, sometimes I think maybe I need to roll the dice a little more and you know, fly a little closer to the sun. Other times I'm like, hey, you're good at this. You're consistent. You're smart. You're doing the right thing. So yeah, someone tell me the answer if they know.
All right. And we also have been joined in the booth by my co-host here on Aerovipe After Dark.
Hey Chris, how you doing? AJW here.
AJW joining us here. We've got Kevin Bulberg in the studio.
Good, AJW.
Good to see you, man.
You as well.
Great race.
Thank you.
Great race.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
We've got a stacked night here on Cocodona After Dark. We're going to have more guests throughout the evening, leading up to the midnight hour, basically, and we're probably going to take a snack break here somewhere along the way as well. On the race front, of course, here, this is the finish line at the Cocodona 250. It looks like we are going to be having our next potential Cocodona 250 finisher, George Cyrus, potentially hitting the streets of Flagstaff sometime soon. Our next finisher we expect to cross the finish line in any regard would be in Sedona Canyons 125, and that would be Laura Null. That's who we're expecting to see next. But as we've seen here at the Cocodona 250, anything can happen. How in tune were you with what happened at the front of the men's race here this year? I don't know. I'm sure you know now that Jeff Browning had been in a commanding situation for, 100 plus miles, and then with just a handful to go, things went completely sideways for him. Did you hear about that, and what was your reaction when you did?
Yeah, I did hear about it. Got the full story after the race, but was getting tidbits throughout the race. Had spoken with Jeff a little bit. We actually interviewed him on Distance to Empty, so knew what his kind of goals were for the race, and was really pulling for him on a personal level. So I was happy for Harry, but really kind of felt for Jeff and how that went down. Like, put myself in those shoes, and just like, must have been really hard and demoralizing to have it happen that late in the race. But I mean, it was just such a fantastic showdown, and I did get to speak to Jeff a little bit after the race, and obviously some feelings there, but it seems like he was really happy with what he did out there, and it's I know he wanted to show up and throw down, and that's exactly what he did.
Well, for all intents and purposes, he hit his time mark exactly to the minute, which is completely unreal if you think about it. To predict for yourself a 60-hour, 19-minute finish, and then lo and behold, come in at 60-hour, 19 minutes. Have you ever been that close, or even remotely close to your, I think I can do this in 72 hours or 75 hours? How far apart, or how far from your pre-race time goals do you find yourself being in most cases, and are you above or below?
I'm almost always 60 to 90 minutes above where I'm planning to be.
Okay.
Constant failure, Chris.
Why do you think that? I mean, is it just something that you like, things you don't account for, or is there some factor that you find in hindsight that has attributed to that difference?
I think it's probably by design, goal setting. Like, I like to set lofty goals, so I haven't finished one of these where I wasn't stoked and happy. So it's not like I'm missing goals that I'm like devastated about. It's I'm just setting really high targets, and there's just so many variables in these races that, like, to knock one out of the park is unless your name's Jeff Browning, unheard of.
Yeah.
It just doesn't happen that often. So it's not that I'm not hitting the goals. It's just that I'm setting tough ones, I think.
Congratulations to Laura Null crossing the finish line here at the Cocodona 250. Great job out there. I'm sorry, actually the Sedona Canyons 125. I apologize. For her, that's probably next year, right?
Of course, it's a gateway.
AJW, do you have any questions for Kevin Goldberg?
Yeah, Kevin, how do you spend so much time in the chat? And is there some way we can get you a glove that you can wear and still thumb around your phone? My hands get cold just watching you, because you've got your right hand that you're thumbing away with, and then your nice warm left hand.
AJW, I was listening as you were calling me into the finish line. It almost sounds like you're a little disappointed. You think maybe I should put the phone away and run a little faster.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't want to say disappointed. It was awesome, but yeah. You could just catch up with everybody at the end, kind of like you're doing right now.
No, I mean, look, I'll be honest. It's become sort of a reputation, but I love it. I mean, they're like, I was saying to Chris earlier, like, as much energy as people say I'm bringing, I'm getting that back tenfold. It's, I actually think it makes me faster. It keeps me awake. It keeps me focused. It keeps me stoked. Like, when I open that chat, I feel like, hey, I'm like I have support. I'm doing this for, like Finn was saying earlier, like, it's another branch of your why, right? Like, so trust me, my crew, AJW, is more like you. They're like, Kevin, after dark, we can curse. No, put your phone away.
Thank
they're
you.
saying, I get a lot of that. So, and then there's a balance, but yeah, I just it makes me smile. And
here on After Dark, we ask the real tough questions, especially me. I got a couple more follow-ups. First of all, what do you do for charging?
Oh, that's the hardest part. I'm like carrying like 47 pounds of batteries.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So more pounds in battery than water.
Yep. Definitely.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many different? Just one cord? One cord all the time, or
no?
Or
lots
multiple
of
cords?
Yeah.
So you got like a bunch of batteries, of cords of spaghetti
wrapped up. It's all over the place. It's a total mess.
Okay.
No room for calories.
And then, how much of this drivel is actually true? Like, I'm crying.
Oh,
were you actually crying?
100%. I was bawling my eyes out.
So
yeah.
So a lot of it's true.
I don't think I've ever lied to anything I've said in there.
Challenge for next year.
Yeah.
when you're crying, flip that sucker around. Give us video evidence.
Okay.
I think it's, in all seriousness, I think it's so funny, and I do think it's good, and I do think it puts a level of joy and sort of levity into an event that and a sport that sometimes, especially in the last 5-7 years, people have taken way too seriously, that I think anytime you pop up, I think that's why, there's so much excitement every time you pop up in the chat, because it is funny. So, I mean, if you can get the battery weight down, that'd be good. If you can start shooting some video, that'd be good. And maybe get a glove with like a little nice rubber thing on the thumb. I know they make them, but none of them are that good.
Yeah. Can you get me one?
Yeah, I think... No.
Okay.
Well, I have to admit, like when I do see you in the chat, I do drop what I'm doing and basically just, BGE or,
Absolutely.
hey, Kevin, how's it going?
Yeah.
I pay attention to that, and I know I'm not alone. So, when you do that, and if it is a pick-me-up for you, I would encourage you to keep it up, because it's obviously working. You get, people are engaged by what you're doing, and you have cultivated. I remember the first year that you ran this race in 2022. I'm like, who the hell is this Kevin Goldberg? Because his fans are hot right now. Like they're like, blowing up our chat feed. And at first I was just like, man, I didn't know much about you at that time, but I've gotten to know you over the years, following you and eventually, connecting with you on a personal level. It's like, oh my goodness, like this guy is just fantastic for the sport. I mean, this ambassador for the, the crazy distances. And, you've definitely, got a rhythm, and you've kind of, woven your rhythm into what we do here at Mountain Outpost. So, whenever you're in the, in the dark depths of a race, don't hesitate to shout out to us. And if you need some energy, we'll do our best, and the audience will do their best to help pick you up.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
One more. Do you do it this big and out of the park in all your races? Or is Cocodona a little extra special one for the, being in the chat and being on that?
Yeah, Cocodona is my home court. It's where I'm at. I'm actually much more muted on that space in other races and other facets of life. Yeah.
Mike Stone in the chat
hey, Mike.
Has a confession. That first year we did spam a lot. When we try to keep it under control now. So no, but that's how we got to know you.
And full permission. One day I'm going to eat it so bad because I'm on my phone on this. Everyone has full permission to laugh at that. It's going to happen. I'm assuming the risk.
Well, Kevin, we thank you for coming in tonight and sharing your story of the race with us. The nice thing about this is that we know we're not done with you. We're going to have you come in tomorrow night, and we're going to, basically have it so ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun. You're going to be able to ask the questions and, and also, be the one kind of, calling the action here. So
it looks like we've signed up Kevin for a real good shift too. He starts at 10 p.m. and finishes at 10 a.m.
Oh, nice. I get to sleep in.
I mean, that's like barely one leg of a 200. It's fine.
Exactly. It's no problem.
Yeah.
It's like that's
Kelly between
Canyon.
aid stations,
Yeah,
literally.
Before Tom.
Yeah, that's like 6 batteries.
Folks, Kevin Goldberg. Kevin, thanks for joining us tonight. We'll hang out with you tomorrow night. And can we take a quick break? And we'll bring in our next guest here. This is Chris Warden, Andy Jones-Wilkins here on the Cocodona 250, presented by AeroViper Running, being broadcast live on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel.
Look at the growth of ultra running the past few years. In fact, now they have 200-mile races, 240-mile races, 250-mile races. They're growing exponentially. I've been involved in all of this along the way, and everything has been the same. Athletes, truly inspired by athletes, want to go farther and faster in the mountains. What an incredible journey this has been. The joy that people experience when they're in the mountains. The personal growth that is obtained through going faster and farther in the mountains. The journey that an athlete has to go through, going from the ups and downs and the highs and the lows, and how the products that they carry and the systems that they put in place, the training that they put in place in order to accomplish what 35 years ago I thought was not possible. But now it is possible. And it is possible because all the great innovation that is going on in this world, in all the areas of the industries, and now they are obtaining things that are incredible. With UltraSpire, we are truly inspired by athletes. And as I reflect back on my years, going from there to now, I am so happy to be a part of this journey.
This is your machine. It is strong and fast, tough beyond measure, brave beyond belief. It will take you high in the mountains, deep into the woods, over rivers and deserts, and further within yourself than you have ever dared to go. But it is only as good as the fuel you put into it. Feed it real food. Feed it real power. Feed it spring.
Today's broadcast is also brought to you by Speedland, the best trail shoes ever created. This is the brand new commission, the GS PDX, the 6th model in Speedland's short but illustrious history. You'll notice it's a throwback to the initial colorway of the first model, the SL PDX, though this is built on the GS platform. Plenty of cushioning to take you as long as you want to go on the trails. There's people going to be racing in it this weekend in both the 50K and 28K, but also people wearing it at Cocodona here in just a couple months' time. Everything you've come to expect, the double BOA fit system, the HTPU midsole, the drop-in P-backs, secondary midsole, also removable carbon plate, nothing better than the Speedland. Go pick up a pair of the GS PDX. You'll find a link and a discount code here in the description on YouTube.
Soda! Oh, the energy of soda.
All right, everybody. Welcome back to Cocodona Aravaipa After Dark. I'm Andy Jones-Wilkins along with Chris Warden. We are awaiting possibly very soon another 125 finisher into the gate. It is, I want to find it. Give me the name again, Chris.
That would be Megan.
Megan Healy?
Yeah.
Megan Healy, we're expecting any time. So as we're starting into this interview, be warned that we might break off. That was so much fun talking to Kevin. Kevin will be back with us tomorrow. Also great to talk to Finn, as always. And we'll be seeing a lot of Finn later on this summer as he's traveling around to all the 100-milers. But we're bringing in our next guest, Chris.
Absolutely. This is a personal friend of ours and a friend of the running community here, Lisa Pizzoni. Lisa, welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you so much.
Lisa, you have been out on the course here. We're going to get a finish line shot here up and rolling, and so we can catch these finishers as they complete their journey. But Lisa, you have been out on the course. Describe what you've been doing and where you've been at.
Yes. Well, today I was at Fort Tuthill from 11 to 7. So I was volunteering at the aid station there with a couple of the other True Tribe ladies. And actually a couple years ago, if we're talking about being on the actual course, I got to pace Andre Lee. That was the first year, actually. I think it was the first year. I paced Andre from Fort Tuthill to Walnut Canyon. So I've been on the course once.
Pacing Andre.
Right.
That long.
Yes.
How'd that go?
It went well. He was tired.
Yeah.
He was tired. He had no pacers his first year. And I was volunteering at the finish line. And Patty Curry said, we need to get him some pacers. And I was training for Trans Rockies. I'm like, I could do 17 miles. We hiked a lot of it because,
Well, that's what you do in a 250.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it was great.
Of course, Lisa, you are also involved in the running community in another way as well. Can you describe what you are and what your company does?
Yes, thank you. I own the Running University, and I am a running and walking coach. And let me say walking because as we do ultras, you need to walk. Chi walking and chi running is what I teach. But my specialty is really training. I'm a back of the packer. I like to train back of the packers. I'm here for everybody who, as long as you can meet the cutoff, let's get out there and have some fun. So I help women over 50 typically is really my niche. But I love helping women celebrate finish lines they never thought possible. I've got 60-year-olds that have done their first ultra. They never thought they could.
Wow.
Yeah, and actually one of the things that's cool about your program is that I kind of see it and follow it every year. I don't go to your workouts or practices.
You can't. You're not a woman.
You're not allowed,
well,
Chris.
There's that, but it tends to culminate in the.
You didn't get the memo.
Oh, I got the memo. But it culminates in the Crown King Scramble every year, which is not an easy 50K. So, describe why you decided that training, women in their 50s and 60s, a good way to do that would be to throw them into a really hard 50K.
Well, not all of them pick that 50K. That is how we end the ultra season. Frenzy tends to be our favorite because there's ample time for the cutoffs. But Crown King, I have done it. This was my 6th year, I think. I just love Crown King. So if I can find somebody who's crazy enough to want to climb a mountain that long. But yeah, this year was tough. I came in with like 7 seconds on the clock this year. My runners came in before me, which happens a lot. But
Hey,
yeah.
Chris, I want to jump in for a second because
Sure.
I think this is timely with our conversation with Lisa. We haven't had an absolute cutoff in the race since 12:15 p.m. at Sedona.
Yeah.
But in 20 minutes, a little more than 20 minutes, at 9:30 Arizona time, runners have to be out of the aid station at Schnebly Hill. Mile 179.5. They got to be out of there in 20 minutes. We're not there. It's nighttime right now. We don't have boots on the ground there. But and I think Lisa would agree, can almost guarantee you that in that location right now, there's a fair degree of stress. There's a lot of looking at watches, looking at trackers on the computer, on the phone, talking to volunteers, nervously looking for a headlamp down the trail. Have you had that feeling before? Being of one of those waiting for a runner to come in?
Waiting for people to come in. Yes, I've been there. Usually it's me though. Like truly. Usually I'm the one that they're waiting for, and is she going to make it? I don't, I actually had somebody ask me if I do it on purpose. I'm like, no, I don't do it on purpose. But my first 50 miler at Antelope Canyon, I came in with 14 seconds on the clock. And Crown King, I came in with 7 seconds. I actually thought I had more time, and then I forgot how hard those 2 miles are after that aid station. And I was like, oh, I better book it.
Yeah, no, but what you do through that, I mean, whether it was intentional or not, is that you inspire the clients that you coach to say, hey, you know what, whether it be, 40 minutes under the cutoff or 7 seconds under the cutoff, you're getting it done as we see our next finisher in Sedona Canyons, 125.
Woo! All right.
Very good. Coming under the wire.
It is Megan Healy.
Nice.
Looks like, is that George Cyrus right there?
It's a 38-hour finish, and that's George Cyrus in the 250. Is that right?
Or was that the other way around? But congratulations to both of them, Megan Healy and George Cyrus, both finishing their respective races and looking pretty good doing it.
George Cyrus is definitely a 250er.
Yeah, it looks like that was George that came in second, finishing the Cocodona 250.
All right. So, folks, while we're chatting with Lisa, please, if you're following a runner along who's still en route to Schnebly Hill, throw their name in the chat, or perhaps you have a runner who's just rolled out of Schnebly Hill and they're likely to be fighting the cutoffs at the next several aid stations at Munns Park and Fort Tut Hill and maybe even Walnut Canyon. Throw their name in the chat so we can give them a little shout out.
Yeah, let's give them some love.
Indeed.
Lisa, of course, you've coached many runners over the years. Do you have anybody running the races this week, and what is their experience level in relation to what they're doing?
Awesome. Thanks for asking. I have 2 runners doing Eldon tomorrow, and I have to say I'm very grateful that the races give us the cutoff time that we could do it. So I have 2 people doing Eldon. I had my first person do Eldon last year, so when she did Eldon, she said, this is doable, you guys can do it. We actually had more people that were signed up, but life happens, and so we don't have anybody else. But I've got people talking about the 125. This is obviously also on my bucket list. This is the second time I say it out loud.
Oh, very good.
It's recorded.
Very good. Let's get a watermark on that. The timestamp.
I was actually going to do Eldon this year, Sedona Canyons next year, and then Cocodona, but life's happening, so I'm taking a little
slower.
Yeah.
I don't know if you would remember this conversation, Lisa, but you and I had a chat a couple of years ago, I think, during one of our Aravaipa Group Trail Run socials. And one of the things that we talked about was the fact that, when you talk about your philosophies regarding running and back of the Packers and where you stand as far as your, own personal capabilities. We were like, yeah, Havalina 100 might be a tough one, but Cocodona, based on the time splits and how it's structured, might actually fit your skill set a little bit better simply because you pride yourself on your extremely strong walking and hiking abilities. And that was actually something. Sedona Canyons actually has the wide berth. I have no doubt that you would be able to finish that, well under the cutoff. But, how likely would it be potentially for you to take a stab at the big one here?
I think it's pretty likely. I definitely, I've only done 100 miler. That was at Across the Years, and I was just testing the waters. I'm a point-to-point person, though. So,
for those that aren't familiar, Across the Years is a looped race here in Arizona. So it's a 1 mile loop
on mostly gravelly,
Yep.
and it was a great experience. I love Across the Years. It has but I get me out on the trail for hours and let me just hike and enjoy the time. So yeah, it's definitely, I don't know when, maybe 2-3 years. I don't know.
Well, you always go to Across the Years and basically have stamped your mark on the New Year's Eve festivities, because I've been spending New Year's Eve with you now for like the past 7 years.
I know, it's true.
Because your running university actually, your runners, your friends, your alumni of your program actually take over the aid station there after midnight at the Across the Years on New Year's Eve.
Yep. Yeah, we actually take over the whole 24-hour shift.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
And we're also going to have one at Havalina this year, too. We're going to be, I think, at Rattlesnake, maybe? I'm not sure, but we're going to have...
Want to interrupt for a second. Let's send positive Cocodona, Aravaipa, Mountain Outpost vibes, everybody, to Lisa Allen. 67-year-old Lisa Allen, from our sources, she just made the cutoff all the way back at Jerome. She just made the cutoff at Sedona. She's now in range to make the cutoff at Schnebly Hill. It's 67-year-old Lisa Allen. Let's just, while we're chatting with Lisa Pizzoni, we've got a couple of Lisas. Let's push. What we understand is it's about a half mile. She's got about a half mile out from Schnebly Hill. I just got stressed.
Absolutely. Well, and that's one of the things, people ask about our coverage of the front and the back of the packs. And I think that it looks like we have a runner crossing the finish line here, actually.
We do.
I think that's a Sedona Canyons runner, or we'll verify an identity on that. But, one of the things that we try and do and pride ourselves upon, that was, looked like it might have been Dave Buist, perhaps?
In 125?
I think so. Let me verify, because we had George Cyrus come through, Megan Healy come through.
Dave Buist would probably be next. Yeah. Congratulations, Dave.
But actually, we've got our next, I
and
believe
another
that's a
one.
Cocodona
They're coming
finisher.
through hot and heavy.
Wow. Yes.
Yeah, that's the swagger of a 250 runner right there, I would believe. I think that would be Nate Lewis.
Nate Lewis. We're going to guess it's Nate Lewis, who might be followed maybe half an hour, 45 minutes from now by Chad Bruce. Nate Lewis, congratulations.
So, one of the things we try and do is, during the front, 40 to 60 hours of the race, we typically focus on the front of the pack. But one of the things that we end up doing as we cover the entire field from front to back is that as you're seeing now, it's Thursday and we're going until Saturday, nonstop 24/7, that, we've got a lot of stories to tell. And those involve runners who are not the elites, not the front runners. These are the grinders in the back of the packers who need every bit of that 125 hours to finish their Cocodona adventure.
Yeah. And I always say it's two different kinds of hard, right? Like being an elite, like I can't even wrap my head around how fast they're able. Like I'm always like at least double the amount of time, if not longer. But it's also so hard to be out there double the amount of time, on your feet and mentally. So like there's so much respect for both packs, middle of the pack too.
Yeah.
We're talking about the extreme. So yeah. Yeah, and I love it. Like I do Trans Rockies, and I get to actually lead the back of the Packers. We start an hour early. It's a new gig that I have now, which is awesome. Like they literally created it for the back of the Packers. So
Nice.
thank you, races that honor those of us that are just a wee bit slower and like to take the pictures and chill out and take 10 minutes to hopefully get their half mile.
Well, when you put on races in such gorgeous areas, does everybody really have to rush through, or can they stop and enjoy the adventure?
Exactly.
I mean, that's kind of the beauty of a race like Sedona Canyons in particular. I think that's the sweet spot, because the Cocodona cutoffs can become a little bit aggressive to some slower back of the pack runners. Eldon Crest, I think you've got plenty of time.
Yes.
I mean, you, as long as you keep moving forward, you will finish Eldon Crest.
Yes.
But Sedona Canyons as well. It's a very approachable trail 100, because you have, 75 hours to finish the race.
Yeah.
I mean, as long as you're dedicated and you come in with, at least a decent foundation of fitness, I think you can get it done. Have you ever coached any runners in either of the longer distances here?
I have not. I was going to have somebody doing the 125 this year, and then again, life happened. So she's deferring right now. So, but, I've people talking like every year, it gets bigger because of, since they added Eldon and Sedona Canyons. I think this is going to help some of my people. I always say, just get a little bit out of your comfort zone. So, 50K has been most where I've trained people coming in, but now we've got people going, what's the next thing to do?
Sure.
Right?
Lisa, for those that are potentially interested in the services and what you provide, kind of as I spill all over myself.
Ooh.
It's all right.
Provide a kind of a bird's eye view of, number one, what your coaching services are, and number two, if somebody's interested in what you provide, how they can contact you.
Sure. Thank you. So the Running University, you can find me. My website is therunningsuniversity.com. I also have a YouTube channel, The Running University. I'm on Facebook and Instagram. But basically what I do, and again, it is women only. I train women only. That's my thing. And you don't have to be 50. Most of my ladies are 50 plus. And I have my true tribe, right? So people that know me, they see us in purple. We're out and about, the true tribe, true meaning the Running University. So it's a community, and I have different tiers, but I train people for races. They're ladies training programs, and basically they get technique. I teach chi running and chi walking, which are huge game changers to me, especially as we get older, like learning to move in a way that you have less impact on your body when especially you're doing these long miles. So I like to make sure that they're getting that information in their training. And I do group coaching. I don't do any individual coaching. Okay. Community is my jam. I love community. Again, our VIPA, Trail Sisters. I'm a Trail Sister leader. And so I will coach people in a group. So they have their plans, and then we have group coaching calls together. And I love that because I'm an expert, but I don't know everything. Mm-hmm. And then, people will ask a question, and then I'll give my answer, and then 3 or 4 other people might have another good answer. So
what's a typical group size? I mean, it's kind of like, I think about like classroom teaching and classroom size. To you, what's a large enough group to have that sort of good community vibe, but a small enough group where in the context of a group call, everybody can be heard there. You can have a good give and take. You can get that kind of camaraderie going.
Yeah. That's a good question, because there is a good number. And I say usually it's between, 10 to me is a good number. Okay. So I've had 5, and 5 works. But when you have a little bit more people, you get a little bit more engagement. So, they get on call. Sometimes we have 5, sometimes we have 10. But, if it gets, 15 maybe at the most.
Okay.
But I don't like to have too
10
many.
would be a sweet spot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Because you can't have too many people.
Yeah.
Describe what one of your coaching clients would, experience as far as like, how do you mentioned that you do it on a community style basis, group basis. What does that entail?
Yeah, thanks. So basically, I do my plans on Google Calendar. So they will get a Google Calendar that has links back into our community, which is on Mighty Networks. It's a platform. And then they have videos to watch, and they'll click on the link, and it'll tell them, whatever mileage they need to do that day. I have strength training videos, and they just click on them, and they go do the videos. And then we do group coaching calls twice a month. And we also do a goal setting call at the end of the month to set goals for the following month. So there's a lot of opportunities for connecting. They also can schedule one-on-ones with me on Zoom. So I don't do one-on-one individual training, but like when somebody needs to talk to me about, I want to do this race, or they just need to, ask me advice, and then I do one-on-ones with them for a more private, conversation. So, yeah.
That's great. And typically do you have members of the university that are they're with you for like years? I mean, do you have some folks that that it's sort of you know how sometimes you get these book clubs and it's like, oh yeah, we started a book club back when we were 30 and now we're 70 and we
I see it happening that way though,
Yeah.
truly. So at one point I decided to offer a lifetime membership. So I had several people that took me up on the lifetime membership. So I have some people that I'm like, you guys are stuck with me for life. Jan Rice is one of them.
Jan Rice.
She was the one who actually
Which means you're also stuck with Andre for life. Right?
Exactly. I'm good with that. I'm so good with that.
Jan, we love you dearly.
Yes, we do. Yeah, so I do. I've had people that have been with me for a while, and you know, I have some people that have 2 coaches. So I have some people that maybe use a coach. I don't do performance. Like I'm not going to be giving you like, look at your heart rate.
You're not doing the
metrics
and your tempo workout was 10% faster.
Yeah,
and that's not really your jam.
That's not really what we do. Like
Yeah.
I want them to be trained, so I want them to get the mileage. I want them to be in good form, but I'm not really worried about like, so I don't give those type of performance, measures. I
Yeah.
need to make sure that they can do the distance. Right now, I just lost my train of thought. Where was I going with that?
Lifetime member.
The lifetime member.
Lifetime member. Oh, that you don't necessarily do like the training plan stuff, but you were getting it. You must do the other thing.
Yes, right. They do get training plans. I don't know where the heck I was going with that. I totally lost my train of thought with the training plan. But I do, again, I teach technique and we do just a lot of community stuff. So we'll do, and even online. So I'll have people say like, oh, well, I don't live there. I actually just had somebody join from Germany.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, actually met her. She did Whiskey Basin. So she was out here. We've been Facebook friends forever, which is the great thing about online, right? Martina, I don't know if she's watched it or not, but yeah, she came out here. We met at Running for Brews because we've been Facebook friends forever. And she's like, I want to meet you. And then I'm like, well, you should come check out the tribe.
Love it.
Of course, you just brought something else up that I want to touch upon. You are, I guess, you're in charge, or you're, basically one of the founders of the Arizona chapter of Running for Brews. Talk about that group and what that involves.
Yeah, thanks. So again, I love community. I'm all about community. And so May 14th, Tuesday is going to be our 11-year anniversary. So I was approached by Running for Brews, and they're national. And they asked me to start up a Running for Brews 11
Real
years
quick.
ago. Yes.
BREWS
Yes.
or BRUISE?
No, usually I have to say bruise. Yes, bruise.
You might get bruises,
Yes,
but
yes.
it's BREWS.
BREWS.
Okay.
Or sometimes it'll be Bruce will come out if I'm
Bruce.
chatting.
All right,
Bruce
yeah.
will come out to Bruce.
A bunch of Bruce Springsteen fans.
So yes, and it's all about, we go on a 5K run. So right now we meet at 100 Mile Brewing Company at 6:15 on Tuesdays, and we do a 5K. And we actually I added a hike because again, I like to get people out. Even if they're going to hike, you got to start somewhere, right? So let's get you hiking. And so we do that. Every other Tuesday is the hiking and the trail run. Actually, Holly from Soul Sports leads the trail run, and Soul Sports joins us on the opposing Tuesdays. But yeah, so they just approached me, and we do this. It's been great. We have a little a solid group that comes every Tuesday, and we run a 5K, and then we drink beer, at least one beer. It's on a school night. No.
Well, of course, you've been a part of across the years for many years, and you're here volunteering at Cocodona. Both of those are, let's be honest, Aravaipa running events. Can you describe your relationship and the Running University's relationship with Aravaipa running over the years?
Yeah, thank you. Aravaipa has the most special place in my heart, I have to say. And I just did my 100th Aravaipa race at Havalina 100. I was going to do the 100-miler, and then I decided the 100K.
I think you passed me at this point now, because I was at 105 and I've kind of stalled out.
I kind of slowed down a little bit too right now. We might be even, because I want to say I've only maybe done 2 or 3 more since Havalina.
Could be, because that puts us like for scale there. If you've done 100 Aravaipa events, 100 Aravaipa finishes, there's probably less than, I would say, probably 6 or 7 people that have actually reached that level of obsession.
Yeah, exactly.
So when you get 100, do you have to volunteer more?
No,
because you've done so many races.
You should get jackets or something.
Or you get a jacket.
No, I'm just kidding. No, I don't know.
For the next race you sign up for?
No, you get a thank you from Noah for keeping him employed.
Yeah.
but you know, I remember when I went to one of my first Wednesday Aravipa runs, like the group runs on Wednesday. I don't remember what year it was, but I mean, Jamil was leading it. And I think Nick was there too.
So it was at least 8 years ago.
At least. And there were like maybe 10 people. Like I remember it being, you know, going now is awesome just to see how much it's grown.
Oh, yeah.
But, you know, I just started with Aravipa. My first trail race was Pass Mountain in 2011. And that was my very first race. And I think Aravipa puts on amazing races. Again, I love the fact that they have plenty of time for back of the packers. Not all of them. And I always tell people, if you can't meet the cutoff, then you shouldn't, you know, don't consider that race. But, you know, and that's how I bring ladies. I have so many women who had never done a trail race. And I just convinced them to do a trail race. Because, I don't know, road's okay, but...
Looks like we've got a finisher here. We'll see if we can get eyes on that. I'm believing that would be Dave Buist in the Sedona Canyons 125.
Okay.
We'll see if we can get confirmation on that. Looked like Dave was the next individual expected in. Yep, that would be Dave Buist, 492. Congratulations to Dave.
All right, Dave.
Congrats.
Getting it done.
Have we heard from Lisa Allen yet? Did she make it?
No, but
it's
it's 1 minute till the witching hour.
I don't see the chat or anything. So just keep
we'll make sure and touch base. We do have connections into Race Command, and we know people who know people, and we'll see if Aaron at Race Command, or I don't know if Noah might be working for once, and you know he can tell us. But of course he does, because that's a lot easier. No, kidding, folks. I adore Noah, as you saw last night, as we had our bro love session in here on the air. So, but Lisa, you know, I like to have you on here on our live streams to talk about it, because you're such an integral part of our community. I mean, you know, people who are watching from around the world might not be familiar with you or your work, but people like Lisa are the reason why our Aravipa trail running community in Arizona is so prolific and so successful. It's the reason why runners from other places come here, because there are people like you that are going out there and not only doing the work, for instance, like you said, being at Fort Tuthill today, but you have inspired other people to be a part of the community. So, you know, that's one of the reasons why I wanted to bring you in here. So
thank you so much. I appreciate that. And you know what we're going to be doing on Saturday? All my tribe members that are here, we're going to be at that finish line, because the golden hour is our favorite hour.
Oh, yeah.
So I hope they have one this year, though, because last year
everyone was so fast.
You probably want to keep track of the time, because it's kind of, the golden hour sometimes moves a little bit.
Yes.
Well, last year's final finisher, Elizabeth Russ, is in the race this year. And she is nowhere near the back of the pack here this year. She's moving pretty well. She's about 10 miles ahead of the sweeps at this point. So she's moving pretty good. There are a few people behind her. As we mentioned, Lisa Allen is the name that we're following, trying to get into Schnebly. We've got a few other people that look like they still might be at Schnebly. Tim Crow, perhaps. Jessup Sandoval. But we're going to be following the back of the packers here as they try and get into and out of Schnebly, because when you're talking about the cutoffs, it's not just getting into the aid station. You've got to get out of it as well.
We have our group. We have we're going to get a notification. It might be a little bit delayed, but we've got Race Command. I've let them know we'd like to hear here in the studio. It's sometimes bad news. Sometimes we don't want to hear it, but you know, it's also one of the biggest, most dramatic parts of this whole thing. I mean, as I've said to Chris before, and I think you'd agree on this, Lisa, in many ways, when you get to this time in the race, there's several golden hours.
Yes.
Right? Every cutoff, in a way, has a golden hour.
Yeah.
You imagine there's somebody who has left Schnebly Hill with maybe 15 minutes on the clock, and they know it's 1 a.m. They have to get to Kelly Canyon. They've got to cover 11 miles. They have to get to Munns Park. You know, they have to cover 12 miles, 12 hard miles, all at night in the cold. And they have to do it with a very little margin of error. They can't miss a turn. They can't take too long of a potty break. You know, they can't dilly-dally very much. If they do take a sit down, they have to get back up. They probably can't sleep. You know, if they're on the clock at this point, they probably can't sleep. And those stories, folks, are out there. They're out there. There's hundreds of them.
Yes.
Up and down this course.
Looks like we've got another finisher coming into the chute. I'm believing this would be Chelsea Miller, perhaps?
A 125er?
Yep, Sedona Canyons 125. Chelsea Miller, I believe, right there, coming into the finisher chute. We'll get confirmation on that. But congratulations to the most recent finisher. Yeah, we're going to be following very closely to find out if Lisa Allen has made the cutoff, and hopefully we'll be able to continue her journey. One of the things about the race this year is that it seems like the really tough section for the runners was around mile 95, 97 Fain Ranch, basically, up through mile 125 or so. It seemed like that was where a lot of runners were being snapped off between Fain Ranch and Jerome this year. I felt like in years past it had been a little bit earlier, perhaps around Whiskey Row. But I think
probably the cool temps meant that the Fain Ranch to Jerome section was where people were getting the sleepies. You know, it's a lot of downhill, but a lot of technical downhill. And so I think that the attrition spot was just a little bit later. Good news was not nearly as many drops at Crown King. I was so disheartened last year, and it was nobody's fault, but in such hot conditions last year, there were so many 6. It doesn't sound like a lot, but there were 6 drops at Crown King, didn't make the cut. And I thought, wow, these people invested time to be here for a week, money, training, and they didn't even make it to the first night.
Yeah.
Fortunately, that didn't happen. I mean, if you do get, if indeed Lisa gets cut off at Schnebley or someone else gets cut off at Munns, you know, they've made it 179 miles through this beautiful territory of Arizona. So they're all winners in that case. Or as Aaron M says, all badasses, all of them.
Yes.
Thank you, Aaron. Well said.
What do you think of what you've seen so far this week, Lisa?
You know, it's interesting. So today when we were at Fort Tuthill, one of the things that came up was Micah, right? Like, because last time I had checked, I was following, and then it was like, and then I was like, oh no, what happened? And then find out that she came back after that crazy accident she had, or falling, right? And she placed 3rd on the podium. Again, incredible from somebody who's at back of the packer. I mean, she was so far ahead that she could go do all of that and still place 3rd, which is incredible. And, you know, I'm a big Jeff Browning fan too. So, and unfortunately, well, I don't know how it was working. Like, I was actually walking to Firestone to get my car because I had to get it before it closed. And it was like literally when they were at the top of Eldon. So I was like, you know, that was before. And then I'm leaving and I'm trying to watch it, and then I missed it. I missed the end. I was kind of bummed.
We had a nice interview here with Jeff. He was gracious enough to come in earlier this afternoon. He just really, and it happened earlier than I think many of us thought, but on the run in to the bottom of Eldon. But even before that, he knows his body very well.
Yeah.
And his breathing was becoming more and more labored, more and more tight. And he just knew, you know, his oxygen saturation was going down. So the Eldon climb just crushed him. And he was the first to say that. And by the time he got to the bottom of Eldon, he was sort of like, I'm just going to have to walk it in. If Harry catches me, so be it. Harry did catch him.
Yeah.
They both told the story of Jeff coming to this one point and just there was a log on the right side of the trail that was this perfect sitting height. He just sat down on it, and Harry came up and they had a nice exchange. But fortunately for Jeff, he's such a pro. He looked at his watch. He knew where Arlen was, and he was like, I can just walk it in. And he called his wife. He told her she didn't have to rush to the finish.
Don't worry.
So it was, and the Mika story, my goodness. I mean, I've never seen that happen in a race, but it's a 250-mile race, and literally anything can happen.
Just incredible. And Callie's the other person. I don't know where she's at. I'm sure she's.
She is currently, I mean, and believe it or not, of course you believe it, Callie Vinson is one of the most requested runners to track here at the Cocodona 250. Looks like Callie is just short of the 200-mile mark, so she's moving really well.
Awesome. Go Callie.
You know, this has definitely gone far better for her than her previous attempt here at Cocodona, and it shows that she's come back here with a vengeance and definitely refocused her efforts. And it's been great to see. I mean, you know, everything that I've seen as far as what she's posted, shots that we've caught her on screen. Looking fantastic.
Yeah, she looks great. And I just love the same thing with her attitude. She was actually a guest speaker in the tribes. I usually have guest speakers, women who are inspirational, body positive, right? Like she talks about all of that. And, you know, several of us helped her with her FKT when she did her FKT, and she was looking for people. Again, we're always trying to find ways to, you know, support other runners. But yeah, it's great to say. She always looks great. Like she's just positive attitude. So
I think the key indicator for Callie was she rested. She ate and regrouped at Sedona, really nailed that section, which is that's like that Kasner climb takes a lot out of people. It was full daytime, not hot, but full daytime. The drone got her at that aid station with all the blue water jugs, and she just filled her bottles and kept going, and that was a really good indicator. I think she's fine now, as you've said. You know, make it to Munns Park, make it to Kelly Canyon. They're probably going to finish with enough time on the clock. She's got plenty of time on the clock. So that will be a triumphant run through Flagstaff for Callie for sure.
I still am firmly of the belief that if you can make it to Sedona, you can finish this race. I mean, you know, the finisher rate, once you get to that point at mile 162, is sky high. Obviously, right now, we've got a battle at the back of the pack right now, which is past that point, but it tends to be pretty successful for those who can actually get to
the cutoffs get more generous.
Yes.
You've got a sleep plan by now. I have to believe, I've never done one of these, disclaimer, but I have to believe there's a psychological boost to knowing you have less than 100 miles to go.
Yeah, I think
you're in double digits.
Yes.
It's nothing like single digits, but you're in double digits. Well, Lisa, so are you going to be crewing tomorrow for some of your Eldon runners?
It's hard.
There's not really many
crew.
Not
really much that we can do. Yeah. So the idea is we're going to be at the start line.
You go to the start.
We're going to go to the start line, and then we'll be at the finish line. I told them make sure that they text me an hour ahead of time so we could make sure we get to the finish line for them on time. So I'm pretty excited.
And then it sounds like the tribe will be out in force for the golden hour.
Yes, we absolutely. Whoever's still here, I think, but most of us are still going to be here. So that was the original plan. Like, we'd love to do that at every race, and when we are at the races, we're there doing that because that's mostly
And if folks are interested, they just look for the purple shirts.
Look for the purple shirts. Look for the purple shirts.
It's a telltale sign at all the Wednesday night runs.
Absolutely.
At the Tempe Wednesday night runs.
Did I tell you that Jubilee one year at Whiskey Basin turned the timing light purple because there were so many of us there. It was the COVID year, the year that it's always really crazy windy, but I think it was the year that it was in October.
Okay.
You know, when they had to switch the timing. Like she changed it to purple. I was like,
I love it. That's also a classic Jubilee move.
She is.
She's coming in tonight.
Yeah, she's gonna come chat with us.
Oh, cool.
She'll bring some good vibes to the studio.
Oh yeah, I love Jubilee. Yeah. She's awesome. And again, you were talking about my relationship with Aravite, but like I said, appreciate, you know, like the relationship. The race directors are amazing. And again, talking about getting my people out there. Like we've done Black Canyon training runs, and
we've got another finisher.
Sorry, Lisa.
No.
Sorry.
No. That's way more important.
We'll just get some info.
Was that
hugging like a 250er?
Yeah, that looked like it might be Jason Hefner.
Jason Hefner.
Jason, because his GPS hadn't gone off in a while.
We're guessing Jason Hefner. Congratulations, Jason. Bib number 29. Cocodona 250 finisher. Nice. 88 hours and 31 minutes.
Well, Lisa, I want to, like I said, I love having you here in the studio to chat with us, and thanks for joining us. Have fun out there on the course tomorrow, seeing off your runners and being a part of their journey. Can't wait to see you out there on on the course and at Heritage Square, cheering those final runners in. Once again, for those people who are interested in the Running University and the coaching and services you provide, how do they go about looking you up?
You can find me. The Running University is my website. Lisa at the Running University is my email address, but you can get me on YouTube, Facebook, The Running University. Lisa Pizzoni is my name. I go by Coach Lisa. And then on Instagram, I'm True Coach Lisa because my account got hacked a couple years ago. And I changed my name.
Well, Lisa, always a pleasure.
Thank you so much. I just love being here and sharing the time with you guys. And good luck, everybody who's out there. I hope those back of the Packers made it. Sending you guys all the good vibes.
Thank you, Lisa. Thanks so much. And we're going to feel that back of the pack. Well, we're still in the middle of the pack right now, but we're going to feel that back of the pack vibe all the way through that golden hour on Saturday morning.
To that end, what would you think constitutes, quote, back of the pack in a race like Cocodona? 110?
That's a good question.
110 hours?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I was trying to think about in terms of percentages. I think in modern ultra marathons, often 30% of the people finish in the last 10% of the race, regardless of the distance. So I was just trying to do quick math and I failed at it. But I would say
better than to do math on the air.
I would say if you're still out there, at say 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock tomorrow night, that's sort of the transition from the back of the middle of the pack to the back of the pack. And now you're going into your fifth night.
Yeah.
Right? If you're squeezing it, like what are we at? If it's 9:45 right now. If you're at, let's say you're Callie. Callie could be a good example, right? She's on her way to Kelly Canyon. So she's between Munns Park and Kelly Canyon. So she's got 50 or so miles to go. Let's say she takes 24 hours to do those 50. That's the very back of the middle of the pack.
Yep.
She takes 30. She's back in the pack. But I'm just making this stuff up because you asked me.
Regardless, you're amazing.
You're amazing.
You're amazing. Regardless.
If you get to that picture, if you get to be in this picture as a competitor, then you're a badass in all of our books.
Yes.
Lisa, thanks for joining us here.
Thanks so much, Lisa. Great to see you as always.
We're going to take a quick sponsor break, and we'll be back on the flip side with our next guest here. I think you're going to want to stick around for this one, especially.
Okay, we're going to.
Oh, I guess we're going to.
Our producer has told us we've got some finishers coming, so we're going to not go for the ad break quite yet. I'll stay on here, Chris, and we'll work through this. And if you could help me out, Trevor, with what we're seeing. Thanks so much, everybody. Thanks. Wonderful comments for you in the chat, Lisa. Be sure to check it out when you get home. Lots of folks saying hello.
That was Sarah Booth?
Sarah Booth in the 125.
Perfect. All right. Well, our next guest, whenever he's ready, can come over and hang out in the chair, and we'll let him get set up and get comfortable, and we'll talk to him about his experience as this is not the first time he's run this race. In fact, he's the first person to complete the Cocodona 1000, and we'll talk about what it was like for him out there.
Did we have? I'm sorry, just Trevor. Did we have Sarah Booth come in? Okay, and so next we're expecting Dave O'Rourke. Okay, and then we'll have a little bit of a. So here we have a finishing line photo. Sarah Booth, congratulations, Sarah. Sedona Canyons 125. You can just go right next door and sign up for next year's Cocodona like most people do who finish Sedona. Enjoy. 365 days from now, hopefully you'll be crossing that line after running twice as far.
Speaking of, with our next guest, have you registered for this race for next year yet?
No, I have not registered yet. This was a hard year, so I'm going to take at least a few more hours to consider what I just went through because I can't even really think about it.
Folks, we are joined now by the one, the only, the Tiger King, Jeff Garmeyer. Jeff Garmeyer, the first finisher of the Cocodona 1000, meaning 4 consecutive finishes. Congratulations to you.
Thank you. Yeah, this was the second ultra marathon I ever did back in 2021. The first was a 50K. So just
it's a big jump.
Yeah, slightly. I mean, metric to Imperial was a tough shift for me, but I made it work. And I don't know, it's really the people, and even that first year, I remember I called into the live broadcast.
Hang on just a second,
Sorry, Jeff,
while we jump in and celebrate this next
Dave
finisher.
O'Rourke.
Dave O'Rourke in the 125. Congratulations, Dave.
All right, please continue, Jeff.
Yeah, much like this, I called into, it was Rob and Matt doing the broadcast, and they were showing Mike Versteeg coming down Eldon, and I was like, I'm calling in and watching this because I'm out here alone, and I'm treating it like Mike Versteeg is pacing me in here as we watch his footsteps up Eldon. So it's pretty cool, the coverage and the people around it, and really the commitment to 24/7 to cover a race, because the runners are out there 24/7. It's pretty cool as opposed to a lot of other events where you only show daylight, or it's a static cam at an aid station, even at bigger races in Europe. So it's pretty cool.
Well, Jeff, I want to jump right in and ask about something that we were talking about a lot with in the case of your race, and you had some follow cams with you, and you were struggling. It looked like with the lower leg. You had some tape on there. You had some other tape jobs on there. I don't want to. We don't need to show the audience it now. But talk a little bit about what you were struggling with physically, because it was relatively early on. I don't exactly know how early, but certainly by Sedona, it was clear that you were favoring that leg, and that was going to be something you were going to be struggling. Nobody doubted you would finish, but it was clear that it was going to be something that you would struggle with. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, I think I deserve an Oscar if you're saying Sedona, because at mile 40 or 45 or so, I texted my one of my best friends, Sam, who's a PT, and said, I can feel some big Achilles issues coming. How can I tape this? This is one of the A races. I'm going to get to the end, not concerned about how long, and recovery from an Achilles can be tough. It's like, not concerned about that, but how can I make sure I get to the finish? And so the plan was get to Whiskey Row and then tape it, but couldn't make it that far. So came into Camp Kippa and was going to even keep it quiet to the pacers and stuff and just try to keep with the normal schedule. But then, of course, how Cocodona is covered, there was a live stream on the taping of my Achilles at that aid station.
Yep, there was.
There was nothing on the DL at that point. And from then on, a few different tape jobs, and just kept taping it tighter and tighter until I just couldn't even feel the leg because the tape was so tight around it. And then the plan shifted, as it has to. In 200, it became every aid station has to be, what are the essential things I need, calories and stuff, and then I have to get moving because it takes 10 to 15 minutes for this thing to even warm up enough that I can run. And so I'm going to have to hobble out of here, which probably makes great content for a live stream, seeing me barely walk. But knowing that means that I have to be spot on knowing what I need at an aid station, and we got to drastically reduce the time there because top speed is decreased and my maximum pace is about a 12-minute mile, so we're going to maximize the moving time in the race. So yeah, it changed early, but this is the third year. My aunt and her friend Jenny were crewing me, and we just came up with the plan and adapted on the fly. So it was really fun to put it into action and watch the race play out and still get under the old course record just like everyone else this year, apparently.
Yeah, oh yeah, you certainly did. And it was, you're right. You're right. We noticed it early, and the camera was right there with the more significant tape job. But also it seemed it didn't affect, as of course a lot of the footage is and the coverage is at the aid stations, and you could kind of see that shift. You were not you know, the Jeff Garmeyer, a lot of us know, like hangs out, you know, at the aid stations, laughs and eats and
Well, hold on. I did do hopscotch. When
You did. We caught that.
And we were worried.
It was on the taped Achilles 100 miles after I'd started taping it. And it was like, I got to keep embracing the fun or else this becomes a death march, and I don't want to have a death march out here.
Guilty as charged. We did see the hopscotch, and I was like, my Achilles hurt watching you do it.
Yeah, wouldn't recommend, but preserve the fun for a little bit longer.
Yeah, I mean, when you get to that point, you know, this sounds like this was your most challenging Cocodona. You know, in times past, were there certain coping mechanisms that maybe worked in previous years or attempts that, you know, you kind of went back to that playbook, and, you know, was there anything that wasn't working for you that you had tried to do in the past?
Well, every FKT and ultramarathon and stuff, and I've had a number of issues through different things, and even like been successful and completed, haven't had DNF issues. And what I tell athletes is, as long as you have another thing to try, there's a reason to keep going and trying it. So as long as you have another tool in the toolkit to try, so it's like, all right, tape it this way, maybe tape it a little bit tighter, maybe some Advil, warm it up, ice it. It's like, so if I have 20 different things to try and I'm trying a different one at each aid station, why would I slow down or quit? There's always that hope that the next thing will make it better. So if you preserve that hope, then your mindset's perfect. And with a good mindset, especially in a 200 or the world I come from in FKTs, then you're pretty set, because these things aren't fast. Even the course record is a brisk walk. Like if you just have the right mindset, you can really get through a lot of the physical issues.
Did that help you transition into racing? Because of course your background is from FKTs, where you know, when you first, you know, signed up, obviously you had that previous 50K that you mentioned in the past, but, you know, your first Cocodona, did you get here and realize, oh, well, this is kind of the stuff I've been doing anyways. It just happens to have an aid station, a buffet every few miles.
Yeah, a lot of things about the first one. I showed up with a massive duffel bag at the truck for drop bags. I thought they shuttled your drop bag to every stop. I didn't realize I needed 20 different drop bags. And so I just put a spare pair of socks in my pack and treated it like a through hike, and every 20 miles was trail magic. And yeah, it's just a lot of, the similar things from through hiking. You just apply it to this very slightly faster pace, but it's all supported. And even like this morning, woke up having coffee and I believe it was Brody running down the street outside our Airbnb, and it's like 17-year-old through hiker turned trail runner, 11th overall. It's those kind of things that really make me appreciate the trail space, because the lines are pretty blurred, and it's pretty much the same sport between FKTs, trail running, and through hiking. It's just whether you call yourself a power hiker or a walker when you're climbing a hill. That's about it.
Yeah.
This harkens back to your roots as a through hiker, I think, more so than than other races. However, I've been following your career, you know, through the Cocodona live streams, also your time with the Air Viper racing team. I mean, I've seen you do 200 miles on pavement in Las Vegas. And one of the things that I've been really amazed by is your transition. You know, we can't call you like, you know, the through hiker type of guy anymore. Oh, thanks. You're a runner. You're an actual runner. I mean, I watched you at Havalina 100 this year break. I want to say you ran sub 17 on the 100 mile. I mean, or sub 18 at least. You know, that's tall timber for somebody who really didn't have an extensive running background.
Yeah, I started in cross country in high school and was bullied, and so I quit and hated running, and then found trail running slowly through hiking after I learned that you didn't have to run every step to be a trail runner. And it's funny how we joke about it, but a number of my friends have had the same thing. You are out there, I bagged all the 14ers in Colorado, never would have called myself a through hiker, but you run down the trail to get back to your car. That's trail running.
Yeah.
But you think you have to be running up the hills too. So I almost was surprised to learn I was trail running before I was doing it. And, and then I just slowly let myself explore all these other avenues of racing, like flatter, faster, hundreds, fixed time, last person standing. And I've strived to try every different type of event. And I think later this year is going to be maybe the last one. I'm doing my first stage race, and then I'll have tried every different discipline, because why wouldn't you try them all? Like, maybe you love one, but maybe you love one more that you haven't even tried. So I just love trying it all, between FKTs, through hiking, and trail running. And last year I did 11 races. And so this year I'm trying for more focus on each race rather than show up at Cocodona with 600 miles of racing on my feet.
Yeah. Jeff, I want to ask, because you talked about it, and you're in a unique position because you've done all 4 of the editions of Cocodona, and you talked about it, the competitive, 6-7 guys under the previous course record. We've talked a lot about it, on this side of the desk, about this likely the most competitive, and I said this with Jeff and Harry earlier, maybe the first like legitimately competitive, full-blown competitive 200-miler that would be like up there with a highly competitive 100-miler perhaps in the United States. As you've been through it all, I mean, what would you see the pros and cons of, this niche of a niche distance kind of getting a little bit closer to the mainstream?
Before we answer, actually, we're going to catch a finisher. Sorry, I was keeping an eye on our monitors.
Thank you, Chris.
In the studio, and this looks like it would be Chad Bruce. Chad Bruce finishing the Cocodona 250.
Congratulations.
All right, Chad.
Looking good.
88 hours and 48 minutes. So, does not have to go deeply into night 4, which is always nice. Congratulations, Chad.
And yeah, Jeff, if we could circle back around to have you answer the question.
Yeah, I think 200s are interesting because I think they're approachable from a number of different disciplines and styles, and they can be competitive at the front, but they also, you can only race so much too. So if we just compare it to hundreds, because I'm a big fan and fan of like the history of the sport as well, there can be multiple competitive hundreds every year, and there's talk of doubles and things like that. As far as 200s, I don't think you can really put your best version of yourself out there. Maybe twice a year would be the most, and that is always going to be the hard thing if we do expect them to become more mainstream. How do you get maybe the top 20 runners striving to compete against each other at the same event? I think it would just have to be, there's only one premier 200 plus miler event that they're all deciding to go to. It almost have to be something like that rather than multiple. Like this year, there were probably 15, 20 runners deep who podiumed in different 200 milers over the past 10 years. And that's what made this so unique. Maybe it'll continue, maybe it won't, but it's so rare that everyone will pick the same one, because I think you're inspired by different things in a 200. You just love the terrain, maybe you love the coverage, the location, or the competitors, and not everyone's in it for the same reasons. And that's kind of shown with what type of people show up at what races too.
That's a good point. I have a feeling, I mean, my bias is that that Cocodona, as Finn mentioned when he was in here earlier, Cocodona has tremendous momentum. Aravaipa as a race organization is a tremendous race organization, incredibly inclusive, from 5Ks and road races all the way up to Cocodonas in 6 days, right? I think the momentum that this race has would suggest to me it's going to be circled on a lot of people's calendars, whether it's circled on the front runners' calendars, the mid-packers' calendars, the through hikers' calendars, the people who want to transition from a lot of flat stuff to the hills, somebody, a Jake Jackson, for example. I think that's here to stay with Cocodona.
Yeah, it provides a tremendous challenge. Like, is it the miles? You might think it's 200 miles is the intriguing challenge, but for me, I'd never done something this short other than a 50K. Like, everything I'd done was through hikes and FKTs. Josh Perry last year, also, we'd broken each other's records. We'd done longer things. Troy can't remember his last name. I slept 4 hours in 4 days. Troy earlier today, through hiker as well.
Troy Allen.
Yeah,
Troy Allen,
number
yep.
of through hikers have done way more miles than this. So some people at home or doing other distances are worried about the miles, but a number of people have done more miles but slower, so they're worried about the pace. It's different aspects. So people at the 200-mile distance can be going up in mileage or down in mileage almost at the same thing. So it's like meeting in the middle of these sports that are just parallel anyways.
Yeah. Chad Allen, by the way, our chase cam had him clocking a 6:30 mile through the streets of Flagstaff.
I walked across the street from the Airbnb.
You might have seen
going.
that
Yeah,
because he was right around that same time as you were saying Brody was coming in the set. And he was moving, by the way, too, our little 17-year-old.
Yeah, I talked to Troy and he or his crew, and they said, "Do you remember which mile?" And they're like, "Oh yeah, that's when we switched your tailwind to the caffeinated tailwind." And we didn't tell you.
Jeff, we talked about what had kind of gone sideways for you with your Achilles and everything here at the Cocodona 250. What went good, and what were the best parts of this race for you?
I nailed the goals and what I was shooting for. So I got down here maybe Saturday. I parked in downtown Flagstaff and just walked the last roughly four blocks of the course and envisioned breaking the course record on Saturday, and then went on to do that. So I, despite some issues and things will happen, like I hit the goal. I didn't realize I should have asked what other people's goal time was and maybe envision breaking that. But I can't. I've always had this personal motto of don't move the goalpost. So if I wanted to be competitive or attempt the course record and get under it, I can't be that dissatisfied with myself for hitting that goal. Even if other people did, I would be comparing myself to something that wasn't even a metric before the race had started. So everything went well as far as adapting, sticking to the goal, finding a different way to approach it, whether that was efficiency, less sleep, just doing more 12-minute miles compared to 15-minute miles because that was the maximum pace I could do. So mental strength was really great this race. Just very proud with internalizing that goal of kind of the goal time I was shooting for and hitting it. And then I think the work now is convincing myself and letting myself be proud of it, even though it's sixth place rather than a win in a course record in a different year. And I think that's what we all struggle with is you show up and go after what you go after, and then you decide how to internalize the results afterwards.
You know, Jeff, this might be an unusual question, but you're such a thoughtful guy. As you mentioned, such a student of the history of the sport, of the complexity of the through hiker, FKTer, 200 miler. I'd love to hear a little bit of your just a reaction to what happened with Mika Thews in this race, which was, as I think everybody watching knows, suffering an injury that gave her a great deal of concern, leaving the course for a significant amount of time to make sure she was okay, being cleared by medical, being cleared by the race administration to return to the course and finish the race.
Yeah, we all show up at the start line to finish. Number one, maybe after we say we want to finish, we want to finish first. Maybe we want to finish in a certain time, but it's always we want to finish. And she got thrown such a curveball that I believe it was wondering if her jaw was broken, like pretty major medical things. And as soon as like her personal safety was cleared, she went back to the rudimentary goal of wanting to finish. And even Mike McKnight as well, like awful day, but going to that goal of finish. And I think it's so inspiring and cool when elites hang on to that goal that everyone has at the start line, when it's so easy to drop out when you don't have your day and no one's going to hold it against you. They'll actually hold a worse time against you than a DNF these days, it seems like. But I think
not me.
We should really be celebrating like Mika, resets everything, comes out, and it looks like she basically ran straight up Eldon and ran 6-minute miles down the other side. That's more inspiring than anything. I don't care if she was last place or whatever, just holding on to that rudimentary goal of wanting to finish. I think throwing everything else out, and she showed up at Cocodona to do Cocodona, and she did Cocodona.
Yeah.
No matter what happened, that's the coolest thing out there.
Yeah, I agree. Oh, well said. Thanks, Jeff.
For those just tuning in, we are watching the finish line of the Cocodona 250 presented by AeroViper Running. This is the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. Chris Warden and Andy Jones-Wilkins here with the Tiger King himself, Jeff Garmeyer, who had yet another successful, by most metrics, Cocodona 250. One of the things, Jeff, about following this race since its inception, and you having run it since inception, is that y'all are getting so damn fast. But here's the thing. If you think about the 200-mile discipline in America in particular, you've had 4 Cocodonas, a handful of Tahoes, a handful of Moabs, Bigfoots. You're talking about such a small sample size, 30, 40 races basically in American history of high-profile 200-mile plus races. How far away are we from scratching the surface, and how much improvement can we make simply by more people taking a look at it rather than, maybe, people making drastic physical improvements? I think that there's a mental approach that, the more minds that approach the races and the distance and discipline, the better things will be. But, it feels like we're just so far away from the maximum potential for this distance.
Possibly, yeah. Maybe if we zoom out, but I also think, and this one's for AJW, if we look at Western States, the main character is always the weather. I think you can put that, dropped Western States for you there too. So get to talk about it just a little bit. But I think that's really going to become the story of Cocodona now that we have enough of a sample size, is that the weather and how things play out. And yeah, there's going to be years in the future with probably more rain and things like that. It's just likely the more years that go on. But with cooler weather this year, it allowed more people to push harder for longer early on, and that can break some people or pushes some people further. But I think it's really just the weather. I don't think 200 miles is about, or 250 miles, anything is about like maximizing a time we're going to get, because it's such a long race and there's so many aspects. It's about each year is going to be completely about the competition. I don't think course records are really going to matter, because it's going to be the hot year, the cold year, the rainy year, the snowy year. Just like a Western States, there's certainly a course record, but each year comes along with, that was the year that this happened, that was the inaugural year, that was the fire year. I don't think Cocodona is, even there's 3 course records until this year. There were 3 course records on the runner guide, and there'd been 3 iterations of Cocodona. So I think that says everything in itself, how 200 milers go. It's going to be about the competition, just to circle back to the earlier point, than what we're maximizing out of it. It's how do you compete with who's out there, and how do you take into account all the variables that are going to come and hit you, because the forecast can be wrong with how long this race is. Like, you can think it's going to be clear and it could be snowing on Eldon one of these years. Who knows?
I want to absolutely concur. Thank you for throwing in the Western States, because there is something that I find extraordinarily unique about Cocodona. You're right. It is ultimately 10 years from now, it will be the hot year, the fire year, the this year, the year the river was overflowing. And but all races, whatever the distance, have sort of a crux of the race. And so, to use my favorite example, Western States, I think everybody knows the crux of the race are the canyons, which comes in the middle. Mm-hmm. So you have a prelude, you have a warm-up, you have a preamble, then you have this burst in the middle, and then you have sort of the coda, running from the river in. You get smacked in the face right away. If it's going to be a hot year at Cocodona, it's going to be the hottest right at the beginning.
Yeah.
It's 40,000 plus feet of vertical, and you're going to cover 10,000 of those feet in 34 miles. So if it's hot and you've got to do that, and everyone's amped up because it's their A race that they've been training for all year, I think that's what makes the course unique in the sport. Is the hardest part is right out of the gate. Okay, not right out of the gate, but even now they added that creek bed thing.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, but even watching people slow down at night later on, the cold shuts you down too. So yeah. I think there's so many variables. People who live in Phoenix can get through the first day okay because they're good at the heat, but then that cold will shock you right back to reality. So totally agree. And it's just a very interesting race how you have every dynamic thrown into 2 or 3 days, depending on what you're going for.
My gosh, and the number of people wearing long pants and puffies and sometimes 2 puffies.
I know the before and after photos are like going out for a weekend in Hawaii to like visiting Alaska.
John with an interesting question in the chat. We know there are many factors for better times, or faster times, better shoes, info, etc. Is another factor elites are taking, such as yourself, taking less sleep? Are you changing or altering your sleep strategies each year? More time, less time? How are you approaching that factor in this race?
I think this is the coolest part of FKTs and 200s is sleep is one of the things that is studied, but we still know so little about, and every person is different, that you have to literally go out and experiment with this. And this is my 4th year doing this, and I don't know, maybe 15 multi-day FKTs where I've hallucinated on to that level. So it's taken me a long time to figure out sleep, and this is the first time that I feel like I got a pretty good grasp on what I need to do personally. And it's totally different, I'm sure, than every other top person in the field. So I think the sleep is the aspect that makes it fun. And honestly, I slept for probably about 20 minutes total, but 5 minutes plus or minus could have been 5 hours of my whole race, like change the race by 5 hours. So I think that aspect is so cool, where someone might sleep for double that time and finish in the exact same time as me, because that's how their body works. So the sleep is the factor that makes these 200s really fun, because I think someone was saying, or I heard you guys on it at Aid Station, you were like, people are separated by one short nap. And that's so true. And you might be in the lead by a short nap and choose to give up the lead for that short nap because you're thinking that will allow you to win in the end. But who really knows? That's the fun part.
Chris, I just want to jump in and say I think we will perhaps have a little bit of a Cocodona version of a flurry of finishes, because we have Kevin Barata closing in on the line, Colin Fallon, and somebody who we've talked about for quite some time, Jake Jackson, is just bombing down Eldon, and I think wants to get in before the 11 o'clock news.
Jake's a personal favorite of mine for sure.
We'll continue to have this conversation, but let's keep an eye on this, and I think Jordan will give us a heads up if we need anything to go off on.
And everyone watching at home, think about what you did last weekend. Well, everyone coming in now has been running since you did those things. That's how much commitment it takes for. They've climbed, they've never stopped moving forward. And that's how cool this race is everyone's facing their own personal demons out there, and we're watching people come through one by one, but each one of those people had a full work week, but their work week was 24/7 and it was moving forward.
That's an amazing way to put it in perspective, because it's Thursday.
Yeah.
It's Thursday night, and the way that you put it that way, I've never really thought about it that way.
Yeah, there's one job. I cleared my whole schedule for the whole week. It's felt really good because I only had one job, and it was to move forward until I was told I didn't have to move forward anymore. And that's what everyone out there is doing. They're not worrying about text messages or checking emails or taking meetings. They're just trying to move aid station to aid station, whether they're beating cutoffs, chasing a course record, anything in between. Literally, it boils down to everyone out there is chasing that finish line, and they're doing it in whatever their personal way is. And that's why it's so cool. And as we start moving into 90 hours and 90 hours plus, these people have such grit. Like, we talk about my sleep strategy of 20 minutes. I'm fitting in 20 minutes. You can't survive 4 or 5 days on 20 minutes. They're trying to figure out how to put in a 2-hour chunk, a 3-hour chunk, how much they have to carry between things because it's going to take longer. Do they take a dirt nap? The variables just expand exponentially the longer you're out there. And so these people are going to have some real stories. They've been on a vision quest.
Yeah, that's one thing that's a good point. And in my personal experience, I've had runners who are much faster than me, talk about the fact that they don't, they said, "Oh, I don't know how you do it." And I'm like, "How I do what? I take a full 29 plus hours to finish a 100-miler." And they say, "Yeah, that's right. You're up for 29 hours." That's a hard thing to do for some people. Looks like we've got our next finisher here. You said Kevin Barata? Awesome. Kevin Barada, bib 53. Congratulations. Looking good. Excited to get it done. Describe that first time you finished Cocodona. I mean, what time of day was it? And, what was your feeling when you crossed for the first time?
So local and guy in the house, Bryce Brooks, actually took me to the finish line of that. Just out of nowhere came out and paced me into it. And it was sort of just immense relief for me because I'd become a runner, I guess, and figured out how to get to the end. It was 1:30 in the morning and no one was awake. I think I had to poke Howie or Jubilee to get a belt buckle and a photo. But yeah, so you work for something for multiple days and then you achieve that goal. And so you kind of don't have to keep moving forward and working towards it. You're allowed to go to sleep without a timer on when you're supposed to get up. You're allowed to eat without wondering how it's going to affect your stomach. A lot of things open up in your world because you don't have this overarching goal of 250 miles in front of you. So I felt it as relief. I think there's a lot of joy and stuff, but for me, I wasn't quite sure how trail running even worked. So I was just glad to have figured out how to get to the finish.
Well, like I said before, circling back around to something that I've noted and following your career fairly closely since you started to really level up is that, you've definitely explored all aspects and facets of the trail and ultra running community, whether it be, doing fixed time loop races, last person standing, Cocodona, you basically go out and try and knock things out. But, as you mentioned, and I noticed this, you ran a lot of races last year, but you keep coming back to this one, and, it seems like you found something that not only are you really good at it, but it seems to really, at least gets you stoked every May to come back to Black Canyon City and make your way, north to Flagstaff,
Yeah, I started my entire journey into trails because I wanted adventure when I was 20 years old and through hike the PCT. And if we look at that banner up there, it said adventure awaits. It doesn't even say the word race. You just go out on an adventure, no matter what position you're in. You don't really know what's going to happen out there. And that's what brings me back every year. Something else can go wrong. Last year, me and Mike McKnight were in, 80 something place at Camp Kippa, like doing terrible. And we're like, well, let's just run the next little bit together. And I worked into the top 10 and he ended up winning. It's like, it's an adventure. You can make it kind of whatever you make it. And that's the draw of it. It's not the same every year. And I think some shorter races and stuff, every turn, it's pretty similar, but this one, man, it's different. And even this year they changed the start location. So it's different from step one.
Did you like the start location better at Deep Canyon Ranch as opposed to Rock Springs, or did you prefer the previous one?
I have no opinion other than I love that they set the temperature a little cooler this year.
We do what we can. Of course, Steve Adderholt does have connections.
Yeah, no kidding. It was pleasant. Me and Joe Stringbean were just chatting like, wow, I live in Montana. He's in Washington. It's like, this is nice.
Yeah. Folks that are just tuning in, we've got a few finishers potentially hitting the streets of Flagstaff. We won't probably see them too quickly into our view, but they might be coming in fairly close together. We've got Colin Fallon and Jake Jackson from the 250. We potentially could see Ben Lehman from the 125. Maybe a little bit after that, local to Prescott, Holly Hovius coming in a little bit as well. Maybe we'll see Eli Webb, who, or am I saying that right? Is it Webb or Waby?
Waby.
What?
We will say it all the ways, so one of them is correct.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I thought it was Webby.
Of course, Eli, a very fascinating social media follow, has like, I don't know, something like 360,000 followers.
Oh, he was next to me on the start line. He didn't grab his tracker, and so the race didn't start, and Steve announced his name and was like, you got to get your tracker, and brought his tracker to him. I didn't know you could skip the line by just not getting a tracker.
He was just so excited, and he was actually, we kind of joked, he literally was the first person off the line, and we were saying that he led the Cocodona 250 for the first 100 meters, and nobody can ever take that away from him.
Totally. I mean, he was first and Andy Glaze was second with his 360 cam.
Uh-huh.
And once they got their footage to showcase the race, then they let the rest of it play out.
Hey, I want to jump in, you guys. Couple comments in the chat that are worth mentioning out loud. A friend of ours in the chat has mentioned that they're following Deshauna Joe, a Navajo Nation runner who's at 192 miles. She lost her 16-year-old daughter tragically last fall. And shout out to Terry Gardner, 73 years old, at mile 190.7. Third 250 miler since turning 70. And I'll throw one more in because I know he's still out on the course too, is Michael Coppy, 73 years old, from Duluth, Minnesota. I ran with him a little bit last month, and he's moving well also. So
Holy cow.
as Jeff said, and it's so true, you know, what are there, 150 runners still out on the course, give or take? There's 150 stories out there. And as eventually we turn the clock on 90 hours and then turn the clock on day 5 and then most especially night 5, those stories just become more and more pronounced, amplified, and fascinating.
Yeah, it's incredible. And if they didn't start with a real Y in bold and large print, they're really learning it now as they're moving into yet another night and just pushing deeper and deeper. It's so cool. And just as this group, probably around that 190 mark now, they're probably moving forward kind of as a wave, like we take care of ourselves at this aid station, then we're off. We got to get to the next aid station. Mm-hmm. That's what's so cool about Cocodona is through the first about 80 miles, you only see your crew once, and then once again at Whiskey Row. But after that, you see them so much that it becomes a team effort of getting that runner ready to go out to the next one. And I think maybe only Eldon is the only spot you can't, in Kelly Canyon, you can't see them. Other than that, you get to see your crew almost every aid station. And that's the really cool thing.
It's really true. You know, and 200s, of course, they have their more significant distance between the aid, but you're going to see your crew. So yeah, you're going to have that 17 miles and that Kasner climb, you know, from Sedona to Schnebly, but you're going to leave your crew and then you're going to see them again.
Yep.
And you're going to do that team thing again, and then you're going to do it again. I mean, I know I have two close friends out there running, and they're kind of in the same area together, and they both have relatively small crews with them, and it's just like one. At this point, you know, they're both past Munns Park. This point, they're close enough they can break it down into those. It's one battle, then it's another battle. It's another battle.
Totally. It's like I got to battle this section at night, then this one at day. Yeah. Or for this next one, I want a pizza. The next one, a lemonade. And your crew can get you those things. It's so cool.
Oh my gosh. They could drive to Flag. They could drive to Williams. They could drive.
Folks, we're here with the Tiger King, Jeff Garmeyer. We've got him for a few more minutes here. If you've got some questions, we'll try and pass them along in the chat. Hit them up real quick while we got him. But one of the questions I want to ask you, Jeff, obviously you have passions in trail running and through hiking, but you've also done other things in your life, such as writing. You know, what do you have going on outside of the Cocodona realm right now? You know, what's up next for Jeff Garmeyer?
Wow, good question. Everything. I feel like I do a little bit of everything. I first started doing some consulting, helping people plan FKTs, and then that became coaching organically. And then I bit the bullet and really dove into that a little over a year ago, about a year and a half ago. And I've really become pretty passionate in that and seem to care as much about everyone I coach's finishes more than my own. And that's just so rewarding to see them hit their own goals. So coaching's pretty big. I just put out like an intro episode, a podcast. I've recorded 10 other episodes, so that'll start coming more. We put out a film on breaking the Colorado Trail record that Dylan Harris did with Jason Fitzpatrick. It's literally a little bit of everything. I was in a accountant and did business consulting in Denver for 5 years. And then I decided I was pretty depressed and suicidal, so I can never go back to this. How can I do things that inspire me forever and make a life that means a lot more to me? So I started getting some piercings and tattoos to make sure I was less hireable if I ever tried to go
back. Jeff, Josh Massey in the chat asks what your recovery looks like following this race and what race is next for you.
I'm signed up for Wasatch 100 in September. Achilles usually is a pretty long recovery, so it might be a slow start to the summer, but I wanted to really value Cocodona, so I didn't put anything on the schedule too close after it. So recovery will be very much listening to my body and just PSA, do your PT stuff, and I will be trying to do any that I end up having to do out there.
Do we have Colin? Do we have eyes on Colin Fallon?
I believe that was Colin.
A little bit about Colin Fallon, former police officer, 10 years with the Austin Police Department and a United States Marine Corps veteran. Started ultra running like many in 2020. Completed the Triple Crown of ultras of 200s last year and did all 3 races unsupported. Arizona is his home away from home. He has family in southern Arizona and was stationed in the garden spot of Yuma from 2001 to 2005 and has been exploring and falling in love with Arizona and its diversity ever since. He ran and finished the inaugural Cocodona, returned in year 2 but tore his calf, dropped out at mile 107 in Mingus, was unable to toe the line in 2023 and is now here and coming in close for his 3rd Cocodona finish. So that's Colin Fallon, our next 250-mile finisher.
Jeff, you mentioned, and I didn't know this about you, that you had kind of fallen into an FKT coaching business. That's actually a very interesting slot to have found yourself in.
So yeah, I started with FKTs. Now I coach probably 50-mile plus is the specialty. But yeah, it really, during the pandemic, they were looking for teachers in Montana. So I tried out substitute teaching because it was like, oh, I don't even have to get a degree to see if I like this, and really loved the idea of sharing knowledge and working through problems with people. And when they're adults, it's even nicer when you're coaching them and they're really motivated. So yeah, I just kind of fell into it, and yeah, we'll see how it grows. It's been a really slow organic growth because I just have that fear of taking on too many and not doing the best job. So it's been a really slow build, but it's been really fun.
Stephanie in the chat asks, where did Jeff get that jacket? It looks cozy.
Cool jacket.
This was left at my college house 12 years ago. And it hasn't worn out, so I just keep wearing it.
It looks actually pretty good for 12 years old plus.
Yeah, it's like one of those, maybe like a brand that has like ripped jeans. It's one of those, but it's actually lived the life where it started new at some point and then just ended up in the basement of a college house.
Here we have a finisher.
That would be our former police officer. That
Colin
would be
Fallon.
Colin Fallon.
Congratulations, Colin. Again, Colin ran the inaugural Cocodona. He had to drop at Mingus in the fire year. Was still recovering from injury in 23 and is back and getting his 2nd right here. Congratulations, Colin.
Also, for those, Jeff, who are interested in your services as a coach for FKTs, how would they find out about that? How would they connect with you?
Yeah, any way online, freeoutside.com. If you happen to see me in person, you could ask, snail mail if you got my address. But probably like the Free Outside Instagram, good place to DM, or yeah, just Jeff at freeoutside.com.
And I'm such a podcast geek. What's the podcast? You said you did an intro episode and you've got some lined up. What's it called?
It's called Free Outside.
It's called Free Outside?
Yeah. I mean,
I can't wait to check it out.
Yeah, outside, just going and a pretty low moment in college and decided to take a term off and hike the Pacific Crest Trail. Just going outside sort of changed my life. So the domain Free Outside was available around 2015, and I've just built my whole brand around it ever since.
There's no way you would get that. Do you have people trying to buy it off you?
Well, I mean, I built such a funny satirical website since then that no one's trying to change it now. But someone does have the Instagram Free Outside, so I had to be the Free Outside.
Have the Free Outside.
Yeah.
I have to admit, Jeff, one of the things that I really enjoy about following your journey is just how darn authentic you are. You just like basically, you know, you what you see is what you get with you, and you're so you know, like I was like, man, he's always so clever. It's like, well, that's just what comes to mind when we're having conversations. I mean, you know, there are several times during this conversation where you've said something I was like, holy crap, like just it's so right there for you. You seems to, you know, your brain seems to work on such an interesting level. Oh, actually, I want to apologize. This is Colin right here. That previous finisher was Ben Lehman. So Colin right here is making his way actually just up to the alley, crossing.
We're very sorry.
But Ben Lehman, congratulations on your finish of the Sedona Canyons 125. This is Colin Fallon. So
he's a recent transplant. Ben, who finished a recent transplant from New Hampshire, lives down in Patagonia, Arizona. By the way, if you haven't been down there, it's gorgeous. Guess what got him into the race? Watching the live stream and Sally McRae. Thank you. Good job. Way to go. Ben Lehman on the 125. And here is Colin Fallon.
I actually resupplied out of a vending machine in Patagonia, Arizona on the Arizona Trail once.
It's a great Arizona Trail town.
Oh yeah. Great vending machine too.
I bet. and they have evolved. There's a big gravel bike hub now, and
I bet.
Yeah, it's really hot. There's a couple down there that have just Xander and Heidi, and they've got like a little brew pub and a coffee shop. There we go. There's Colin Fallon. Great little destination spot, Patagonia.
It's a hidden gem for sure.
It is. Yeah.
Well, Jeff, thanks for joining us here. I just wanted to get a chance to speak with you and talk about your journey, not only this year, but how it compared with prior years, what's coming up for you, and where you're going. And I've just had a blast following what you do, and look forward to seeing what's up next for the Tiger King himself.
Yeah, thanks very much. And everyone out there, just have fun doing whatever you're doing, because you can have fun or not have fun, and having fun is a lot more fun.
Thanks, Jeff.
Folks, we're going to take a quick break here. Before we do, though, I want to give a quick heads up regarding Lisa Allen, who was trying to make the cutoff at Schnebly. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like she was able to make it. So, again, still, raise and, applaud, raise a glass for Lisa Allen, who, made it 180 miles. Still an amazing week to have here in the state of Arizona for the Cocodona 250. But we are not done sharing the stories of all of these brave souls that are still on the course. We've got a few that are coming in shortly, including one who is I think I'm proud to call him a friend, and that's Jake Jackson.
Yeah, and I think he's next. And I'd hate to miss him, but Ultra Jake Jackson has been hammering in from Eldon. According to his tracker.
Not only that, but when we come back, we've also got yet another guest here on Cocodona After Dark. And this one I'm excited about because it's two guests in one.
Let's take a break, and we'll be back. All right, everybody, we are back. Thank you for your patience through that break. This is Jake Jackson, Ultra Jake Jackson on Instagram, coming into the finish line, husband, and a father of 3 kids.
Yeah, Jake Jackson is one of the more amazing stories in this race, and we tried to tell it as best we could along the way, but I do have to let you know that his wife, Missy, did say to smack his butt and say, giddy up. So if you want to give him a little bit of a nudge, I guess you could say. But Jake is, I think at this point, this makes him, not unlike Jeff Garmeyer, a master of all trades. Member of the 24-hour national team, a multiple 100-mile winner, 13-hour 100-miler.
Fixed time master, and he's at the turn already. Just real quick, a truck driver with UPS, has been there for 28 years. A true dyed-in-the-wool union guy. Watched the live stream for 3 years and said, I'm going to do this. And here he is. He's doing it.
And also, he's got a fantastic family, wife and kids, and somehow makes it all work.
Jake Jackson, 89 hours and 29 minutes and 53 seconds. Oh, look at him. He's happy.
Fantastic job by Jake Jackson. And of course, Jake is no stranger to AeroViper running events, having won at Coldwater Rumble 100, victory at Desert Solstice on the men's side in the 24-hour discipline. Like I said, has run the 100-mile in 13 hours.
Someone help him stop his watch, please.
But one of his other victories was at a race in the desert called the Havalina 100K.
Mm-hmm.
And the next guest we have here as we celebrate alongside each other for Jake Jackson, our next guest actually is 2 guests, and that would be Jubilee and Fox.
Yay.
Jubilee Page, welcome to the broadcast.
Gentlemen, good evening.
How are you?
I'm so good. I got so much sleep and I feel so good right now. So I'm ready to roll. I've got an overnight shift at the finish line and I'm really excited to celebrate with all the runners that are coming across. It's so great.
It's rare to come across an AeroViper person that's gotten a lot of sleep. So
I
good
know.
for you.
I'm telling you, it's so refreshing. I never felt this way before in my life.
So tell us, what is your shift at the finish line? Is it like greeting and handing out buckles and the whole thing?
Yeah,
or?
I actually got thrown into these last minute. There was someone who pulled out due to an injury, and Steve was like, "Can you step in?" And so I was an aid station captain at Fane Ranch for a couple days, and then I'll be at the finish line for the next 3 days. Celebrating runners as they come across, announcing a little bit if they need it, and just kind of making sure things run smoothly at the finish line.
All right. What do we have here, Chris? Is this still Jake?
Yeah, that's still Jake Jackson. Just wanted to put the camera on him. Yeah, so Jake, as his wife Missy is saying in the chat, that the year that he won the Havalina 100K, he then paced his wife Missy for her 100-miler that year. So, that just shows how strong of a runner he is, and also the kind of guy he is as well, because he's constantly giving of himself. And Jake is very, for those that have known him, he's just kind of the everyman. I mean, he's living proof, and he prides himself on being living proof that if anybody goes out there and works their ass off and does what they can to stay active and work hard, that they can do it. They can actually be at a high level. Jake is just like a lot of us who have day jobs, families, and yet still finds time to run a lot.
Absolutely.
I mean, he puts the time and the miles in, but what he does is not something that most people can't do.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's stepping out of his comfort zone a little bit, taking on the Cocodona 250, because this is not necessarily his wheelhouse, because he is, that fixed time runner as well, and puts a lot of miles on the track. And coming out here to take on this terrain is really something else. So big congratulations to Jake.
So, Jubes, of course, you are most famously known for being the race director of the Havalina 100 every October. And for those who have been out there, what they witness is one of the most amazing spectacles in ultra running. And we say that about everything we cover, but we really, really mean it about Havalina 100. I mean, For those who have been sitting on the sidelines or watching through the live streams, what would you say to try and encourage them to perhaps make the plunge to come out and be a part of the race itself?
For Havalina, I mean, really, the community shines at Havalina, I think. Just coming to experience the energy is really something magnificent, really something to marvel at. Every year, I just feed off that energy, and it's so spectacular. And the runners who come out and the crews who come to support, and because it is a looped race, that community kind of forum really shines, and you get this sense of, everybody's together and everybody's pulling for each other. And so, and it's really just a party, and that kind of develops out of that community feel. So, yeah, if you haven't come to Havalina, please do. It's
I want to talk a little bit about that, because it's kind of clear. It's become clear to me, having been back in Arizona now for a couple of years and really being more and more involved with Aravaipa, that Aravaipa has a few tiers of races. Let's call it that. And at the top tier, and at the risk of offending perhaps some of the other race directors among the Aravaipa family, you have Black Canyon in February, you have Cocodona now in May, and you have Havalina in October. Under a layer under that, my personal favorite, Crown King, which has sort of a historical context. Some of the more historical fixed time races, like Across the Years. I would give a little check plus mark to the 2 Nardini Ranch races, fixed time, because the historic role of history of Nardini Ranch, and then maybe a couple others. And then there is a wonderful tier, and I don't even want to call it a bottom tier, but a tier of races that have multiple distances that are like full-on weekends, whether it's Coldwater Rumble, Pass Mountain, what's the one out east by Globe or whatever that town
Copper
is?
Corridor.
Copper Corridor.
Yeah.
I mean, these races that are scattered around that are just beautiful, and you put all that together in this soup, and it's just wonderful. You, of course, and this is kind of my punchline, are the race director for 2 of those 3 top tier ones.
Yeah.
So I'm curious about how does your year play out from the sort of Black Canyon, big sort of golden ticket race for Western States, 2 distances, over 1,000 runners, et cetera, et cetera. That's in February. Then you've got October, Havalina, also a golden ticket race, also 2 distances, also a big party in the desert.
Absolutely.
What does your year look like in the context of that?
I mean, honestly, they are spread so perfectly apart. They're about 6 months apart. And so I spend a majority of my year planning Havalina and Black Canyon together collectively. And it takes me about 6 months right after the end of Black Canyon. And then I start really ramping up for Havalina, and also kind of getting all the little details in order for Black Canyon as well. It's just kind of I plan them kind of together and collectively, and it takes me the majority of the year to do so.
But then, here you are for the better part of this week. You show up often at a lot of these other tier races.
Absolutely.
With your camera, with your truck carting supplies around, with your, what is your role? As obviously that's your major role, but what is your role sort of jack of all trades? Like you said, emergency aid station captain at Fain Ranch, now 3 days at the finish line. Is it kind of a jack of all trades role? Is it a sort of, the Jubilee would be great for this. Let's, that was me. How does that happen? Like the fill-in of the rest of the stuff.
Yeah, lovely thing, for race directing the 2 bigger races, the couple of months before each race, I'm really kind of honed in just for those races. But anything outside of that, I kind of see myself as like a supporting role, and anything that I can do to lend a hand or to, fill in a gap somewhere. That's what I love to do as well. And I started with Aravaipa from a volunteer perspective. And so that's how I got into the sport, and that's how I got into Aravaipa, and that's where I started. So for me, like continuing that line of service and kind of filling in and lending a helping hand where I can, that's my role.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
One of the things about the races that you're a director for is that they're two of the largest races, and thus potentially, in some ways, two of the most quote capped out races. You know, when you have a race such as Havalina, you chuckled when I said that, and but you know, you talk about a race like Havalina and a race like Black Canyon. You know, what happens when you get to a point where you've potentially seen where you're maxing out the field because you can't bring in any more runners? You know, where do you go from there in terms of growth? I mean, how do you kind of grow it outward rather than simply upward?
I mean, the goal is to, for me, I want to basically allow all the runners who want to run these races to get to run these races, right? So being able to work with permitting agencies and local facilities and landowners to make sure that we can maybe extend that gap or that cap just a little bit each year, and prove that we can. We started with Black Canyon. I think when I stepped in, we had about 600 runners, and now we're accepting over 1,200 runners for that race. We're accepting over 1,400 runners for Havalina, and then of course there's a wait list, and so we work through that as well. And trying to get as many people in there as much as possible. But then there's always like logistic challenges where we can, if there's not enough parking, then maybe we can shuttle in. And so, there's always solutions, and part of my job is kind of working the solutions throughout the year to see, who can we accommodate and how many more runners can we accommodate.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing, like when you talk about Havalina, I just think about in both races in general, but Havalina in particular, because when you took that over, I believe that was, just as it was moving from the old headquarters at Pemberton Trailhead over to the Four Peaks Trailhead.
Yeah.
And at that point, it went from like being a big 100-miler to being a big 100-miler. And, from there, it's gone from, what it was before, where you could actually park at the trailhead, to shuttles and big tops and, you with 30 costume changes. Sure. How do you're almost, it's got to be fun for you, but at the same time, every year, do you find yourself saying, okay, how do I top that? And, how long does it take you before you think, okay, maybe this is going to be it?
I mean, I don't know if I have a limit, quite honestly, because I think Havalina has kind of pushed me to this creative space where I think that, I've kind of topped out, and maybe like this is going to be the ultimate year, and then it's the penultimate year, because I always have like a spark of something for the next year coming up, so I don't know.
I think, Jubilee, one thing I would say about you is that there is a part of the role you play, particularly at Havalina. I think there's a little bit more buttoned up Jubilee at Black Canyon, but especially because the Havalina 100, of course, predates Jamil and Era Viper running, becoming the owners of it, the people who run it. It goes back to the history of Jerry Kilgariff and Linda Van Tilburg, Arizona legends, who you so wonderfully brought Jerry back for the 20th running a couple of years back. And based on that tradition, there was always a little bit of whimsy about, whimsy with a capital W, but also a little bit of the party, a little bit of a bunch of friends just running in the desert. And so your costumes, your rallying everybody up, the torch dancing, all of that, the sort of the Burning Man of ultra running thing. But, and I will say this as someone who ran the race when it was the Jerry Linda show, it's also, and I credit you with this most specifically, maintained, and people who come to the race from far away and talk to me about it, maintain. It's amazing for a 1,200 person race to maintain a small community vibe.
Sure.
And it does. A lot of it is the pretty much the village that you set up, and it's becoming more of a city, but it's the village that is set up every year, the crews and pacers and friends who come and congregate in that place. But it's also just that feeling of, hey, we're here, we're together, and we are gonna make this happen.
Absolutely. Yeah.
How much of that particular part of Havalina is something that you're like thinking about? Like if you have to make a decision about parking or the number of vehicles or where to put an aid station, how much or how many tents to put up in the big tent city, like how much are you thinking, but we have to maintain the sort of Jerry and Linda vision?
Yeah, I mean, I think, coming into both of the races, there's something about Havalina, like you said, that really has this kind of grassroots feel, right? Where Jerry had this vision of wouldn't it be hilarious if people ran loops in the desert and they would absolutely murder me if I made this into a race. And then she did, and then 125 people showed up. And from there, this idea of it's runners out there helping runners. And so I'm going to credit the community in large part for keeping that feel, because it's the Aravaipa community, it's the Arizona community that come out to volunteer, to help us set up all of those tents, and then kind of gather around and really kind of welcome you kind of home to Havalina, right? Yeah. So a big credit, I think, honestly, goes to the community for that as well. And I think part of my job is really tapping into the root of what Jerry really wanted for that race, which was just for people to come and have fun and run in the desert. And that's really what I wanted to do, and that's really what I strive to do each year.
Chris, before you ask Jubilee your next question to her, I want to ask you a question, because Havalina, you're a big community guy. Absolutely. You're a big connector in the Malcolm Gladwell sense. Both of you are connectors. You would love this person. You should meet this person. Every year, I mean, you love this race, obviously, but every year at Havalina, I've been around you long enough, about a week before, you start getting into that Havalina lather, right? And you get a little quiver in your voice sometimes. And then there's the group run on Wednesday, and there's then there's a social on Thursday, and then there's gearing up for race day, and then there's your figuring out what you're going to do on the day, and you're going to go here, and you're going to go here, and then you're going to come back. You get that vision, as we were just talking about, the Jerry Linda vision, the community vision for a 1,200 person event. What makes it that special for you?
Well, I think part of it is the fact that I've had conversations with Jerry and Linda about it. So I did get the opportunity to kind of see where it came from. Of course, Jerry had been kind of away from the scene for over a decade. And through back channels, when I was doing some production work for Havalina, I said, hey, does anybody know because actually you've got the Jerry K Award as part of the awards that runners that aren't necessarily on the podium can win at Havalina. And so I actually asked around how to get a hold of Jerry K once I figured out who she was. And, shout out Paul Bonet was able to connect me, and I get a text message from Jerry, and she said, I heard you're trying to find me. And so it just so happened she was coming to town. And one of the more fun experiences I've had in recent years in talking about trail and ultra running is that we had Jerry come in and talk with Jamil and I, just telling stories and kind of giving background and everything like that, of course. And Jamil was so excited to have her in the headquarters and talk to her, and Jerry was pretty amazed at how big things had gotten when she kind of was able to take in the full scope of it, and getting her out there to basically be a co-race marshal with you was one of the special moments. Like, that's the kind of thing that makes me so excited about this event. And I always I feel fortunate because now Jubilee has become like in the Jamil galaxy in terms of how busy she is with races, that I reach out to Jubilee like once every, I don't know, 3 or 4 months. I'm like, hey, can we do brunch?
Yes.
And we have a farmer's market that you always hit in downtown Phoenix where, we go and, grab some coffee, and we just, sometimes it's highly productive. There are other times where it's like, I think I talked in circles for 20 minutes, but, that's what I love about Havalina is not necessarily just the race itself, which is awesome. Now that we are actually broadcasting trackside,
Oh yeah,
amazing!
Whatever you did to help make that happen.
Oh, I love that. Please do that more.
Yeah,
we felt so sort of aloof over in headquarters.
Absolutely. I mean, to see the runners go right by us,
get
nowadays,
you in the action. I loved it.
Yeah,
I loved it.
Hang on a second here, Jordan. Do we have a finisher?
That's.
Or is it?
Is that still our police officer finish, or is that? Because nobody ran down the chute while I was watching it.
It must be someone who's already there.
They could have possibly been at the med tent because it
buckles.
is to the left of the screen there entirely. So.
Yeah, I'm watching. We have a person out there that at least gives us a warning.
Yeah. Okay. Bridget in the chat mentioned that her coach is planning to run Havalina. Maybe she'll force her way onto his crew. What would you say to that, Jubilee?
Do it. Absolutely.
It'll be a life-changing experience
It's
in terms
so
of the
great.
ultra running, community. It'll definitely change your perspective. I mean, everything about it, from the group run to the cocktail hour on Thursday to the expo on Friday.
Yes.
The expo is bonkers.
The expo is bonkers, and honestly, I feel, we're starting to kind of stretch a little bit where it's going to become this week-long festival, and I'm here for it. I love the idea of just just bringing people in early and making this a whole week vacation. You know what I mean?
There's a line of people waiting to get their bibs outside of the big top, roughly 400 people long by the time it opens. You don't need to line up.
You don't need to come in right
It's
as it
hot
opens.
out standing there in the sun.
And there's so many things to do. The expo opens and it's an all day event, so you have time. Go and grab coffee from our vendors and go to the Hoka lounge and just chill out and enjoy the day and enjoy your crew. And it's such a great place for crews too. If you've never crewed, it's a great race to
It is the
jump into
most
crew.
approachable place to
Oh,
crew,
it's
and that's
so
why,
fun.
Bridget, if you get the opportunity, you don't have to go anywhere.
Yeah.
In yet another sign of Jubilee's marketing brilliance, our colleague Mercedes, who is here, Havalina Hundo, the temptation. Do it, Mercedes. Do it. If you're still awake,
Do
get on the
it.
wait list.
We can knock back a couple more meads and we'll talk about it.
Yeah, Mercedes.
Well, Jubes, I just wanted to have you come in here, because I knew you were in town. I ran into you down at Heritage Square, and I know you've got to jump into
I know my
finish line
my
RD
shift
duties.
starts here in just a few minutes, and then I'll see every runner come across
that's
overnight.
great.
So I'm
That's
really
great.
excited for these overnight finishers. Just
And
keep going.
Guess who else is making it back to Havalina?
I
this
know.
year?
I heard. I'm very excited. 100 miles.
I'm going to be back. I haven't run a 100-miler since 2021
Amazing.
And I couldn't think of a better one to come back to after 3 years
I'm
away
very
than-
excited. Do you want
than
me to pick your
Havalina.
costume? Think about it, and I'll dress you in glitter.
I
for sure.
Pick my costume and my bib number.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. We'll talk.
I am
about
doing. As I was mentioning the fixed time events. You get older, they become a little bit more fun because it's controlled environment. You can hang out if you want. You to make your own adventure. I'm doing both the Hotfoot Hamster and the Jackrabbit
Those are
Jubilee,
so fun.
as well as the Hangover.
Yes.
Runs a month before the race. So yeah, I'm psyched.
Awesome.
I'm psyched.
That's a great
And
fitting block.
if everything works out, I'll jump into the booth with you for that.
We'd love to have you in there.
Let's see,
What's
let me
left
do
of you?
the last 6 hours.
Oh, you're calling
I'm
your
gonna put
shot
it down.
sub 24.
I'll
Okay.
come
All right.
on
We
from hour 20,
called it.
24:01. I'll start.
Yeah, Bridget, you know what? When you're out there, be sure to stop by the booth and let us know how we were, that we were the ones that were able to corrupt you into coming out to Havalina, because
Absolutely.
you're not going to regret it.
You
It's
are
a
not going to
great
regret
party.
it. Nope.
It's so fun.
Just
Jubilee, thank you very much.
Hey,
Awesome.
before I go, can
Okay.
I shameless plug? We do have Black Canyon opening at midnight. The registration for 2025 opens at midnight tonight. So if you are interested in another Arizona adventure similar to Cocodona, it's not 250 miles, but it's 100K and a 50K. It's an incredible adventure. So
Oh my goodness, I didn't even know
there
that.
you go.
So everybody, breaking news in case you didn't notice, midnight Arizona time, that's in 57 minutes.
Yes.
Get on if you're still up watching the live stream, log on there. 100K Saturday, 60K Sunday.
Yep.
It's beautiful.
Did you say 60 or 50?
It's going to be a 50K.
Oh, sorry,
Okay.
50K. I'm sorry.
Yep.
That would be a good move.
And if
'cause
you're
that-
interested
that
in jumping
miserable-
into an ultra, like first ultra, I
That
think the
50K
50K
that'd
at
be
Black
perfect.
Canyon is going to be a perfect first time.
Very runnable, very
Absolutely.
the first 15 miles are going to click off so hard or so fast that like you're going to be like, oh, this isn't very hard at all.
Oh,
They're
there
just-
is a section. There's a section of trail from about mile 7, from that first aid station
To the second, yeah.
You
It's-
equated it
it's
to running down
beautiful.
a baseball base path.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gently going downhill, winding, turning. Oh,
You just have to let your body go, and
You
it
just have
just
to
it
let
takes
your
you
body
it
go.
takes you forward, and it's so fun.
so there you heard it. Black Canyon registration opens at midnight tonight. Sign up.
Amazing.
All right, we're back here at the Cocodona 250 presented by Air Viper Running on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. Chris Warden and Andy Jones Wilkins. What we're going to do here is we're going to hang here at the finish line until our next anticipated finisher of the Sedona Canyons 125 comes in, and that we expect would be Holly Hovius. Actually, Holly is a veteran of the Cocodona 250, stepping into the 125 this year, and once she comes through... What? 30 what? Before 13?
The 38 hasn't started yet.
That's the women in the 125. Yeah. So Holly Hovius is going to be finishing here shortly. And once she does, we are going to take that opportunity to switch streams, at which point we'll be awaiting our next men to come in potentially for the Cocodona 250.
This is Steven, our camera on the ground. Steven, how you doing? Thumbs up. Maybe he can't hear us.
Maybe he's just ignoring us. But in any event, we do have a few potential 250 milers coming in as well. A little bit after that, and Eli Waby and Jim Smith, fairly close together. We'll see what happens there. But we are going to hang out and slide back to let's slide back to the finish line just to make sure that we catch Holly. Is that Turner? That's Turner and BP and Megan. Those are my Silverton travel crew. They're hanging out down there without me. Shows where I'm at on the total on the totem pole there. So
all right, so we have, is it Holly?
Yes.
Oh, too bad. I wish she'd filled out a form. I did. We do. I know we keep in mind too. I think it's important, since we are still on. We have 9th and 10th place women. So we have 8 women through the finish. Rachel Entrican, Manuela Villaseca, Mika Thews, Kylie Drogan Epic, Carrie Henderson, Stephanie Rosebaugh, Eliza Lapierre, and Elsa Jaworski. The next 2 on the list would be Emily Kratz, who we saw earlier in the day, and Ashley Polson, who I know there are quite a few folks in the chat eager to see finish. So we're here all night. I mean, don't worry, we're not going anywhere. But we just wanted to let you know what our plan is after our most recent finish, after our soon to finish folks. We are going to take a little bit of a break, switch streams, if you've been watching along, you know that we do that, and then get rolling back on again. Our next cutoff, we have gotten to the cutoff at Schnebley Hill, which was at 9:30 p.m. Our next cutoff actually comes relatively soon. It's at 1 a.m. It's a 1 a.m. cutoff at Munns Park. 1 a.m. cutoff at Munns Park. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. That's about an hour and 50 minutes away. Thank you all who are still with us on the stream. We really appreciate it. I know it's the middle of the night in the East Coast of the United States. It's 11 o'clock at night on the West Coast. We are endeavoring to cover every finisher through the gates here. Obviously, we don't have drones in the air at nighttime. We have a few runner cams, but that is about it. So what you get is a lot of talk from Chris and me.
Yeah, and that's one of the things about Aravaipa After Dark and Cocodona After Dark. We do kind of pivot how we handle our coverage simply because of what we have at our disposal. Trust me, if we had great, infrared over, night vision runner cams on drones and, things of that manner, then yeah, we'd love to have it. But because we are limited in our filming locations just through logistics and things that, within our control, we kind of make it conversational when we can. We hang out and talk to people who are part of the Cocodona community, part of who make this race possible. We'll have, people that are involved in the production of the race, people who also have run the race, as we mentioned, and as the week goes on, we basically head down and talk to finishers at the finish line, and we offer them a lot of times invitations to see if they want to come join us here in the studio. And we kind of play it by ear. I mean, I typically don't know who is going to be a guest until until maybe hours before our show starts. So, we're just grateful to have you hang around with us. And I want to give everybody a little bit of a heads up with regards to covering the race from this point, because starting tomorrow morning, the Eldon Crest 38 runners are going to be running. Unlike the Cocodona and Sedona Canyons runners, we don't have GPS tracking on every one of those runners. They have simple timing chips as they cross timing mats at various places on the race to track their progress. And that makes it nearly impossible for us to call that race while calling the other races as well, at least to the same depth. Now, we will do our best to, we'll name off the podium on both the men's and women's side and try and give those people the recognition they deserve. But, and if we recognize somebody, we'll shout them out for sure. And that does tend to admittedly be a lot more of our local flavor here in Arizona. Those are the people we recognize when they come across our screens. But we are dedicated to doing our best to give every Cocodona 250 runner their moment in the sun when they cross that finish line, and as many 125 runners as well. So, stick around with us. We're not going anywhere. This live stream, as you can see, we're 90 hours into the race. And
just so you know, we still have 35 more hours.
Absolutely.
That's longer than most typical 100-mile race live streams. Typical 100-mile race live stream is 30 hours.
Yeah.
We're here for 35 more. And we've been here for 4 days. I want to jump in too, Chris,
Sure.
and say something, because one of the things we did this year, thanks to our colleague in Aravaipa, Bryce Brooks, is we asked every runner in Cocodona, in Sedona Canyons, and in Eldon 38 to fill out a runner questionnaire. We got a lot of those, a couple hundred, in fact. And some of the data, for example, that I'm going to finish this thought in a minute, but here we have our next finisher. Is this Holly?
If it is, she would be paced by her husband, Jeff Hemperly, who often gets mistaken for Jeff Browning, and you'll see why when he comes up.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
So that is Holly coming in, her husband, Jeff, to the left, going around.
Congratulations, Holly. 90 hours and 5 minutes unofficially.
No, she's in the...
Oh, sorry.
Sedona,
she's in Sedona Canyons.
Sedona Canyons.
38 hours.
Holly, by trade, is an arborist.
36 hours and 15 minutes. An arborist?
Yes. You can see she's hugging her support crew there. I believe that's actually... I wonder if that's Brian Peterson.
And Holly lives in Phoenix?
She lives in Prescott now. She used to live in Phoenix. More trees in Prescott. So an arborist probably does much better up there.
Yeah. While we're seeing Holly celebrate a little bit, I wanted to mention one of the things Bryce did is sent out a questionnaire to all runners in all three distances. We received about a couple hundred responses, but we didn't receive responses from every racer. So if you're still on this live stream, and you very well might be, and you might know or be waiting for one of your runner to finish, you could really help us by answering just a couple questions in the chat about your runner. Tell us about yourself. Pretend you're your runner. Tell us about yourself and what inspired you to participate in this race. So if you were listening half an hour or so ago, you would have heard when we were talking about the former police officer who was also in the Marine Corps. That was the information we got off the questionnaire. Chris?
I was going to say, as I was saying, you can see Holly's partner Jeff on underneath the banner right there. If you get a good look at him, you can tell he looks a lot like Jeff Browning. See right there?
He does have a little Browning about him. Yeah.
He said that it happens all the time because he's into trail running and he does a lot more mountain biking and mountain bike racing, but he does spend a lot of time on the trails as well. He and his wife actually ran the inaugural Cocodona 250 together, and they were unfortunately delayed in their journey by a mountain lion sighting.
Oh, wow.
So they had to pause and wait for things to cool down there, or potentially, I guess, maybe back their path up a little bit. But yeah, kind of a wild adventure for them in 2021.
All right. So again, to repeat, if you are waiting for a runner to come in and you know a little information about them, just drop a note in the chat, mention their name, and pretend you're them. Tell us about yourself and what inspired you to participate in this race. We're also, when we come back from break, going to get caught up on our top 10 and top 10 on the men's and women's side, and return to our human interest stories that we talked about way back on our preview show, and check in on some of those human interest stories, many of whom are still out there on the course.
And we still have to do our aid station food tasting.
Indeed. I did take a trip up to the aid station at Eldon, on Eldon today at Pete's Meats. And on urging from our producer, Jordan, carried a rather large Ziploc bag of supplies down. And so we're going to have a little food tasting here. And we'll see how that goes as well. So lots to do here on Aravaipa Cocodona After Dark.